Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. The CBLOL season rolls on. We got 2 weeks left before playoffs, if you could believe it. And I'm here with RMC to break down 5 matches today. Well, there are 5 matches today. You're going to be here for 3 of them. But they should be 3 really interesting ones, especially this first one, RMC. Pain Gaming, top of the table, looking like the most consistent team in Brazil, which is really is saying something because no one else has looked really consistent, aside from a few streaks here and there, which we'll get into kind of in the broader sense of the thing. But one of the things we have to talk about, yes, Pain Game looking very consistent, but kaboom. What the hell has happened? RMC, they're on a 4-game losing streak coming into this one.
That's consistency.
It is consistency, you're right.
But unfortunately, not the type that Kaboom is looking for. And that's the big problem right now. Nobody seems to know what's going on with Kaboom. This roster on paper should be popping off. First half of the regular season, they did pop off. They were right up there with Pain, with Cade Stars, contesting that top 3 spot. And then suddenly, it just feels like they're defunct. Things aren't working properly. Lonely is missing Gnar outs left and right. Netunos and Seos look like they've already started vacation. Malrang is just invisible. And poor House. House is trying, man.
Yep.
That man is leading the damage share of all players in the league right now. 80 carries be damned. But it's not enough 4x4, and I don't know what broke down.
No, I don't either. I mean, like you said, this roster may be one of the most expensive in Brazil right now. We don't have access to those numbers, but just looking at these names, you know that this could not have been cheap to get a guy who was an LEC champion not too long ago into Brazil. Lonely, they retained him. He was part of that roster. That last split was horrific, but this time around, really, really good. A defending CBLOL champion in Seos, who is at points. I mean, and right now you could still argue maybe in terms of pedigree, the best, most consistent player in Brazil. House, like you said, he's a damage machine, and that's been a constant for him. He has been a high DPM player his whole career. And then Netuno, not too long ago, the guy was an MVP. So there is so much hype around this roster, so much pedigree. But even the most ardent believers of the Church of Kaboom, I'm looking at you, Trajan, are starting to have their faith shaken a little bit. And RMC, for me, it looks like like you said, House has been Mr. Consistency. But I look at that top lane, the top side, especially the top lane. Lonely to me has been at a bit of a non-factor. He has been, I think, honestly, a bottom half top laner, which is coming into this split, you would have said, well, that's ridiculous. But I think maybe our expectations were skewed a little bit by the fact that the rest of the roster was a dumpster fire around him, but he was the one consistent part. So I think that made him look a little better than he is. But this split has not been it for him, man.
Yeah, and in the beginning of the season too, he actually looked kind of okay for the most part. Like, he wasn't popping off though, and that's the issue we need. And a lot of his issues last split we attributed to that sort of rotating jungle position where they had Flawless come in, didn't work, then they had Scary, who looked much better, and we thought it'd be better with Malrang, a fellow Korean player. Maybe they could communicate a little bit better. Hasn't been the case. But for I want to look on the other side of the map too at Pain, because while they might have been the most consistent team in CBLOL up to this point, there have been some falters recently, especially last week up against Liberty. Liberty just outperformed them. And for Pain, consistency is key, but consistency has never won CBLOL.
No.
It's all about those highs. And for Pain, it's right about now that we want to see teams start showing us their ceiling rather than their floor.
Yeah, and that's why if you're a Loud fan, you're not worried about, things like a mid-season wobble, because like you said, coming into playoffs, these last 2 weeks, right, you want to get the momentum built up, especially because the first 2, if you finish top 2, you get a bye, and that's wonderful. But if you finish 3 through 6, which statistically speaking is the most likely outcome for any of these teams, also because the standings are so congested. I don't know if I'm throwing a curveball here at our producer, Rose, but the standings, get a load of this. 2 games, separate first through 6th. That's how close things are, right? There is a universe in which, at the end of today, Kaboom and Liberty are in a tie for first place. That is how tight things are at the top, RMC.
Yeah, and the other thing to note as well is Pain Gaming and Cade Stars have actually locked in the playoffs, but they have not locked in the first 2 spots. So depending on how games go, definitely it is something that these teams have to watch out for. No one is guaranteed anything. And critically, Loud and Red last week, they are coming back into playoff form. Loud is, Loud. And Red Kalunga, on the other hand, Red Canids, they are surging in a way that we expect to see at the beginning of the season, but haven't seen till now. So Pain Gaming, Cade Stars, uneasy is the head upon which the crown rests. These two right now are not safe by any means, and they can't start experimenting too early.
No, No, they really can't. But I like that you bring up Loud and Red especially because they have been kind of the counterpoint to Kaboom. Kaboom on a 4-game losing streak. Red coming into this one on a 4-game winning streak. They have
Sure.
looked unbelievable. FNB, he won the CBLOL's Craque da Semana, the MVP for last week. He's really been rounding into sport or rounding into his form. And Grevthar
Mm.
also, he has just gone back to just playing Orianna, playing your control mages, and he has been the consistent player they need him to be, right? He's still Grevthar. He's still going to leave lane, sack 10 CS at a time, but go make plays all around the map. That's kind of baked into his identity. But look, when you make good on those trades, that's fine, right? And I think ever since that Yone game where he had less damage than his Renata, things have been uphill for him. That was a really low bar to set, to be fair, doing less damage than a Renata as a Yone in like a 30-something minute game, too. It was really, really
Yeah.
ugly, but he has really found form. But RMC, zooming back into this game here, Pain Gaming, like you said, things have been, a little up and down. They've had back-to-back 1-1 weeks, excuse me. A loss to Loud, understandable. A loss to Liberty. Well, everyone seems to be losing to them these days. But what, if anything, concerns you? Because, like we said, look, consistency, that's great and all, but that's been Pain's MO for literally 2.5 years, and all it has gotten them is second place. What to you needs
Yep.
to change for them to start rounding into form and start hitting that high gear as playoffs come up? Because, like you said, they've locked in playoffs. That's not going to be the issue.
And for me, the big question for Payne is this intentional, right? Because they keep insisting on putting Carioca on Lee Sin. They keep insisting on playing very high risk, high reward compositions, and frankly, they don't look the most comfortable on it. But at the same time, Payne needs a change. They know that, so it feels like they're trying to make that change. At least draft wise, it's just that their playstyle hasn't quite caught up to that yet, and we're still seeing them play a little bit too conservative with these snowball compositions. So on one hand, the Pain fan of me wants to think this is intentional, and they are just trying things out for it. But that's why I said you can try things out, but you can't be losing all of these games right now, or else you might find yourself out of not just the top 2 positions, but potentially out the top 4 position, right, and down to that 5-6 where you will really have no control over who you're facing, what sort of situation you're walking in. And this game, 4-4 between Kaboom and Pain, to me, it's a litmus test, right? Is Pain still experimenting, and how well are they adapting to what they're doing? And for Kaboom, are they well and truly screwed? Because
Yep.
right now they are just, yeah, they look lost, and much like INTZ, I don't know what's wrong. I don't know how to fix if I don't know what the problem.
Yeah, and that's been a bit of a mystery. Vi locked in here for Carioca. This is a little more what we've seen out of him, right? A little more. I think for me, this makes me a little bit more comfortable, right? It's not quite Lee Sin, but they do fill kind of similar roles. You want to be an early playmaking jungler. You have a lot of high base damage. Make things happen in the enemy jungle if you want as well. They're going to lock in the Lucian for Natuno. Now, if you're a historical Natuno believer, this should give you a lot of joy because I remember there was a time, I think it was what, 2, maybe 3 splits ago, where his win rate on Lucian during his MVP split was like 11-1, just some absurd number. He was unstoppable on this champion.
Yeah, and especially with a support like Seos, you would expect them to be able to take control. It's not just going to be a I buff you and I walk away sort of Nami. No, Seos is an aggressive Nami who likes to step forward and get his own poke down. Pain, on the other hand, you mentioned the Vi for Karaoke. I do want to highlight this is his first Vi this split. And I don't think he's picking it, having seen the Zeri Lulu, to necessarily counter what Kaboom want to bring to the table.
No.
This is a deny. You're taking it away so that your Zeri Lulu doesn't have an easy counter.
Yep, no, I think you hit the nail right on the head there. The Zerlulu is locked in here for Titan, for Curry. Titan loves this champion, and I think this type of champion loves Titan. And getting an Enchanter back on him as well. Rel is the hover here. Wouldn't be surprised if that's what Malrang goes for, because again, it's kind of that same mold. Okay, I don't get Vi, I'll take Rel. It's kind of the next best thing. You fill similar roles. I want to draw attention to this Nami, though, because I think it is interesting. You might have seen the stat flash up there. Nami's 5-0 this split in CBLOL. Before Milio became the talk of the town and was kind of the enchant you started to pair up with the Lucian to kind of fill that role, it was all Lucian Nami. It had been Lucian Nami since late 2022, right, when that started taking over the meta, and that was part of what that combo was. So to me, this really screams, look, we know exactly what we want. R1, R2. If they're going to give it to us, we are locking into this to be comfortable. And I think Kaboom, again, I'm playing amateur psychologist a little bit here, but it really feels like Kaboom is saying, look, we need this win. We need it badly. We cannot make this a 5-game losing streak and go just 1 game over 500, given the amount of money we spent on this roster, given the 8-2 start we had to this split.
Agreed, and I don't hate it. I think Nami is a little bit more aggressive than Milio in lane. That CC
Yeah.
allows you to have slightly higher kill threat, albeit it's slightly weaker on the Lucian side of things. But you've got Seos, so you do want to enable your support. We are seeing a top lane pinch from both of these teams as they're looking for their solo laners. Cassante and Renekton removed, and we're banning all these sort of blindable top laners. I feel like Aatrox needs to be on that list as well.
Ari, banned away here as well. Now, this is something I wanted to bring up, is that we're still on 14-4, but I think,
Yeah.
well, actually, I think Azir is just disabled competitively no matter where,
Yep.
right? Yeah, because there's that bug that, funnily enough, we actually had reported here in CBLOL where Grevthar, he got shuffled by, I guess it was Laleko, or maybe it was in
Yep.
the other game of the week.
It was Aleko. Yeah.
Yeah, it was against Laleko, and that was taken because he goes invisible during the bread and butter level 6 Azir combo. So if that is, if that's not the case, and also Ari has been rising up in priority, and if there's a champion that you want to take away from Dinketo, it's that Ari.
Yeah, okay, so Ari and Hui both taken away from Dinkido, champions he's well known for. The Oriana is already banned, Azir's been taken away. He's got to play something new or something old, because 4-4, he has not touched a Nico this split. It feels like when Nico got disabled for a bug, she just vanished from everybody's radar.
And you do have back-to-back picks here, right, on B4 and B5, so it doesn't really matter what you pick here or what you pick in the next go-round, because you will have that R5 counter pick for Lonely. And again, you're putting a lot of eggs in this basket, but, historically, this has been where he has shown. Karma Gnar, okay, yeah, the Karma. Look, this champion just kind of disappeared for zero, right? It's not like she got those, there were those Malignance nerfs, and Karma got hit with a little bit. Everyone was like, look, this champion's still strong, but other champions started to rise in her stead. And so I think from your facial expressions, it seems like you're a fan of this pick.
I forgot that Karma was open for
Yeah.
him. I didn't even notice it throughout this entire draft. But yeah, I really do like this. You've got that skilling from Zeri. She's all the skilling you need. Kaboom can't quite match that already. So go for something with a little bit more early pressure. I like the Karma, especially paired with things that want to fight early. Things like Xinjiao or Vi as well does very well with her. And it just feels like such a good pick for this protect the Zeri composition. More shields. And for Kaboom, I'm looking here wondering who's going to be picking up that Serpent's Fang. Probably going to be Lonely with that Lethality Aatrox. But
Yeah.
Lonely might have problems actually hitting Titan Lee Sin fight.
Yeah, I think that's going to be it, right? And so, like you said, it's going to be tough kind of fighting front to back. There's going to be all those shields. There is a good amount of peel. Polymorph, the Gnar ult as well. Wiser on this Gnar champion. He's extremely comfortable on. Let's get that prediction up. Let's get those predictions up on the screen before we dissect this draft just a little bit more. I think I picked Pain here. I don't think that, again, do I think, of course, Trajan, yeah, very quick to lock in. Like, he's not breaking faith here. And I think if not for, like, I don't expect Kaboom to, just keep on spiraling. I just don't think it's going to be against Pain. They've got INTZ tomorrow. They'll take care of business then.
Agreed. And like you mentioned, Pain is still the most consistent team in CBLOL. And granted, while in some of their losses, undoubtedly some of the burden of that loss was on Pain, a lot of times the other team was playing very, very well on the day. And Kaboom is looking to replicate that. When we look at their composition, they are picking things with a lot of agency. They are not a composition that's looking to sit back and soak the engages from Pain. You pick a Lucian Nami, you need to take over bot lane. You pick a Talia, I need to see those Weaver's Walls in the mid game making plays happen, whether it be at objectives cutting people off or whether it be ganking into your lanes. And with that Aatrox as well, you knew jolly well what you're picking it into. That is not a fun lane for Aatrox into a Mininar, but Lonely said, I can do it. And whether or not he can, we're going to find out.
Yeah, I think it's like you said for Kaboom. We're gonna learn a lot about this team, this game. We're gonna learn a lot about how Lonely is gonna handle kind of this pressure now. I think this is a bit of a make or break game for him. Like you said, there's a matchup that he opted into. There are gonna be some high points. There are gonna be some low points, and House as well, right? This champion does do a lot of damage, but again, for a guy that we've talked about as a DPM player, as the bullets go flying here in the bottom lane, didn't expect anything too much to come of it unless a big bubble landed or a big polymorph. Right? We'll see what Corey actually ended up slotting into first. Nothing else happened on the other side, but. Yeah, look, I think this team's going to have to play maybe in some ways a little bit differently, right? House isn't going to be that hard carry with the Azir disabled, with the way taken away. He's going to have to play a little bit of a different role. But look, Malrang still going to be on an early playmaking jungler, and Lonely's still going to be on something that can carry. And like you said, RMC, this is a perfect spot for that lethality Aatrox, I feel like.
Yeah, there isn't a lot of tankiness. The tankiest person is probably going to be Wiser on that Mega Gnar. And Gnar for me has always been one of those champions where I'm a little bit scared when I see it picked in professional play. I like consistency in my compositions, and Gnar you have to play around that rage bar. That said, there are a couple of top laners I do trust to pilot that champion, and Wiser probably has been the premier like Gnar player this split, at least in CBLOL. I mean, FNB has done it in the past, Robo has done it in the past, Gigo notably has done it in the past as well. But this split, it's been Wiser's Gnar that has most impressed me.
Yep, and historically, I think you'd be vindicated in saying that as well. Like you said, Gnar has only started to sort of show up back in the splits. We do have a pause here. which makes me really sad. But it is what it is. I wish you could get a kind of a. That's definitely one of the things I miss most about not having kind of that in-game audio anymore is the access to what the coaches are saying in the pregame interviews, right? And not having Soph there to give us those
Yeah.
pregame interviews. Those were incredibly insightful. But be like Kisagi, it is what it is. But yeah, no, I think yeah, I'm not expecting Weiser to miss kind of those gnarls left and right like Lonely was. There were a couple of tough ones. We like I knew he had a bad game on the Gnar, and then you and I, while you were doing the Academy co-stream, we during a pause there because they're having power issues, we watched that Bronze Yokor video where
Yeah.
like they zoomed in on every single ult that Lonely missed. I was like, dude, I casted this game. I didn't see every one of those. This like I mean, but it wasn't even like it was like, oh, you just like barely missed. You like mistimed the flash. You like flashed in and someone flashed out and you whiffed it. It was like, were you trying to like shove the ward that you TP'd on into someone? Like he was swatting air. It was really ugly. But I guess the bright side is look, only way you can go from there is up, and you're not on the Gnar anymore. You are on just a run at you and click your buttons champion like the Aatrox.
Now, here's my concern for it, because Aatrox still is a skill shot champion. And to do
That's true.
maximum damage, you've got to hit that sweet spot. And given what we saw last week, the games that cost you on Sunday, wasn't it? Yeah, I am a little bit concerned about him actually being able to hit those. Not to mention, Nar can kind of move you around. Vi as well can knock you back a little bit. That can mess up the sweet spot position. So, yeah, Lonely has a lot to live up to. And that's kind of why I was not unhappy to see them save counterpick for Lonely, because it does feel like Kaboom has recognized, hey, we want to draft comfort here. Meta
Yeah.
is secondary to that. We know that something's wrong, and it's in the mental part of things. It's not our mechanics or our draft that's an issue. So let's kind of do a bit of a mental reset, play what we're comfortable with right now, give the people we need to see perform better chances, set them up well going into these last two.
I think this brings up maybe an interesting discussion. I'd actually love to hear your perception on it because I think it speaks to the narrative around Pain Gaming over the last few splits, and especially into this split, is because to me it's like, okay, you give these guys kind of a high floor because but it's like into a team like Pain Gaming, the way to beat Pain historically has been you need to have a high ceiling. Do you think that in their current iterations, right? Like actually, no, on paper, who's got the higher ceiling? Do you think that Kaboom, like, what would surprise you more? Kaboom wins a title or Pain wins a title?
Kaboom wins the title. 100% surprised me more. I think Pain, with this iteration, I've said this before, Titan raises their ceiling so incredibly high. Because it always felt like Pain just needed some sort of flint, some sort of tinder to spark the inferno that this team could be. Right? Like, there's so much potential on this team. It just feels like they're somehow capped when it comes to playoffs and best of fives. And I believe Titan is the key that unlocks that. And sure, I think Kaboom has a very high ceiling as well. Potentially a higher ceiling, but we haven't seen it at all this split for. So until I actually get eyes on what Kaboom could be, I believe there are other issues which are plaguing them right now, which is handicapping them a little bit. So this game, that's why I called it a litmus test, because if Kaboom can beat Pain, then, well, either Pain completely crap the bed, which I doubt would ever happen, or Kaboom is starting to find a way to kind of click and bring things together. I do want to highlight as well, the last time these two teams met, the final score was 11-1 for Pain. So, yeah, that's one of the reasons why it's hard for me to really trust Kaboom at this point in this specific
match. Excuse me, I had a coughing fit. I do think there is something to that idea. Titan going in immediately on the level 2, working that aggro range very nicely. That is kind of another cheeky little thing about the map changes, right? That equalization of the terrain on blue side and red side is that you can play with that little alcove so much, and on the Zeri as well, where you could just and the Smolder, right? You could just flap. You could just lightning rush over any sort of obstacle, and that will really help you out there. But I do think that there is something to the idea that Kaboom, because it's Malrang and because like when they are down, they don't just bleed to death. Right? When you're losing, the right thing to do is to try and make plays. More often than not, right? It's a generalization.
Yeah.
But Malrang, he is all gas, no brakes. And he's going to be constantly looking for plays. So I think that potentially there is something to the way that Kaboom plays, making them look worse in losses. Titan immediately going forward. The Ignite goes down on him. He's got some help from Curry here. The big shield was blown, though. Doesn't have the polymorph, just level 2. But Seos, now level 3. Now level 3's traded right back. Natuno hits it as well. Thought there's going to be a little bit more explosiveness from that. But I'll let this say RMC. I think there is something to the fact that Kaboom, they play really kind of high aggressive style. So it can look worse when they get blown out like that.
Sure, and I'd argue that Kaboom needs to play that aggressive style. When they've looked worst in the last couple of games has been when they didn't. When Malrang was relegated to something that they kind of needed to farm. When Netuno and Seos weren't getting that pressure, that has been when they've looked their worst. So I'm glad to see this composition. We're seeing them rise up to the challenge of Titan and Curry in the bot side. They go, hey, you want to keep going? We will go toe-to-toe. And they actually managed to win that early trade. So Portal Combat Seos?
Curry is level 3, but everything's on cooldown. Lulu, I think if that went on a little bit longer, not least of which because like Seos had basically no mana. I think Curry would have had a little more mana for one spell TV blown there by House. Not that this is analogous at all. I've been playing a lot of Lulu in Earth when I play that with my friends. That champion is silly, dude. Oh my goodness. I'll just play her like solo in mid lane. I'm just like, no, don't worry, I got this. I'm getting solo kills in the mid lane because she does sneaky just so much damage.
She does, and Polymorph is such a powerful tool.
Ridiculous.
We saw it a bit last week. I can't remember which game it was, where the Polymorph just stops all sort of plays from happening. Anytime you want to be aggressive, get Polymorph can't do a thing. Now, in that particular incident we just watched between Curry and Seos, I do want to highlight Seos still as heal. So Seos would have won that 1v1 situation, and Kaboom might yet win the 2v2 situation with that summoner advantage.
Yeah, the Titan did take that barrier. I think what I confused for a Lulu shield was probably the barrier summoner spell. It was a pretty chunky shield, so I was like, ooh, wow, that's a little bit bigger than I was expecting for just an itemless Curry there. But I think that is indeed what it was. How's been taking us a decent little recall here. Going to come back with some damage. Lonely in the top lane. Going to come back with some items as well. Get a nice little shove. Won't have to blow the TP to come back. Well, okay, he's going to do it just to be safe. I think he could have salvaged that, but Titan in some trouble here. And Malrang looking for the lane gang. Titan has to flash away. There's that Lulu shield. It actually is probably the similar size here. Malrang, is he close enough to jump in? It will not be the case. Karioka looking for potentially a return gank, but Titan going to call the operation off. Blew his flash. He's got nothing.
Yeah, and Titan just came back to lane with a call not too long ago for it. So it really hurts if you have to recall, miss this huge fat wave. And even if you don't, Kaboom, great sense of using that pressure, going straight for that dragon as well. And that's a summoner advantage we talked about. Because of that, Seos Netuno win that trade, and they're able to snowball, get the actual objective and not just lane break.
Kaboom trying to arrest a 4-game losing streak here. Netuno on a come for pick champion. And this whole team kind of defaulting to what feels like the style that they individually have been the best at, and collectively, I think, as well. Remember, this team was in partial possession of first place, pretty much all split. They were 8-2 just 2 weeks ago, with 4 straight losses that put them in a tie with Liberty in 5th place. So it's been quite the turn of events. But things looking up. Things looking up here in the early game for Kaboom. On the other side, Karioka gonna go immediately over to the Kevins, or over to, I guess, what we have agreed to call them on the CBLOL broadcast. Do and Edu. Because
I love that.
we are nothing. Yeah. Rose, I'll give you I baited you into this Kevins thing, and then you've been nice enough to build a little graphic with literally the Kevins on it. But I will give you I will DM you the spelling. So for next game when the Void Grubs go down, we could have an up. Oh, he could do it right now.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Rose the Magician, our lovely producer, who's able to do absolutely anything they set their mind to. Yeah, I just found out last week when we were talking about this before, about, I called them the Ed and Eddies, that Brazil has a better name for them, because Ed and Eddie in Brazil is edu, and I think that's way better. So yeah, that's what we're gonna call them here at CBLOL English.
It's so good. Yeah, and all the Brazilians in the chat. Yeah. Oh, Lunar Day. No, Earth. Okay, Earth is controversial. I get that. I think Earth is a lot of fun, but like, if you expect Earth to be like, here's my thing. If anyone is be like, oh, Earth is like, it's unbalanced, it's like, yeah, it is. Like, it's a for fun game mode. Like, I can understand you're allowed to not like it. You're allowed to think it's silly. But what I don't like is then you play it and you go, in your surprise Pikachu face, when it's like, well, all the abilities come out so fast. Karaoke going in even faster with the flash, responding in kind with the ultimate is Malrang, but it might not be enough. First blood indeed goes over to Karioka.
Concussive blow, just barely able to tag up House there. And I want to highlight Karika didn't land the initial knock up. Netuno now backing up as he gives the Cullen, but Titan
Woo.
and Curry, they just keep stepping up. They don't care about the Cullen. We'll eat it in order to take you out. Dinkato rotating behind the back.
Wow, very creative pathing here from Dinkato. I don't know if they're going to be able to crash anything substantial here. Titan actually in danger of having this go haywire. He loves to play the game on the edge, RMC. Dinkato just going to walk right over the ward and just throw out a Mantra Q just for the vibes. Get Seos low, keep him honest here. But Malrang and House now have shadowed and are roaming there to that bottom side of the map.
House does have the Weaver's Ball available. Titan, no flash, and I think did actually use the sort of dash and skate earlier in trying to catch up to Netuno and Seyo, so had to be careful about that. And we get to re-watch this particular gank. Watch the initiate from Karaoke, because if you land the knockup, it's so much easier. The flash just barely misses, so you have to use a point-blank cease and desist in order to catch up to House. Still gets it though, so good enough. And the concussive blow right at the end there. Unfortunately, I think if Malrang wasn't in position or maybe slightly more misaligned, perhaps that wouldn't have tagged House, but it just comes down to these micro differences.
And that's the kind of game that you can expect two teams that, you know, should be at the top of the standings, should be at the highest level to play on, right? These are two premier mid laners. House as one of the better CBLOL mid laners, never to win a title. Titan in some trouble here. Gets the shield there from Curry. Body blocking. Gets that polymorph out. Very, very nicely done. Netuno actually blew the ignite there on Titan. And to be fair, if Corey hadn't stepped up when he did, if he was a little later to that fight, I think they could have gotten him with the all-in. Netuno didn't have the calling up quite yet. Maybe that would have been the missing piece there.
Up in about 5 seconds right now. Kaboom rotating down as well. They keep wanting to pull the trigger in the bot lane, but it's so scary to do so. And I feel like the window is closing as well. Once Curry hits level 6, once we see that wild growth available, the dive becomes that much harder for F4. I also want to praise Seos and Curry. And there we go. Level 6 just ticked. Wild growth available. Gangster bot side are going to get complicated. Seos and Curry have been doing such a great job in these trades. A lot of times we're not seeing the kills. We're not seeing the follow through because the AD carries are getting locked down, whether it be by bubble or by polymorph.
And that's what, I mean, just that ability, right? I mean, that polymorph, it's point and click. It's so easy to land. And like you said, Seos on the Nami, right, is a little bit more active than the Millia. I like that you pointed that out. I think that's a very good point you made, is that, look, yeah, these both these supportive AD carries kind of fill a similar archetype in the lens of what do you do with the Lucian, right? As just kind of Lucian's support, literally. But yeah, you have a little bit more playmaking with actually you have a lot more playmaking and purely offensive ult, hard CC with the Nami, and a lot more to go forward on. And that is, again, a little bit more of what we wanted to see from Seos, a guy who can dominate lane as well as do things outside of lane. So often you pigeonhole kind of, bot lane 2v2s and the supports into, well, is he lane dominant? Is he just a good late game carry, right? And Seos, as a support, he's been one of the few that has filled both those roles.
Yeah, and will continue to do so, undoubtedly. So far, we've only seen his laning prowess this game because Seos has not been unleashed from the lane yet. We are seeing Pain Gaming's bot lane, though, start to rotate up, and Seos is already in that bush. Do they know?
Malrang going to go backwards here, but then Keto able to get the tether onto House. Threaded volley going to connect as well. So much shielding on this Karma. Yeah, I mean, you kind of, just watching this champion even for one more game, you kind of like, damn, why did this champion ever fall out of the meta? She is so strong.
Yeah.
But she still has been kind of banned a decent amount, so maybe that's just why you haven't seen her. She's just kind of with the Nocturne, a bit of a permaban, and occasionally she'll get let through here. Felt like maybe there was a wick on top of this box of dynamite that was going to get ready to explode here in the bot lane RMC, but not going to be the case. Titan was able to grab himself some turret plate, and we still got a couple more minutes to go on that. Neither top laner going to be present at this fight, but the teleports are unleashed, so can't count them out of that just yet. Here they come. There goes the Weaver's Wall as well. Force the flash out of Karaoke. That's very well done. Now the calling goes into him. He gets hard CC'd. He's going to take someone down with him. Gets the lockdown, but Dinkato, he's in trouble now. Gets Lonely just on his behind. Lonely going forward, pops the World Ender. Now Pain Gaming, tails tucked between their legs. Kaboom go forward. They get the dragon. They get the kills.
Really well played. Kaboom heads up on that play. It was Lonely to go in with the TP first as well. So they got the initiate they wanted, and Kaboom, they've been fighting around this dragon for so long. They've been setting up around this bot side. They're able to find it. Wiser going to be able to hop away, and Kaboom, they can continue snowballing this. They can look for those void grubs if they want.
No, they absolutely could. Yeah, they're going to be up for another minute here. If nothing else, they should be able to get a little bit more out of this play. Dinketo dealing good damage here. But once that chain CC came out, like you said, Lonely goes in, locks down Carioca, and Dinketo just a little out of position there.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well is Weiser came in mini with no rage bar whatsoever.
Yeah.
So Pain weren't really set up to actually team fight that the moment TPs were called. And unfortunately, I think they wanted to hands check it. It would have been closer also if not for the fact that Weaver's wall actually bumped Carioca out of his vault breaker. So he didn't get to safety. If he did, they wouldn't have blown so much on trying to keep Carioca alive. Maybe they could look for that Titan carry with the shields, with the wild growth. As it stands though, Kaboom gets the advantage there, but they still lose out on the Void Grubs. And most importantly, 4x4, look at the gold. Pain is still ahead in that. The laning prowess of Pain will still allow them to scale up. And with that Zeri, that's all that Pain really want to do.
Yeah, the way you put it in draft was they've got all the scaling they could want. We're still waiting for that big game-changing ultimate from Weiser. Like you said, without that Narbar filled to the brim, Kaboom, they could step up just with impunity. And now they might have missed out on the Void Grubs, but they are going to grab themselves the Herald. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I've been sick all week. I'm good enough to cast, but you might hear some vocal bloopers. Let's put it that way. Able to grab the Herald there. Are Kaboom. Like you said, Pain's still ahead in this one. Malrang rushing that Knight's Vow initially there, RMC.
Oh, wow. That is an interesting choice. I'm actually curious who he puts it on, because I almost feel like you want it on Lonely, because Lonely's going to be the one diving in and actually pumping out the damage. So keeping him alive longer could be the difference between winning a team fight or losing it. We'll have to see, though, especially as things go on. Dinketo shielding up, able to actually take the first turret of the game. So Kaboom get Herald, but can't leverage it fast enough.
Lonely on that Profane Hydra. Able to grab that first item. That's going to be really big for him. But I think your point about the Knight's Vow going on Lonely, I think that's dead on, because Knight's Vow, right, that mitigates damage. It's not a Zeke's where it buffs up the whoever you link it onto, because there I think it would go to Natuno. But Lonely, right, yeah, you need to keep him alive, especially if he is going to go that straight lethality. Buying him even just a second or two more, obviously valuable for anybody, but with the Aatrox, right? Getting one more Q off, one more Q3 off, one more Take of the World Ender, that can snowball, right? That can keep you alive and lead to even more. Weiser still doing fine in this lane, though, incrementally ahead. Got that Trinity Force, and that goes back to kind of something we were saying was, look, the tankiest member is going to be the Meganar, but again, that is a minuscule amount of time in the grand scheme of things. Natuno takes a brick of damage. Dinketo, Mantra Q to the dome. He's got that Malignance. That is going to be coming out thick and fast, RMC.
And these teams were playing chicken right there for Kaboom drops a control ward to bait somebody from Pain to clear it, and Titan said, bet. I ain't afraid of playing chicken with you. Stepped up there, and you saw the shields that came through, just nullified all the poke, and the return counter punch hurt from Kaboom. They need to be careful. If Malrang's not there to tank, they don't want to be playing up against Dinketo and Titan like that.
No, they can't. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting because, I mean, yeah, Malrang, I think with the Knight's Vow, you get a little bit of armor, right? But that is a support item through and through. And I think he actually built Locket of the Iron Solari at one point earlier on the Sejuani. Wow, I just mixed up everything.
It's a new build. It's the Locket of Iron Solari Sejuani. It's Sejuani.
Yeah, it's the Locket of the Iron Sejuani. But the boar's name's still Bristle. I thought, for whatever reason, when Titan threw out that W, I thought, oh, is that going to, like, bounce off the ward and, like, go forward and hit Natuno? It wasn't, which I don't know why it would, because that's just not at all how it works. My brain was like, wouldn't that be fun? Maybe that could happen. But then you see there, look, Dinketo, I mean, he's on an item, and yeah, the Malignance is a damage item, but it's half utility. That's what half the budget is on that. And I worry about Malrang right now, right? Like you said, if he's not up there to tank, things get hairy. He's a support right now.
Yep. And that means you don't have a true blue tank coming in from the side of Kaboom right now. Herald being dropped mid to try and get some pressure. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if this one's going to crash. Like I said before, trying to push into Titan Dinketo, that's really difficult. They're going to walk this in. Natuno. Oh, I like this from Natuno. If you can pilot it to a different lane. Wait, where are we going, Natuno?
What?
Okay, I don't like that. I take it back.
Just happened.
Well, I think he realized that you can't push it into the mid lane. So I thought he was going to try and bring it to a different lane.
or just go around, right? If you're going to try to round a curve, go around up there on the top river, right? And try to like you've got another entrance into the mid lane, and now it just does absolutely nothing. Well, that made me angry. I didn't enjoy that at all. Don't go backwards on it, like you said. Take it to a different lane. Don't take it into the Raptor pit.
Wiser.
That is not where you want it to go. TP coming in here from Wiser as the third dragon of the game is up for grabs. Malrang is on it. House looking for a good Weaver's Wall here. Lonely looking for a flank as well. They know exactly where he is, though. Wiser going forward. The Mega Narbar looking a lot better this time around. Keep an eye on him. Seismic shoved out. Dinketo actually in a little bit of trouble here. Has to pop the E. Give himself a chance to survive it. And now the waiting game begins. Can they wait out this Mega Nar? Can Wiser find a way in?
Smite fight, it looks like, as both teams are faced off. Weaver's Wall half cuts them off.
And that's the go button for Karaoke. The tidal wave goes out. Doesn't really get much, and Karaoke just gets blown up. And Natuno chews right through Wiser. Kaboom get the fight they need, set up by the gorgeous Weaver's Wall from House. Titan gets the wild growth on him. He decides, all right, that's good enough for me. I'm going back in. And what a decision it was. Gets beefed up there by Dinketo. Doesn't have a ton of mana. Can't hop forward. But the Qs might be enough. Malrang able to crash down over the wall. It doesn't matter. He's just going to auto himself to death. Malrang gets the Q off to slow it down. The Tuno trying to go forward by some time, but it gets polymorph. Lonely now taking frontline duties. Somehow, some way, Lonely able to Umbral dash away from the Q. Wow. Kaboom. They only get 2 kills out of that, and it almost blew up in their face, RMC.
But it didn't, 4-4. And if you're a Kaboom fan, you're excited because this is what you expected from them. Playing on the edge, they have the mechanical prowess on paper to do so, and we finally get to see that. That said, Dragon did go the way of Kaboom, so they win that. And I'm just puzzled by this initiate from Karaoke. The Weaver's Wall was still up, so your shielders, Dinketo, Kuri, could not actually get into the fight. And Titan right here salvages this fight, gets out, realizes that, hey, we can do this. Lonely isn't there. People are low. We start to chase. And this is why Pain acquired Titan for plays like this, for decision-making like this. And huge props to Kaboom that Pain didn't actually manage to salvage that situation. There we go. There's your happy Kaboom fan.
Yeah, but you could see the anguish on her face, kind of just like it, just like ticking and like frame buffering back and forth, like existing in both quantum states of terror and elation at the same time for like 5 seconds. They're just flickering back and forth because that's how that felt, right? It was like, oh, Malrang's gonna die for this. Oh my God, he landed that Q. He's able to get away. Now Natuno stepping up. Uh-oh, he went too far forward. Nope, just kidding. Lonely takes over the tanking duties, and somehow they get away with that. But still, RMC. Pain in the lead as far as the gold is concerned. Now, again, that doesn't tell you the entire story because 3 dragons to 0, Kaboom have been able to take it, but 5 Void Grubs to 0, 1 Tower to 0. So for all intents and purposes, it feels even. This is where you start looking at the items, I guess, a little bit. Lonely looking really strong here on an item and a half. Again, I worry about Malrang. What's he going to do? It looks like he's just going to go right into, maybe that's a Sunfire Cape. I don't totally know, though. That could be my TFT brain just saying, oh, there's a belt, there's a cloth armor. That's Sunfire Cape. That's not how that works in this game. But Natuno, he's on 2 items. He's a little bit ahead of Titan. And Titan, even though he doesn't have a lot of combat power with the static shift, he's sacrificing a little bit of that, obviously. What he lacks in maybe item stats, he makes up for in the plays you saw right there in that Dragon Pit, is that Titan, he has that killer instinct. He does have that dog in him, in fact. And I think you pointed it out, and I'm glad you did, because all I could think of was, again, all due respect to my boy there, doing well in the LCS, B-Void doesn't go back in there.
True. For better or for worse. Well, definitely for worse in that case, because Titan was completely unpunished with that. We did just see Lonely blow the World Ender to survive Wiser's onslaught. So we've kind of seen the blueprint for both of these teams right now, 4-4, in the mid to late game. Pain have a really good team fight if they can get to it. Wiser's split push pressure is really high into this Aatrox. We knew that was going to be the case. Lonely knew that was going to be the case, and Lonely still opted for Aatrox. But Kaboom, they've got really good pick potential, and House might not be on a carry, but he is still carrying this game with these Weaver's Walls so far. His ability to separate Pain has been what's given Kaboom a lot of these dragons.
And Malrang's done his job, right? You've seen, like you said, that Weaver's Wall as well, coming out to help out. Edge of Night has come in now for Lonely. He's on 2 items. In gaming, gonna encroach onto this mid-tier 2. Titan actually gets shoved into some trouble here. He pops the lightning crash, but the chain CC will mean that he goes down. Phenomenal pick by the Kaboom mid laner.
And this one is after Baron has spawned 4-4. So Kaboom is making a beeline to that. Wiser fully charged with that Narbar, but without Titan, this composition lacks damage from the side of Pain. They've got poke, but I don't know if they've got enough to actually carry this Baron fight.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous about that. But just as I say that again, you see Natuno and Malrang, they've taken a lot of damage right now from this
Yeah.
Baron. It looks like Kaboom are definitely playing for the turn. Lonely provides a lot of
Sure.
damage. He's playing bodyguard. In goes Karaoke. Ports the flash there. Gets the cease and desist there in the backline onto House and Pain Gaming. Strike. True. Lonely now finally into the fight, but is it too little too late? Looks like he's going to hold off any further assault there by Pain. And that will do it. They're not able to get the Baron RMC.
But that's all Pain want to do. It's just stop the Baron take. Titan is back up, so now there actually is proper kill threat from Pain. And so Kaboom, unfortunately, the time doesn't quite pan out. We were just talking about House and the Weaver's Wall. Once again, that interrupt. We saw it happen to Karaoke at the first Dragon, or second Dragon, pardon me. We see it again on Titan. Couldn't quite skate away, and you can see Titan too. What is there to do? As an AD carry, you did everything right. House just did more right better.
Yeah, you can see it right there. That wasn't like, that was just like a little bit of frustration on Titan's face. He was smiling. He was like, you know what? I got fine, right? Like you said, he was supposed to be up there pushing on that mid tier 2. And that was, you just got to give more credit to Kaboom, right? Layering all those ultimates beautifully. That was a lot expended, to be fair. Like, I think literally everybody blew their ultimates on that, except for Lonely. So, the fact that Pain were able to come out of that and stop that Baron from Kaboom, and Kaboom weren't able to play for the turn like they wanted, I think still very much a positive play for them. House going with that Weaver's Wall in on cooldown. Nice seismic shove over the top of it. Blew the flash from Deketo as well. Lock gotten out of this play by Kaboom. Now the tidal wave going over the top. That locks down Karaoke, and that will be enough. Lonely wreaking havoc. 1v2 to the backline. Kaboom! They're picking Pain off left and right. Lonely's done his job. He says, thank you very much. Now we're going to go for this Baron.
Yeah, and Pain looked a little bit uncoordinated at that particular fight. The fact that Denketo ran away from the rest of the team. You just need to keep Denketo and Curry behind Titan and they will be able to carry. That doesn't happen. They get split. House does his magic, and this time, Pain will not be able to contest for this Baron whatsoever.
Wiser going to take his talents into the mid lane, but that will be about it. No, maybe actually he gets his tier 2 by himself. I think he might with everybody recalling. Maybe they can get home guard their way over to the mid lane fast enough. Nope. Tower will take care of that by itself. RMC, get away from Wiser. I know you're a fan of his, but you don't have to follow him all the way down the mid lane.
Well, he's the last man standing, so him and Curry, right? So we got to watch that. Wiser, though, does not have Meganar, and Soul is potentially on the table. Kaboom has already pinged it. The teams are looking for it. Pain has no front line, so how are they going to fight this?
Yeah, I did. Keto doing his best frontline impression, but it does get tricky here, RMC. You're relying on a flash ult from... excuse me. From Wiser. Big seismic shove. Gets 2. And Natuno grabs them both. Curry is out of this fight. He has to flash away. Natuno with the calling. Gonna pick up the triple kill. Kaboom. Your patience has been rewarded. What an early game by this team, floundering in a 4-game losing streak, taking it to the first place Pain Gaming.
And they're living up to their name. They're blowing Pain right off the water. 22 minutes, pardon me. And then they just turned the game on. The comfort that we're talking about in draft. This is the Natuno we wanted to see. This is the Lonely we wanted to see. And House has never been in finer form. I'm sure if Trajan's watching right now, he's probably incredibly happy with what we're watching.
It's hard not to be. Look, House, I mean, he has been the belle of the ball in free agency for like 3 straight off seasons. And you remember that all those off seasons, Karaoke might be in some trouble here, able to get the Vault Breaker out, going to dash away to safety. Like, look, if you told me that this player, House, right, like, he has a reputation for choking in playoffs, his teams generally don't do well as we get a replay here, and he's still, like you said, because he is such a high DPM player, what a play there by House.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Pain, and it's hard to criticize them too much. Like, sure, the play before this, they were a little bit uncoordinated. Denketo ran the wrong way. But that play right there, what you expect Pain to do, right? Multiple people had walked through that choke point, and that's Kaboom, just playing really well, really patiently. It's not just House making miracle Weaver's walls here. That was a team call saying, hey, let through Denketo, let through Karaoke. We're waiting and looking for Titan because we know he's the one that matters. Titan down, we have run of the map. And because of that, for Pain, it's like, where do you kind of go from here? You two need to start matching that level. Your floor, we talked about it, is there, but we need to start sealing that ceiling.
Wiser going to get half his health taken away there by 1 culling from Natuno. He's on 3.5 items, feeling incredibly strong. Wiser, he opted into that Randuin's. He's going for a little bit more survivability now as well. I think going for that Wit's End is what's going to end up in his inventory after those 2 items are completed. RMC, do you feel like the draft let them down here a little bit because, it's like, okay, you have to contest that fourth dragon. You have to kind of walk up. But like you said, with no front line, how do you?
Yeah, I think the draft is okay. For sure, the lack of tank is hurting them right now. But at the same time, it's because Kaboom have gotten so far ahead. I think really this game came down to execution. I was pretty happy with how both of these teams drafted. But the comfort's just there. Weaver's Wall just to cut people off.
Yeah, Dinketo. He can't even get. I mean, he could get in range with the Mantra Q, the Inner Flame there, doing a lot of work, but Kaboom playing very intelligently, excuse me, around it. And now he's trying to look for some picks here. Karioka's got to be careful. Going to get the Vault Breaker out of danger.
Yeah, and Karioka right now, this game, and really has been playing as the front line for Pain Gaming. And that, I think, has been the bigger issue, especially for that second and third Drake. The fact that Karioka decided to go in and take out a target rather than focusing the objective. You're a jungler. I understand that, hey, if you think I can take out a key player and then actually win the fight, maybe it's worth it. But when we're at that third Drake, it's just too risky to be giving that over for free. And we're seeing the results of that. Now, Kaboom, not only do they have Soul, their extended Baron power play was really well utilized as well. They're up 7,000 gold from being down in laning phase the entire time. Mind you, not a huge deficit, but they were never quite as good at Pain at the 1v1s, the 2v2s. And now with this lead, the big question is, can Kaboom actually crack the base, or do they have to wait for the next Baron buff, for the Elder Drake? Because the more time they give Pain, the scarier it actually is. Pain is still in this game. They're not completely out just yet.
Now, 7,000 gold is a heck of a deficit, but it is by no means insurmountable. You still got a ton of damage. You still got a game-changing ultimate there from Weiser. You've still got backline access from Karioka. House. His Weaver's walls have been on point there.
Oh.
Weiser almost got stuck in the wall there. I thought we were going to have to get a pause there because he was going to get stuck in the wall. Karioka not able to find a way in here. Again, you see these Weaver's walls being used on cooldown from House. Maybe it wasn't exactly how we thought they were going to be used in the early game. Well, I guess, I don't know. Maybe when I think early game Weaver's Walls, for whatever reason, hang on a second here. Karioka going in with the cease and desist. Gets that onto Seos. Gets the Titan wave, gets the tidal wave out, excuse me. Lonely just ripping through Karioka. Malrain going forward with the Magnet Storm. The Culling going to keep them out as well. House still has damage over the wall. Doesn't have that Weaver's Wall. Tried cut anything off. They're going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. And indeed they do. Elder's still not up for another 2 minutes. Baron's still not up for another 30 seconds. But Kaboom able to retreat, and that is huge because that Baron is up so soon.
Yeah, Kaboom needs to reset and play for those instead. Well played from Kaboom, though. I did like the fact that they were pressuring up even without the Baron buff. A lot of times we'll see teams kind of sit back a little bit, try and just focus on setting up the objective, but actually pressuring cross-map like that allows them to set up that much easier around the Baron. And for Pain, that's how they want to play these fights right now. Because they're behind, what they kind of need to do is get out those spell rotations from Kaboom. They're not really a sustained damage team. Even Lucian is more of a spell slinger, than he is a straight-up marksman. And once those big skills are down, that's when you see Titan get to step up with impunity, get to free fire into Kaboom, whether it be front or back line. It is a very tight margin, though, because they are so far behind. We'll have to see if Pain can do that around the Baron, because that's their best bet.
Yeah, they can play around these objectives really, really well. Their zone control is very good. Fighting in tight spaces with a Lucian Nami with those two ultimates is really nice. But Weiser, he's got a big ultimate of his own. But the Gnar bar is pretty low. The TP has come in here, Karioka. Trying to get a creative angle in onto this Baron structure. House with a nice Weaver's Wall here, separated 2 against 2. They're going to try to burn down the Baron before Karioka could get into the pit. Just kidding. They're going to look for a pick here. Weiser, he doesn't have the Mega Gnar bar, and he will get picked out and punished because of it. Lonely going in onto him, but the Baron is secured there by Malrang. Karioka almost got it. Able to get the cease and desist down. Dinketo firing away. Titan is alone, and he's able to get the damage down, but Dinketo has to flash away. Now they've got the CC onto him. Malrang still had the Magnet Storm. He flashes in, gets the huge ultimate, and is able to pick Pain off the map with Titan down. This team is history. Weiser had to play purely defensively there. He gets punished with no Gnar bar, and Kaboom strike again.
With that, 4x4, Baron taken. Kaboom are looking to end. The death timers are fairly long for Pain's wave clear. Titan and Dinketo, 20 seconds right now. Kaboom can push in, and they deserve it. They are breaking their win streak, and they did it. This is not a throw from Pain. This is Kaboom popping off.
This is what you wanted to see. This is the all gas, no brakes Kaboom that was promised, RMC. After a 4-game losing streak, they
Oh,
right the
jeez.
ship. They move to 9-6 and peel themselves away from sixth place, or a tie with that team in sixth place, Liberty. Very well done by Kaboom. Man, did they need that
Yeah.
win. Pain, though, like you said, still locked in the top six, but they do drop to 10-5. Loud and Red just a half game behind them, and those two teams have very winnable games. RFC, I think, I normally I'd make some joke about you being a Pain homer, but I really do feel like this is more of a, look, Pain, they did some things wrong. Sure, maybe their draft let them down in some ways a little bit, but Kaboom, they got a lead and they never let go.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the House show. We praised House a lot this game for, but we have to give credit to this bot lane of Natuno and Seos as well. They played the mid game very, very well. That's exactly how you play the Lucian. Use the culling as poke, and you kind of just reposition a lot. Melrang. This jungler who we've criticized for not showing up, not being the carry needs to be. He won every single smite fight with Karaoke. That last one came down to a 1v2 smite fight where I think it was Dinkito who was with Karaoke, just kind of waiting around trying to get that burst damage. And Malrang still outsmited any objective he was at. Karaoke did not get.
No, in Karaoke, he was going in kind of guns blazing on every single opportunity.
Yeah.
Maybe there's some criticism to be thrown his way, but look, you got to take some of those 50-50s when you are down like that. Dragon stacking was coming thick and fast. The objective control was very, very good from Kaboom. They played their composition exceptionally well. Like you said, with the threaded volley, with the Weaver's Wall, with the culling, with a tidal wave as well, and Lonely. What a game he had on the Aatrox as well, right? He's not going to get kind of statistical accolades because I think he was like 0-0-4 until very, very late in that game. But the amount of space that he was creating in the backline, he was exactly what you wanted them to do, right? He built just that straight lethality and that I can two-tap you if you get too close. He was an absolute menace.
Yeah. And what this means right now for both these teams, Kaboom now up a little bit. They have that contest now for that third spot tie where Loud and Red Canids are currently 9-5. Kaboom now 9-6. Those two teams will have later matches, not against each other either. That should be interesting. And Pain, they are technically in sole second right now at 10-5, but it's not a comfortable spot to be in for. They don't have that lead anymore, and they still have Cade Stars to play next week. They've got Fluxu tomorrow, Cade Stars, and INTZ. And sure, you can argue they should get comfortable wins over Fluxu and INTZ, but after these last couple of weeks for I ain't sold on that. And Cade Stars is always a risky team, always a hard team to match up against.
Yeah, they are always a pain in the butt. They play really solid high floor League of Legends. Cade Stars, their schedule includes Liberty and Furia this week. But when we come back, it is going to be Loud versus INTZ. Should be an interesting one. Should be also very one-sided. But both these teams have some questionable early games at times. INTZ, sometimes the early game has been their strength. I don't know. I don't think we'll see an upset. But if you want to, if you want to see Axeman's inevitable INTZ prediction, or see whether even he had the cojones to put INTZ against the defending champions, all that and more, stick around. We'll be right back.
So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solo ride of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Welcome back, everybody. The game is INTZ versus Loud. The unofficial game that we have played in the green room is essentially, I hate talking about kind of Gamba in the chat, but like, you know, look, we're not actually betting anything on it, so it's just what do you think will happen? It's like how gambling is advertised here in the United States, where they just say, oh, no, you're not picking over unders, you're picking more or less, so people don't get in trouble for it's ridiculous. But anyway, essentially, do we think Loud will win by more than 10.5 kills, or do we think that they will lose by fewer than 10.5 kills, or INTZ wins outright? The green room is split. RMC and I are on the same side of this, which I think is actually interesting. Let's get that INTZ roster up on the board for you, and we will talk a little bit through this, because I think that while Loud will win, I think it will be decisive. I don't think the kills will be, like that much of a difference. I think it'll be about they'll win by like 8 or 9.
Yeah, I don't think the gap in CBLOL is wide enough to be a plus for me to comfortably call a plus 10. That's it. I think
to be fair, last game was 16-3.
Yeah, exactly. So we did just watch that, and between two teams which are on paper first place and tied 5th place. So you know what? It's definitely possible. But again, every time I look at this roster forever, I'm still thinking, how did we get 1 win, 13 losses, currently sat on a 12 loss streak, and they are one more will put them as tied for the second longest lose streak in the history of CBLOL alongside Renska. So how I don't know, like I just can't believe that we're here with this roster with Tay, with Yampi, with Ninja Key, with Damage. Ithuza was a rookie. I don't think he has a say in this, but everybody else in this roster should not be here right now.
No, and I mean, I guess there's something to be said for like, look, I think like the fact that that roster in 2017, that T-Show roster, which went 0-18, I think, or 0-7 in best of threes, and they went 0 everything. I'm trying to find that exact roster, but the point is, look, like this T-Show roster, yeah, it was ugly, but that was a bunch of rookies on it. That's what's confusing about this, is that these are proven players at all 5 roles except for the mid lane.
Yeah, and even then, Ithuza has arguably proved himself in Academy as well. So it's really weird to be thinking about this. And if we look across the rift at the other team, there are some interesting questions about this team as well. Because Loud, if you look at their stats in the regular season, well, they don't look great. A lot of times, Robo and Croc are up there in average death numbers. That's very, very normal for them. And that's when Loud are kind of sitting around that 4th to 7th position. But we are now in the second last week for 4 games left for these teams. And traditionally, this is where Loud turn it on. I believe you mentioned Loud currently sitting on a 4-win streak right now. So they are feeling hot. They are skilling up. And arguably, when Loud is on their game, well, there's no argument about this. They are the best team in Brazil.
Yeah, exactly. So they are not on a 4-game winning streak, but they have won 3 of their last 4. They should have been on a 4-game win streak, but somehow they dropped that one to Liberty, which, I mean,
right, yes.
They were winning that game until the moment that Pilot, decided that, actually, I'm going to hit a max range of 0 combo, hold my beer, watch this, and then they won the game out of nowhere. They should be on a 4-game winning streak. And their only losses during that time, in their last 6, they've lost 3. Were to Cade Stars, were to Kaboom, and were to Liberty. Otherwise, they have beaten Furia, Fluxu, and, of course, Pain Gaming. Like you said, RMC, this team likes to play hard and fast here. But like you said, at their best, they are the most lethal team in CBLOL. And so for me, that's what I'm watching for Loud. With 2 weeks left, is this team rounding into the tip-top form that we have known them for? And quite honestly, I don't think they'll win by more than 10.5, but they should. They should clobber INTZ here if they are the prince that was promised, the team that we thought they could be.
And if we think back to the last time these two teams met, the final kill score was actually 16-13. So INTZ was actually within spitting distance. It came down to Tinons and his AD LeBlanc, which I still loathe, by the way. Kind of split pushing and carrying things through. For now, though, into the draft, LeBlanc is still open, but that has fallen out of favor. Instead, Loud, they're opting for that safe bot lane. We see the center pick, and in CBLOL, it has been the Nautilus, and so INTZ had to steal that away ASAP.
They grab that immediately. They are going to, it looks like, put Root and Redbird on that Senatom Kench lane. Wouldn't be surprised if that was locked in here with the Senna taken first and foremost. I think she's definitely B1able. She's really, really strong. Ithuza going to be on this Talia, though, which I think he has performed much more solidly on. I like this pick.
Yeah, and I think in general, Ithuza has not been the problem, but he's also just not been the answer. And so almost anything you pick for Ithuza, barring, okay, maybe like something like the Shisana or the Annie game, which really didn't work out. Everything else I'm kind of okay with. He will be that role player. I'm not expecting a House-esque performance at the bar that was just set last game. Way being picked up as an answer, something that can potentially outrange the Talia, and that to me makes it a little bit risky for this Jinx. However, I like the Jinx for Ninja Kiwi. He's always been one of the best late game team fight hyper carries in the game, but Hui can definitely punish you with his range, and we've seen Hui's chunk out hyper carries before the fights even start.
Jinx is 3-0 in the CBLOL. She's not picked often, but when she does, she's had 100% win rate. So it's going to be on the line here for INTZ. But like you said, RMC, seeing this for Ninja Kiwi, it gave me some comfort. It released some tension in my shoulders because, like you said, when it was the Jinx Zeri meta, when it was this late game Sivir hyperscaling meta, Ninja Kiwi really, really shone. But the question, of course, will be, can INTZ's early game hold up against Loud's? And honestly, at their best and at their worst, I think they could. INTZ's early games, when they've been, when they've had some of their better games, that hasn't been the problem. It's been sort of like an Academy that we watch. When the mid game hits, one thing goes wrong, and then it is just pandemonium. It's like someone set fire to every single one of their PCs, and they are just locked in a room in a straitjacket because they literally, it feels like, can do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, this is not the meme where you're sitting in the middle of fire and going, everything's fine. It's all
No,
good.
everything is
No,
not
it's
fine.
not.
Everything is terrible. It is DEFCON 1. Everything is awful.
And they know that, which is why I'm glad they're banning out things like Xin Zhao and Lee Sin, because they know that the problem for them is when things start to go bad, it goes from bad to worse very rapidly. They take away some of that early game strength away from Croc, a player who, for better or for worse, often generates action in the early game. The Xin Zhao as well, a doubly good ban because of what it can do to Jinx. While that Crescent Guard is running, Jinx doesn't get to do anything. Yampy back on an engager with this Sejuani. That has been when Yampy has looked best for INTZ. Personally, I think his brand's fine, but for INTZ, they need an engager, and that's Yampy.
Yeah, they need him to be the puppet master. They need him to be a shot caller, right? He's never, he's never going to be your hard carry, and that's never really been his strength, right? This is a guy that when he plays solo queue for years, he has just played Phil. He is a jungler, but he intentionally plays every single role because, as a jungler, in his opinion, he needs to know, how does every single lane want to play? I can play challenger all 5 roles, right? Yes, but I'm a jungler, but I need to know how everything else works. And so I guess maybe that's a criticism you could throw at him, is he's a jack of all trades, master of none. Obviously, like, playing Phil doesn't make you a bad jungler, right? But, like you said, Ninja Kiwi, or Yambi rather, he's never been kind of that high, hard carry. This Poppy is really, really, oh wait, no, okay, this is going to go in the jungle now. This is going to be Croc's Poppy. And I enjoy this tremendously, RMC. Poppy's Croc, or Croc's Poppy, excuse me, has been a lot of fun over the years.
Yeah, there are 2 junglers whose Poppy I really like. Both of them start with C. Carioca and Croc.
Yep.
And Robo as well knows how to play the Poppy. We've seen it before, but it won't be in this particular situation. That's very interesting to me, 4-4, because I'm looking at this composition from Loud, and I was actually thinking they need somebody who dive that Jinx. Because sure, Senna can eventually outrange the Jinx, but that's very, very late in the game, because Jinx rockets are one of the longest range abilities, or basic attacks really, in the game, and Poppy ain't gonna do anything to that. So seeing Croc pick this up, to me, it has to be the keeper's verdict to remove that front line and expose that Talia Jinx. If not, this pick doesn't make compositional sense into INTZ. Okay, picking up the Renekton to be able to punish the Gnar. He did get some buffs, but ever since Prowler's Claw, has been removed, Renekton has had not the best laning phase against Gnar anymore. It's a lot easier for Gnar to space out that range and take advantage of the range versus melee map.
Yep, and Robo, I don't know. This is kind of like 2 just wildly different top laners, right? And I feel like, if anything, in this matchup, they should be playing the opposite champions, right? I would almost want Robo on this champion that wants to go in and get that early lead. And Robo's Renekton is legendary, right? And on that, in that day where Prowler's Claw Renekton was a thing, and you had 3 dashes, a flash, and a point-and-click stun, you could cover half the screen on this stupid champion. I say stupid champion. I love playing him in the top lane. He's the only champion I can play in the top lane. I love me some Croc. I've been playing him for 10 years. Never going to go back. Let's get those predictions on the screen. I don't think even Axeman predicted INTZ here. As soon as we went off air, RMC was like, look, I know Axe likes to pick the underdogs, but I think you did him dirty there. I don't think he trusts INTZ as far as he can throw him. And you were right.
You know, to be fair, we did double check 4-4, and I think Axe did vote for INTZ once last week. So
I voted for him twice last week.
Twice? Both times? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There was a spark of belief from Axe, but I think that's been extinguished a little bit right now. And rightfully so, right? We still don't. Nobody knows what's going on with INTZ, and unfortunately, as much as some of their players have been vocal about the struggles they're going through and the fact that they are trying to improve, I think most notably Tay, I remember his very long interview about that, or that very long answer he gave to the question about what's going on with INTZ right now. They don't sound like they've got answers too, right? There's bad streaks. We are trying our best. That is the message I've gone for INTZ. Unfortunately, the best has not been good enough just yet.
Redbird, maybe in a little bit of trouble here to kick things off. Damage going to get the hook down. Some sort of summoner spell will be blown here, RMC. That much I know for sure, but Redbird going to hold on to hang on. No, he flashed and the rocket tagged him.
You're right. For some sort of summoner spell was used. Should it have been used? Probably not. Did it do anything? Yeah, it did actually. It gave INTZ, it gave Ninja Kiwi, the biggest carry on that team, first blood.
That is Rose's favorite thing to do, is on any sort of early game action, is like slowly fade in and out the predictions. It's one of their favorite things to do. And sometimes it's on full screen. Sometimes it's just in the bottom left. But you know what? For that one, fair enough. want Summoner Spell traded over one way or the other, but look, Ninja Kiwi's going to come back with a longsword, and that is, yeah, that's about as much as you can hope for there. Like you said, RMC, the only other place where you could maybe hope that that would go is the Renekton, but even then, you trust Ninja Kiwi, obviously, to carry this into the late game. But that's the question now is, he's got the burden on him, and into a set of Tom Kench, that could be tough to accelerate.
True. It's Senator Tom Kench is very obnoxious, especially if it is going to be a fasting center, which we don't know yet, right? Root opted for the Duran's Blade. We see that a lot for early lane pressure and dominance, which should still come through even with that longsword for Ninja Kiwi. But yeah, I'm assuming it's a fasting center because we're seeing Duran's shield for Redbird. And we haven't seen, but Tom Kench with gold can become obnoxiously
He's horrible
to take down. Yeah, and he can devour. That'll keep Tinones and Root alive as well. So, for Loud, I'm not too worried about how this bot lane's going to go just yet. I don't expect Yampy to necessarily cap this bot lane either. If anything, like you said, I'm looking more at the top lane, especially in the early game. That's more volatile. I'd love to see the junglers get up there.
Yeah, both these junglers really can make something happen. Like we said, they're both perfectly happy to play this role here. Ithuza getting good trades here onto the 4-time CBLOL champion, Tinones. Excuse me, 5-time. I would never disrespect him like that. 1 on Kaboom, 1 on Pain, 3 on Loud for Tinones. Over the span of 10 years, this guy has been doing it. I'll never forget when I tweeted out afterwards when Tinones won CBLOL this last time. Hang on a second here, Robo in some trouble here, but able to bravely take the trades right back, get out of auto range, get into tower range. Very nicely done. The first response I got back was from kind of an NA, friend of mine was like, wow, Tinones won his 3rd straight title. Right. And I was like, this is the first org that won 3 straight titles, right? Croc is the first import to win, blah, 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 blah. And I said all these things. And the only thing that they said, and they were kind of an NA, like old head League of Legends fan, they're like, Tinones is still playing? I was like, yeah. And he might be playing actually the best League of Legends of his career right now. This is like his most consistent stretch. He's unbelievable. He got relegated at one point.
Yeah. And I guess that's where the experience comes in, right? There's a reason why Faker over in Korea is still doing so incredibly well. Experience does count. And I'm going to be honest, a lot of times in esports, we talk about age. And we're talking about like people in their mid-20s. And we're like, oh, they're retirement age. Like, what on earth are we talking about, guys? Like,
yeah, you and I, we're not esports boomers. We're esports retirees. We're on pension. We are pensioners.
I'm basically casting out the old folks, the hospice at this point. I am pension, and that's why I don't play the game and I talk about it instead.
Yeah, exactly.
A good roam from damage as well into the mid lane. Didn't quite find anything, but I like that heads up play, and I want to see more of it, especially when Ninja Kiwi is ahead and has picked up the call. Kind of, you can sit back and just kind of push out the wave farm under turret. The dive potential from Senna Tom Kench relies very heavily on the poke coming down first, and Root so far has not been able to poke out Ninja Kiwi significantly.
No, not really. And I mean, like you said, part of what makes that Senna TK lane so obnoxious is that the Tom Kench kind of never dies. And aside from that first kind of initial lane, right, you are not going to get a ton of damage. It is really just for the sustain, right? It's keeping the Tom Kench healthy through the trades with all that healing that Root provides. Already on 7 souls here, and this is about what we expected, right? There's no official confirmation on how they were going to play this lane, but usually you do see with a fasting Senna, with a Nautilus, with a Tom Kench, as Robo getting the business end of some trades, but this is about how you expect the lane to go. And to be fair, Robo, right, he knows kind of how these trades go, is that the Renekton's damage is very front-loaded, right? It's E, triple W, Q, E out. Then you're kind of a traffic cone for 10 seconds.
Yeah, especially if Nara can kind of get that slowdown. Dragon, though, being started by INTZ, they are taking a lot of damage. And Croc
goes in immediately and just blows up Yampy. Root and Redbird show up on the other side. Spiraling Despair goes down onto Ithuza, takes him completely out of the fight.
No.
Tinones using that level 6 immediately. 3-1. The Dragon goes over. Oh boy, RMC.
It's too early for this 4v4. We talked about the fact that INTZ does struggle a little bit when things start to go wrong, and I can't imagine a much worse scenario than what we just saw at that Dragon Pit. And you can see Loud so calm, cool, collected. They knew exactly what they were going to do. The call from Croc saying that, hey, they're near a wall. They are not that tanky. They're taking a lot of damage, and instantly Yampy couldn't get out. Tried to dash away, got knocked up, and from there, without that front line, without that tank, it was every man for themselves on INTZ.
Yeah, and also, like you said, Croc went in. He was being disruptive, but then Root and Redbird came up under the cover of darkness, right? But the Scuttle Crab did go over to INTZ, Ninja Kiwi, kind of in a bad spot, right? Once that fight started, he was just in the middle, right? He's just, oh, I'm in danger. Everyone just collapsed in on him immediately. So not able to translate that initial early burst of power that he got into that team fight. Could have been positioned to think a little bit better, to make, if nothing else, just make Tinones pay for, well, I mean, it's not to make Tinones pay, one, because he's Tinones, but two, because he's Hui and he's got the range of an ICBM. He doesn't need to be anywhere near the fight to make things happen.
Yeah, he's basically Xerath 2.0 at this point. Xerath with extra options. And I think that's why we're seeing him play a lot more, because he actually doesn't immediately die if somebody reaches him and can actually trade
The
back.
CC is more consistent, right? You don't have to hit just like one tiny little BB gun of a skill shot to land some CC. And Tinones did play Xerath in the CBLOL finals last year. Let's not forget.
True. If he is the probably only Xerath player right now in the CBLOL. So love to see him getting on this way as well and getting that kill. So he should have a bit of an easier time in this lane. Croc just dashing away.
He's got no ultimate. Yampy going in here with the Glacial Prison. Redbird makes the Abyssal dive forward, was ready to re-engage should Tinones call it in, but with no Spiraling Despair, no Flash, and again, no Keeper's Verdict from Croc. The right call was made. Back out with your lives. Take what you can get here. Last Embrace going to land there onto Ninja Kiwi. Returning fire very nicely, though. Good trade there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and once again, look at this bot lane 4i4. Where is damage? I said I liked this earlier when you were ahead. But when you're behind, it does get a little bit dicier to try and make this happen. The Weaver's wall puts Ecthusa on the wrong side? Okay, no, he's fine.
But I like that. Trying to punish Tinones with no Flash, right? He's not on... I mean, he's on barely anything, right? He's got Merc Shreds, and he's got just a Dark Seal and a Doran's Ring for damage, right? He's got a lot of, as far as damage is concerned, a lot of dead gold in his inventory. So I don't hate that. Try to get a pick on him, punish the no Flash, but Tinones, cool as a cucumber, by the way, didn't panic. Just said, I'm going to be able to get out of here just fine. Abyssal dive forward. Redbird in. The Last Embrace lands onto damage. Root autoing him pretty freely here. Redbird playing with the gray health again. He's got the Bomby Cinder. Here comes Croc. Not able to get in range to dash. Unfortunately, though, INTZ and Loud, the bottom laners in the jungle, just dancing around each other with enough space for a middle school dance. No one willing to commit to anything.
Redbird was trying. He was walking right over there and inviting them to tango. Will get hooked.
Ooh, what a hook from Damage. Ninja Kiwi able to get the kill. He threaded that one very nicely. Croc, Hex Flash over. Gets the dash down. Very nicely done. Ithusa is toast. The Spiraling Despair ticks one last time, sending him to the gray screen.
And Lau just more efficient on those mid lane ganks, able to punish Ithusa also being flashless because of the same play that blew Tinones. Now, 4i4, you referenced the middle school ballroom dance in that bot lane, and it ended about the same way as you'd expect that to kind of go. Oh, we get a replay of the mid lane, and it's just so cut and dried, right? Ithusa thinks you're safe. You're so healthy. Who expects this sort of dive? Like, how many CBLOL teams would actually pull this off? We talk about CBLOL being a very active region, but we actually don't see many mid lane turret dives like that.
No, we really don't. And with the new terrain, right, it is a little bit easier to kind of pull some of those off. The lane is a little bit wider, but you have some more creative angles. And again, there are no real damage items being built on either Croc or Tinones. But like you said, Ithusa, he's got 3/4 health. He was 100 to 0'd.
Yep, effectively. And if you can do that then, you can do that.
Oh, yeah, it's only going to get worse.
Yeah, and it's just so shocking and surprising. That's one of the reasons why we like watching Karaoke and Croc's Poppy, because they do play aggressively in the early game. They take advantage of her high base damage numbers, which makes her such an effective ganker. And now it just feels like Loud is continuing to take over the game, right? Like, they are not actually as active as INTC has been. Yampy has been to more places, look for more action, but it's about efficiency. And if Loud can convert, INTZ can't. All those opportunities actually cost INTZ more.
Now, Armsy, I want to rewind something to something you said a little bit. You said that bot lane confrontation a couple minutes ago ended like a middle school dance usually does. Mine haven't ended with anchors being thrown at people's faces. Where did you go to school?
I don't know, like, more often than not, somebody would try and start a dance, does not end well for them, and, it ends in tears and despair. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, there we go. Maybe
that's
relatable.
Anchors, yep. Spiraling despair in the mid lane, even, maybe?
Yeah, spiraling despair. Yes, that is very much understandable. Robo and Tay, still nothing going here. In the top lane, which, I mean, it does start to get a little bit concerning here. Tay really not able to take advantage of Robo. Robo again, you want to talk about a guy who is a bit of a litmus test for how Loud are doing. I forget if it was you that, I think it was you that made this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Robo's been playing a lot more consistently, right? Ever since he got chewed out by Stardust, the Graceful Prison not going to land, but the Flash stun in will be enough. This still does not undermine my point. Robo had been playing that fine. Yes, maybe he blew the ultimate kind of on zero, but you do often see Gnar just use his ult in trades as the dragon does go over to Loud in response.
Yeah, especially in lane. When you're not expecting to get ganked, then you might as well use it to kind of be able to get into the melee range, trade out, especially when Tay wants to play aggressive on you. Croc potentially in a 1v3, but still no fear. Should he have fear?
Yeah, well, he's scared enough to flash. The Ignite goes down. Or excuse me, not the Ignite. Or rather, no, that was the last bit of the Ignite taking down there from damage. Croc in a little bit of trouble, but still. When you got the homies there, no real fear. Ult goes in. The new Super Mega Death Rocket almost took down Croc, to be fair. Ninja Kiwi throwing that out there. Zap not going to find its mark either. Redbird, back to lane they go. Croc protected very, very nicely by the rest of his laners.
I feel like watching Loud games 4 has completely skewed me for what's going to happen. Like, normally I'm like, oh, that's really close. Oh, Croc almost goes down. And here I'm just like, should Croc be afraid? I'm looking at the player cams, and there is like no spike of emotion on them. For them, this is just another day in the office.
Yep.
And maybe that's what the regular season is for Loud, right? Where they just test their nerve constantly to the point where they've just lost any sense of fear. Where they're just like, oh, oops, I died. Versus like, oh, we might be able to clutch this out.
Yeah, no, they look, this is a team that has been through too much and seen too much. They have been to 3 straight international events. They have missed playoffs with 10 wins. They have seen it all. They have been through absolutely everything. Damage goes in, gets into the fight here with the anchor. Yampy going forward just a little bit. Ithuza able to free fire on him. Jungle combat into the 2 mid laners, just kind of throwing damage at each other. Robo out of the fight just a little bit. Now Tay blew all his damage. Has to pop the dominance to get out of there. Shutdown, meanwhile, goes over to Ithuza onto Croc. It's a 4v3, but the health bars do favor Loud ever so slightly. Well, hang on a second here. Redbird, he's just taking this 1v1 right to Ninja Kiwi. Oh my goodness, RMC. I think he's going to win this one.
He literally eats this for breakfast.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that just feels really, really rough. One more lick. There you go. Redbird gets the kill onto Ninja Kiwi. And again, no spike of emotion from my man here.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Loud did lose out topside. So if I was Redbird, I wouldn't be too happy either. It's like, hey, team, I'm winning down here. What's happened up top? And Tay, beautiful dominance debate, able to take that first turret as well. And for Loud, actually for INTZ, I love what they've been able to do so far. They do not give up. They're still trying to make things happen. And they have a lead this game.
Mega Gnar just in time here for Robo. I think he might have been able to take him down if he was still mini, but Tindones is going to make that a tough pill to swallow no matter what. Very nicely done. Good roam there from the veteran mid laner.
So, first break to INTZ. Tay still able to pick that one up and will still be in a dominant position up against Robo. By the way, Super Bren, Dark Knight, I see y'all. I'm a minion, man. That means I went to school in Summoner's Rift. You see what's happening here. Is it that surprising I got to dodge anchors as part of my freaking middle school ballroom dance or whatever?
It's just a series of unfortunate events for RMC. You could write 13 great books about it. Throw some orphans, a miserly old man in there, and you've got a best-selling children's book series.
Children's book. Man, what can I say? I've been at every world, I guess. Something like that. For now, though, Loud on to the Herald, picking that one up. They're still doing really good on the objective front. Void Grubs actually largely went ignored by the teams, but the Dragons have been stacked up. The Herald's going to be taken. And INTZ on their part of things has been answering back with turrets.
Yeah, again, INTZ's early games really not been the issue for them by and large. It's been the mid game, and Loud, bit of almost the opposite problem is that the early games really haven't been super convincing from Loud. But even then, not rarely, but that's not how Loud beat you. They don't beat you by overwhelming you in the early game and then just they don't kaboom you, right? Like we saw in the last game versus Pain, where they steamroll you immediately and then Malrang, or in this case Croc, is just in your jungle over and over again in your lanes, making things happen. Loud, they're a little more surgical. They strike in the mid and the late game and they team fight so well. I mean, one of the best examples of that was game 1 of the finals last year when Robo got solo killed 2 or 3 times by Weiser in game 1, only to solo kill him 2 or 3 times in the late game and just hard carry that on a Poppy 1v9. It was unbelievable. Like, you can never count this team out.
No, and we joke that during the regular season, especially for Loud, we wait till 20 minutes to see if they'll turn on their monitors, right? So we're not at that 20-minute mark just yet. This is just early game Loud, where oftentimes they have almost deficits or very, very minor leads, and it's really about that team fighting, about that mid to late game where they start to come alive. Dragon is spawning soon, and Loud want to get themselves on Soul Point. Root.
Weaver's Wall going out, going to block any sort of escape here from Loud, but it might go down just in time here. TP coming in, Dawning Shadow over the top. Tay has to be careful if he wants to go back in. He's got to pick his moments very, very well. Robo goes in, not able to get the ultimate there onto Tay, and that's INTZ's go button to go forward, but the Keeper's Verdict going to take Tay out of this fight. Robo is low, trying to go forward. Croc trying to buy some time as well, but he's getting auto to death by Ninja Kiwi. Rocket not going to do it onto the direct damage, but the splash damage will be enough. Damage is a little bit of trouble. Tay going forward here. Redbird getting chewed apart. INTZ find the fight they want, and they take advantage, RMC.
Are they doing it? Is this INTZ's game to win 4x4? Maybe not. We're not quite at the 20-minute mark yet, but they do win that fight. They do get the kills on Ninja Kiwi, and they will get the Dragon and stop the stacking from Loud. So INTZ, great signs of life from them. And for Loud, it's starting to get a little bit dicey in that we talked about this in draft. You picked the Poppy. Who's going to go diving for Ninja Kiwi? Because as well as the fight starts out, watch Ninja Kiwi and how no damage goes onto him. He gets the free fire in the back the entire time. Robo comes in Mega, which is fine. You don't have to go Mega. So he is able to try and hop in there. But even if you catch Yampy here, even if you didn't just excavate the ground, what does it matter? Ninja Kiwi is the one that you're trying to kill. Yampy doesn't even really get involved the rest of this fight.
Yeah, and again, we haven't kind of seen a Jinx in a while. We haven't seen what happens when she's able to get that first kill and get excited, right? Blue the Ghost, you know, and that's what's so deadly about Jinx with Ghost is you can use that in kind of a more flexible way because once you get excited, you effectively have Ghost. You just start skittering around the map at maximum speed, and the slows on top of that with the rockets. I mean, that's what makes her so deadly.
On the Redbird we go here. Weaver's Wall to cut him off as well.
Very nicely done. Splitting the fight again. Ithuza's walls have been pretty good this game, RMC. Tay. Gonna take his time with the ward in the jungle. Not gonna get to the fight just as quickly as you might like, but no blood, no foul here on this one.
And still flesh expended from Redbird. Redbird not running the Hex Flash either. So that is not just a disengage safety tool taken away, that is also one of the engage tools from Loud taken off the table. Right, for your reference, you know, Ithuza having a good game. I don't know what happened this week, but the Taliyas we've seen both game 1 and game 2 happen really, really solid, and they're using it to engage. Now, Ithuza looking for a flank as well as Tay.
Tay looking for a way in here. The depth charge is going to land onto Croc. Tower does go down. Meanwhile, Rose, up in the top lane. But Redbird does go down here. Tay taking advantage of the 4v5. They're just trying to mitigate their losses here. But 2 will go down. And Ninja Kiwi getting himself another kill here. RMC, INTZ racking up the advantages here. Robo not even able to get a touch onto that top lane tier 2.
It was actually really funny. As you're saying that, I was like, yes, they're turning it. And then, but look at the code. It's only 1,000, 1,000 and change difference. It's not actually growing that much. So INTZ, I love that we're seeing signs of life for them. And again, it comes down to me for Ninja Kiwi. Can you catch him? And right now, there's just no threat onto this backline whatsoever. So INTZ doing really, really, really well right now. Sure, maybe the gold lead isn't growing as much as you'd like to see, but that's okay. Scaling's still good for INTZ, and we mentioned before, sure, Root will scale infinitely, but it takes so infinitely long for Senna to actually begin outranging the Jinx.
Yeah, it's really, really tough. But you see the building blocks in place there, right? And you see, to be fair, total gold there on the left side of your screen. Now, to be fair, the difference is not all that big, right? The difference between first and fourth right now is 400 gold. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So, again, you see the blueprint is in place, but it really does come down to Ninja Kiwi. But look, Tay, he has been causing havoc in the back line as well. He's actually been chewing through Redbird pretty nicely, right? He's been able to get that armor shred down from the Eclipse that you get, that bonus damage, I should say. And able to negate a little bit of what Redbird is trying to do. And INTZ, they've been the ones to start these fights. And you got to give credit to, yes, Yampy, because that's really just start with a fight with the Sejuani, but Ithuza as well, right? You pointed it out. The walls have been really, really good from both House and Ithuza in the 1.5 games that we have cast today.
Yeah, and because you're able to find that, we're seeing the flashes blown from Croc and Redbird fairly regularly. So they're not there to make those hero plays when they kind of need to. So huge props for INTZ to be able to do this. You're talking about Tay as well, and one thing I actually didn't think about earlier in draft, but we're seeing, is Tay's ability to cut through the gray health of Redbird. You can instantly disable it, and that's what's making Redbird feel so incredibly squishy. Robo just kind of standing and delivering. I don't know if you win it like that.
This might be
Oh,
tricky here.
no.
Yeah, Ninja Kiwi's just going to rip right through him. Robo actually able to get the stun down. Very nicely done. One more auto
It's
might do it. He's going to
Ghost.
pop the ghost for it. He's still got flash. Should he want to guarantee the kill? He's going to take it the old-fashioned way. Gets the rocket down. Ninja Kiwi, RMC, he's got 5 kills.
Yeah, and this is a Ninja Kiwi. This is the most elo help player that we keep talking about split after split after split. We know he's a team fighting monster. It's always been for INTZ, play around your carry. You know he can carry you in the mid to late game, and this time they've actually done it, right? We saw the early ganks on the bot side. We saw the first blood go over the way of Ninja Kiwi, and now he's 5, 2, and 2, 2 fully completed items. And sure, Root has 1.5. We'll count the support item as a half. But those are the cheaper items. Ghostblade, Bloodsong. They're not the big ticket items like an IE, like a Kraken Slayer. So Ninja Kiwi right now significantly up in the counterpart. And I'm not even going to compare it to Ritbert because sure, Ritbert farm, but he's also kind of just a tank.
Ithuza with another wall to start the fight, and Croc having to blow the Keeper's verdict to just ensure that Root and Redbird stayed safe on that one. You see, RMC, I think even more to just expound on, we've been talking a lot about INTZ in this one, and look, we should, because this is a team that is, again, on a 12-game losing streak. There has not been a lot to write home about, but they have looked really, by their standards, and I think even objectively, proactive in this mid-game.
Yes, very much so. And I love to see it, right? We started with damage roaming out, and now it's Ithuza, Yampi actively, constantly looking for engage. Now, I'm going to be honest, the timings are not always the best for these engages. Like, they're not playing around objective timings. But it doesn't matter, because you're still blowing flashes, you're still blowing ultimates, and Loud are never in a position where they can actively set up right now, because they're always on the back foot. Now, Dragon stacking by INTZ. We didn't talk about it too much before, but if INTZ can stack up all 4, that's 4 Infernals plus Soul. Loud already are struggling with the damage that Ninja Kiwi and Ithuza actually has been able to put out so far.
Yeah.
With Soul in pocket, Loud do not win any team fights at that point.
No, it would take a pretty colossal throw from INTZ, which, to be fair, that's, not out of the realm of possibility. Robo gets the full combo there onto Tay, and now with Root and Croc roaming down here, Tay actually might be able to get one out of this, but Robo going to flash away. So tragic. He would have had that, but Croc instead going to pick up the kill.
I think Robo getting a little bit too hyped when he went mini, pardon me. He has to kind of space that out, and INTZ making great use of that. You see the amount of numbers it took to take down Tay, instantly go for this Baron TP into the top side from Robo. He is mini, I believe.
He is mini. Doesn't have flash either, but he does have his ultimate available should he want it. Dawning Shadow over the top, really not going to do much. Croc going in over the Baron pit. Very nicely done. Sets it up easily for Tinones. He gets Ninja Kiwi down. That is massive. That's all that you want. Root gets here out of nowhere. Takes the scenic route, but is able to get in and grab a kill.
Loud find a lead, find Baron, and what's the time? 4-4. Oh, yes, it's after 20 minutes. Why did we even doubt this team? They always seem to do this now. I believe that's Tay TPing into the mid lane. They're looking for this Dominus up in 5 seconds, but without Ninja Kiwi, it's a lot about Ithuza finding the pick.
Yeah, it's about Ithuza finding the play and Tay finding a way into this one. Look, this is still just Renekton. This is still just, you have to walk forward. It's a very telegraphed engage. You have to do it the old-fashioned way, front to back. And they know that this is not a good idea. I think that was the right move. The Baron does go over to Loud, but they're going to look at this mid-tier 2, try to get something done here in response. But Tinone's laying down just bricks of damage. Spiraling Despair goes down. That forces the Dominus out of Tay. Ithuza keeping Croc away from his top laner. Very nicely done by the rookie mid.
Yeah, hey, not a lot of magic resistance in his build right now.
No.
So definitely has to watch out and just keep your eyes on Ninja Kiwi here, right? There's so much peel from damage and Yampi, but it doesn't matter. And this is why burning the flash from Croc was such a big deal throughout the mid game, because it is Croc who's kind of just flashing in fearlessly, making sure he locks on the Jinx, and then from there, you can't stop a Tahm Kench Abyssal Dive from going through. The only way you stop that is by running, and you already got locked down by Croc, by getting pinned into a wall. So Loud, it's a very narrow win condition. The margins of error are very, very tight, but Loud are still making it happen.
Yeah, you really don't have super reliable engage with this composition, right? You've got decent range, you've got decent peel, and you can fight front to back, but starting the fights themselves isn't all that easy. Yampi nails the Glacial Prison there onto Root, but it's too much to chew through. The 80 carry stays safe. Rupert does go down, though. Robo, not able to join the fight, but they don't want to. Able to lay down some good CC. Zone control, phenomenal as always by Tinones. Still another minute and a half before this Dragon. They're trying to get the most out of this Baron power play, RMC. No reason to fight around this. Just get what you can out of this.
Yeah, and well played from INTZ. This is that aggression throughout the mid game that got them their leads. It backfired once the top side. I'm glad they didn't chicken out, and they are still contesting and pressing on to Loud. They still have the advantage in a straight front to back when Ninja Kiwi isn't caught and is still alive. And with that, I do believe INTZ has actually successfully defended against the Baron power push. Loud won't be able to find anything more than that, and instead, like you said, I think the eyes are really on this dragon setting up for that one because soul point for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's going to be big. You mentioned the dragon stacking here for INTZ. Yeah, when that damage starts to come in for Ninja Kiwi, he's on 3 items. He's got that LDR plus Kraken Slayer plus IE. I mean, this Jinx is just going to shred through absolutely anybody. Like, anywhere between 5 and 10 autos, you're dead. Doesn't matter really who you are. And Robo, he's built purely offensively, right? He didn't go into that Randuin's like we saw in the last game that Thanar built into. We didn't see any of that. Instead, it's Robo, or instead it's Croc, rather, going the purely defensive route, right? But you mentioned that, yeah, I mean, the Flash is such a big deal, right, for Croc and how he wants to start these fights. He's got the Hex Flash as well, but you have to get very creative with the angles you take on that. Setting up for this dragon, the importance of it, we've highlighted it over and over again. Now, Robo going to join this fight with 3 items. Doesn't have TP, so he's going to have to scurry on over, but he should get there in time. INTZ don't have enough information to pull the trigger. Redbird doing a good job of zoning them off it. Tinones as well, laying down the CC with the massive range that this wave provides.
Notably, though, Robo 0 rage bar, so he's got to charge this one up. And for INTZ, with that Jinx, as fed as she is, you can just turn and burn that dragon on spawn. I'd love to see them do that instead of trying to kind of poke back and forth and let Robo charge up his rage.
Ninja Kiwi takes a ton of damage. Ooh. That's that range from Tinones. In goes damage, goes in immediately. The threaded volley with the Dawning Shadow going over the top. Keeper's Verdict takes out 2, and that's the go button for Loud. They've got a numbers advantage. Beautiful ult from Croc. Gonna make it such an easy fight for them to take. Ninja Kiwi was taken out of the fight, so was Tay. 2 massive parts of the composition not available. Makes it easy as you like for Loud to take this dragon.
This is so disgusting for Loud's comp should not be winning this. I am low-key losing my mind a little bit at how Loud is executing this. Because we said in draft, who's going after Jinx? How do you get Jinx? She has so many bodies in front of her, and you don't have great dive. And yet somehow, Croc flashes in, finds a pin on that previous play. On this play, the Keeper's Verdict somehow found Ninja Kiwi. And sure, you didn't kill him, but if he's not there,
who cares? It's just as good. That's the point. Yeah. Yep.
It's just mind-boggling that Loud are finding this, and this is why Croc is arguably the best import CBLOL has ever had, right? In terms of the impact on the region, he's certainly doing it again, because compositionally, strategically, this should not be happening. This is mechanics from Croc. This is him having somehow the vision, the presence of mind to be able to constantly find these weird angles. And I need to watch it again, because Croc, the engage that came through from INTC was solid. Ninja Kiwi eats the poke, but we said before, just look for the engage. Croc gets zoned out.
Wow.
Over that wall. Because they lost track of him and thought, hey, we zoned him out. There's a wall between him and us. There's no flash available. We're safe. Surprise, you're not. Keeper's Verdict is ranged.
Keeper's Verdict is ranged, and it can go over the wall in one direction and knock you in the other direction, right? Because the way it's coded, you don't have to aim it, right? It knocks you towards your base, right? Is how it's actually coded. So no matter, you just have to hit it, and the direction it sends you is constant.
Yeah, and even if it wasn't for like you pointed out, as soon as Ninja Kiwi's out of the fight, it doesn't matter if you kill him. Killing Ninja Kiwi is just a means to an end. It's just removing him from the fight one way or the other. And yeah, even if you knocked him towards your base, heck, maybe that'd be better because you could actually try and finish Ninja Kiwi off after that fight. And with that, Loud on soul point, they're now setting up for Baron. They don't have to worry about the other side of the map. TP is available for both Robo and Tay, and we kick off a 4v4 mid.
Kick off a 4v4 mid. That Keeper's Verdict is still available for Croc, but he gets hit with the Glacial Prison. Very nicely done by Yampy. Redbird, again, not super effective in this fight, and that would be the numbers advantage. Flashing in Croc, wreaking havoc. Ninja Kiwi is still safe, though. He chews through Croc, but Robo's able to get into the back line, takes Ninja Kiwi out of it, not able to get hit with the Narvar, but Ninja Kiwi able to turn this fight around. Very nicely done. When you play around your carries, it's gorgeous. Shutdown from Ninja Kiwi as well. Double kill for him. Tay gets one on the board as well. INTZ picked the perfect fight. Croc responded in kind, but with Ninja Kiwi alive, it's just too difficult.
There we go, 4v4, sanity +2 check right there. Ninja Kiwi, that was what's supposed to happen every fight, right? He just kites back, he just survives. And Loud, they've been playing out of their minds, but this is exactly how it should go. Enough bodies, enough summoners, and for that, INTZ not just win the fight, they will get Baron to boot. Tinones and Root poking their heads in, but these are carries without a front line. They are very, very vulnerable.
INTZ grab themselves the Baron. Let's get another look at this. damage went in on Redbird, and they just get a ton of CC on him, and Croc gets the keeper's verdict down. With RMC, it just came down to Ninja Kiwi.
Yeah, and even there was that moment where I clenched because they
Yep.
found the backline. Croc finds it. Robo finds it with that huge hop. But this is why Ninja Kiwi is so incredibly good. He doesn't just rely on his team. His own mechanics and positioning are incredible as
Nice rocket.
well. Yeah, just to find that last snipe. Beautiful to watch. And another thing I do want to highlight is how they kicked it off too. The fact that it was INTZ actively looking for that. They need to keep doing that. Sure, you've got the hyper skill, or sure, you can kind of play backwards and let the enemy team engage into you, but why let Loud be comfortable? The moment you've got a numbers advantage, pull the trigger. You can easily clean up, and you just need that one kill to start that snowball rolling. This is Jinx. This is a reset champion on par with the likes of a Viego.
Now it gets a little bit tricky, right? I mean, Tinon still does a lot of damage, but again, you're starting to see with a composition like Loud's, you said last fight that it boggles the mind how Loud is able to start these fights.
Yep.
It kind of has to be perfect, right? You do need a lot more to go right. Whereas with a Nautilus and a Sejuani, like it's so easy to start fights with these two and just provide so much CC, so much peel, eat so many abilities like they did in that last fight. Glacial Prison goes out here. Really just defensive to try to guarantee this tower push. Ithuza gets a nice Weaver's Wall out, but taken out of the fight there is Ninja Kiwi, and now Loud want to go forward. Super Mega Death Rocket goes in, gets decent chunk damage down. Croc gets devoured. Redbird saves his jungler. Tenon's able to get a kill, though. Yampy on his last life here. Just didn't have much left to go. Robo doesn't have the flash, but he does have the ultimate. If he wants to find it, Tay close enough to a wall, he gets punished. Yampy able to get forward here. Ninja Kiwi steps up a little too far, and the shutdown comes in for Root. It all falls apart for INTZ. Abyssal Dive goes forward, knock up onto Tay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They get everybody. Ace for Loud.
They're looking to end?
Yeah, I think they could.
Tinons, they went topside. 40-second death timers right now on average for INTZ. Only damage going to be up before that. I'm going to be honest. I think this is overambitious. These are not AD damage champions. You need at least Robo, I feel like, to make this happen. Robo, though, is sprinting up the mid lane as well. Are they going to be able to do it? 20 seconds.
Those death timers are really, really long, and that's a cannon wave. That's going to be, and that's all that damage is focused on, is hitting that out. The pings came down for the bear, or for the dragon, excuse me, but that might not be necessary. Ace coming in for Tidons. 2 aces in kind of one go. That felt weird. But not going to opt to try to end it here. The death timers do come back up. Honestly, RMC, I mean, I guess you would have had to you would have had to have sacrificed someone to the tower to tank it up.
Yeah.
But you'll take 2 inhibs and a dragon, and the dragon's soul nonetheless.
True. That is so, and that's the important one for it, because we highlighted it with INTZ, but it does matter for Loud as well. Their composition is a little bit lacking in the damage department, especially in the extended fights. So having that soul goes a long way towards speeding things up for them and being able to actually burst down a single target. For my mind is still stuck on those team fights that we're watching. Again, Loud shouldn't have been able to win that. Again, Croc somehow finds the keeper's verdict onto Ninja Kiwi.
Yeah.
And I'm still not seeing how he sees those angles. I don't see those angles till after the keeper's verdict hits. And right now, apparently, INTZ is having the same problem. They're not getting the bodies in the way properly because they don't realize that Croc is there, or they don't see that small gap where Croc is threading a keeper's verdict through the press of bodies to find Ninja Kiwi.
And then it just makes it so easy for Tinons, right? Because everyone's just going backwards, and they're just running in a line, and Tinons just rips damage down. He's got a 25 stack Medjais. He still hasn't died this game.
True, yeah. I was actually squinting against the 5.
It looks like a 5, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, you're right. Tinons is just untouchable. And this way has been doing damage as well. We've seen the poke. When he lands that super long range damage onto Ninja Kiwi, it can half health Ninja Kiwi to start. And that makes it so much easier then for Robo, or Croc, or Redbird to get the dive through. But it's not been quite as effective against a lot of the other members of INTZ who are tankier. Loud, pressing up.
Robo looking for an angle in. Did he bite off more than he could chew here? The damage hook goes wide. That would have been interesting to see whether Robo would have been punished for that. But instead, the hook goes wide from damage, and they just rotate over to the other side here. They've got that Infernal Soul and a 2,000 gold lead. That lead looking a little more like 3,000 or 4,000 with that Infernal Soul coming in.
And with the way Loud is pressuring up as well, they are not giving INTZ any space to breathe. They're trying to not give any angles for them to look for the engage, because INTZ's engages have been on point. And when they found them 4x4, they've been able to actually win. Yampy, not able to find it again.
Oh, and he gets lit up here by the last embrace. Couple more autos coming in. Root with each individual auto with that LDR third item. That is when this fasting setup really starts to hurt, right? You get that passive AD, you build mobility, you build range. Hang on a second here. Robo kiting away here. Ithuza looking for the all-in here. That Weaver's Wall goes down. I think you might regret blowing that, RMC.
Yep, and you can see now Root and Ridbird have so much time and priority on this bot lane turret. Ninja Kiwi has to play a little bit careful because Croc is looking for the flank.
That Keeper's Verdict's still going to be effective, but it's the margins are going to be a little bit thinner here, right? Because you're so close to base, so you can get back just a little bit quicker. And Root, or Loud rather, recognize that. They're going to take this one just a little bit more methodically. RMC, it's still just 2,500 gold lead. If you would have told me this was a different team, do you think we would be talking about this maybe a different way if it was INTZ, or do you think we're giving them enough credit here?
At this point, I don't care what nameplates are on there. That red team has been playing this so incredibly well. You could have told me this is Pain, and I'd have believed you. Well, maybe not Jinx for Titan in the current meta, but, you know, nameplate-wise, I would have believed you. Now, Loud did reset because they are looking to go for this Baron. INTZ still has supers pushing up mid and top right now, and they do have to be careful if Loud get this Baron, and if INTZ are out of position, TPs are available for 3 members of Loud. They could look to blitz down that bot lane and look to quick end.
2 open inhibitors. Even if, you know, like you said, they're looking at this Baron, but INTZ, I don't think they have any idea where Loud are. They're all lined up in this brush here. Damage, just throw out a hook blindly. Yampy, please do something. He throws out the hook, almost lands there onto Root. And now they're looking to go forward here, but Robo gets ripped into between Ithuza and Ninja Kiwi. That's so much damage. Taking down that Steric Shield with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Ninja Kiwi and Croc. That's who you're watching. Tino's is going to do damage, but it's all going to come down to Ninja Kiwi. If they want to win this fight, damage going in with the hook there, and they're going to Robo. Good seismic shove there by Ithuza. This is INTZ's best shot. Beautiful last embrace, though, is going to prevent Loud from encroaching any further, or INTZ from encroaching any further, I should say. And now INTZ are the ones that have their designs on the Baron. Weaver's Wall back available 50%. For Ithuza. Keeper's Verdict takes Tay out of the fight.
Yampy's
that
out.
Means go. Yampy gets taken out of the pit. Root gets the pick. And Tay TPing back into the fight. Ninja Kiwi taken out of the fight. He gets taken out of the pit. Croc able to grab the Baron. Redbird in the front line. Taking up space. We're in the back line. It's the flanking setup. They never expect the flanking setup, RMC.
I don't expect it either, Tay. Now, up a creek with no paddle, and Tino should be able to pick this one up. We mentioned before, not a ton of MR, and out of nowhere, 4x4. Loud do it again. It's illegal, but they keep on fighting it. And INTZ, I am crying for them right now. They played this so well against any other team. Any other team. They could have done this.
This is probably
Instead,
enough.
It's a -9 finish. 4x4.
-9. I said a good line there. So we did end up winning that little green room bet. Said the kill margin was going to be about 10, and that's kind of what it was. But this was not at all how I thought this game would go down. Loud do get the win as their 10th one of the split. Ithuza, yeah, just kind of, you know, I think frustrated they let an opportunity slip away. But against the kings of the CBLOL, that is, yeah, I mean it's still gonna be tough to swallow. But INTZ now back-to-back games where they've had it in the palm of their hands at about the 35-minute mark, and just one little mistake, and it has slipped away.
For this, on the docket, on paper, was the least competitive game, right? This is Loud, the kings of CBLOL, as they're peaking into form. This is INTZ, who are 1-12, and now 1-13 after that game. Oh, sorry,
1-14 with a 13-game losing streak. Yep.
Yeah, sorry, 1-14 after that game. You know, and it shouldn't have been this close. And huge props to INTZ. I want to see them play this way tomorrow against Kaboom, because I do think this is the INTZ we're expecting. These are the Giants, but they're actually awoken and not just sleeping. And for Loud, props to them too. They oh, Rose, I love you so much. That was literally the last team fight where Root, like you said, nobody ever expects the flanking setup. You did not catch Root. Root caught you. But I mean, this is, and I want to give praise to Loud as well, because Loud won, obviously. Yes, they had that first 20 minutes where they did nothing, but they drafted a comp that could actually play into it. They did really, really well. But frankly, I still feel like INTZ did better considering the entire situation. It's just individually Loud clutch up every time, and it's disgusting. I am so sick of it for
Yeah, that's just kind of what they do, right? They shouldn't keep getting away with it. Maybe in playoffs they'll be tested enough, but maybe in playoffs Loud will somehow get even better, right? And they will
Yep.
clean up these mistakes because Loud in playoffs, they're a bit of a different beast. And all the criticisms we laid against them in every regular season, they just go out the window every single time. So, we're right to criticize them. We're right to kind of point out the holes in their game, but we have also learned in this region to take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. It's been 2 years of Loud dominance on the Rift. And until further notice, it is not going away anytime soon. But look, INTZ, they're playing with the pressure off, if nothing else, at this point, right? They know that this is an unmitigated disaster of a split. Tomorrow they've got Kaboom, but after that, two more winnable games here. You've got in week 9, Luxu and I'm just kidding, it's Pain. That might be a little tough. Okay.
That's
realistically
winnable right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got 3 games left to not make this the most losses in a split. Win percentage wise, it wouldn't be if INTZ do go 1-15. It would not be the worst split in CBLOL history win percentage wise, but it would be the most losses in a CBLOL split. But again, that 2017 T-Show roster, let's remind you who was on it. Crastiel, Duds the Boy, and Seos, right? Seos is the best player in Brazil. Duds is a CBLOL champion, and Crastiel is one of the more consistent players in the region's history. So there is hope, even if you do hit that rock bottom. Just remember, Seos was on that roster, and he right now is heralded as the best player, Brazilian-born. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we saw it on the bottom of the screen. Didn't call it out enough, I don't think, but Liberty versus BKS. K-Stars, they were riding high as well until they ran into the brick wall that was Red Canids. And now, against another upstart team, Liberty, they've got a tough showing ahead of them if they want to keep pace with Pain in the standings. Or no, excuse me, they've got a chance to solidify sole possession of first place here in the standings. Like you see there. Thank you, Rose. Appreciate it. Yeah, K-Stars, right? If they win, they will have sole possession of first. If they lose, 3-way tie atop the top of the standings with just 1 game above the rest of the soup. Personally, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm rooting for the chaos scenario, so I'm all Liberty all the way, but I think I did predict K-Stars. Well, fair enough. Maybe that makes me a hypocrite. I don't think it does. We'll be right back. Game 3 on the cards for you when we do. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is 4x4. That is RMC taking you through Week 8, Day 1, Split 1 of 2024 CBLOL action. This one should be a banger. RMC, Vivo Cade Stars, and the presumptive at one point MVP. He was the first round robin MVP anyway, as voted by the CBLOL Portuguese broadcast. Gigo against the hottest player in the league on the hottest team in the league. It is Makes. That is the top lane matchup we've got for you. Let's get the K-Stars roster up on the board for you to talk about this team. Bury the headline a little bit, because K-Stars, they have been electric all season long. And it started with that man in the top lane right there, Gigo.
Yeah, God, because he right now seems untouchable 4x4. And it feels like K-Stars do live or die by this top laner. When Gigo struggles like he did against Red last week, they lose the game. But when he doesn't, they win the game. And that is as a holistic look. It's not just Gigo's hard carrying. It's more the pressure that he puts down cascades into the rest of the lanes. And K-Star is a very well thought out, planned team. And the foundation of it, ironically, at the top.
Yeah, not exactly what you'd expect. And this roster obviously looking a little different than what was Coach CL's vision when he came in to coach this roster. He wanted Takui in that mid lane, but he's still taking a break from the competitive side of the game. Maybe we'll see him back for playoffs. We don't know yet. But look, his replacement in Leleko has been stellar, to say the least. He has not only kind of picked up where Takui has left off, but they went on a 4-game winning streak with him in the mid lane. Things have stopped a little bit, but again, they ran into Red, another very hot team in the league right now. They kind of just ran over them. FNB had another monstrous game. That was another titanic top lane clash, and this one should be a lot of the same. RMC, DeSamus as well. What a glow up for him. He was roundly criticized on that Fluxy roster last split, but he's looked like a much improved version of himself this time around.
Yeah, he's been an excellent facilitator, and we said that this K-Stars team, this roster, they have a plan, and once they can execute it, they look really good. DeSamus has been the primary executor of these plans, really facilitating plays all throughout the map. I want to go back to Leleko a little bit as well, because Leleko, despite the loss against Red, still holds the highest KDA in CBLOL right now. That's over Takui, his predecessor, if you will, as well, at 10.0, and averages the lowest deaths of all CBLOL players. And that's interesting, because if you look across the rift at the other roster, Liberty's mid laner Pilot, last split he played, 2 games, and held the record for lowest average deaths at that time as well. Traditionally, Pilot is one of the hardest mid laners to kill, and right now, Leleko has taken that title.
Yeah, and Pilot, I mean, and he's leveled up as well. Makes Drake Hero, Pilot, Mikau, and Cavallo. It's your favorite team's favorite team. This is, these guys are your favorite player's favorite player right now. They are the talk of the town. 6 wins in a row. A revolution led by Turtle and BLZ. I think, honestly, what's his face? Peter Dunn might have had something to do with this, kind of helping set up some systems. There were rumors of, oh my goodness, after the Heretics project went completely pear-shaped in Europe last split, and is not doing much better this time around, if I may say so myself. Seems like a lot of dysfunction over there, but this is not an LEC broadcast. Peter Dunn, he had, he went down to Brazil in the offseason, spent some time with Liberty, and now, he waved a magic wand and this team is good. No, it's a little more complicated than that, RMC, but Pilot especially, to kind of just round off on him. Again, you want to talk about players that have glowed up from last split to this split. This guy was the butt of everyone's jokes, roundly just been like, oh no, this guy's the worst mid laner in the league. Now, he's a solid top half carry player in this league.
Yep, 100%. And he's been the clutch one on this team. If we talk about the fact that, hey, for K-Stars, their foundation's kind of top lane, I would argue the foundation for Liberty is actually in their mid lane. Makes is the icing on top. But let's quickly talk about Makes, because that man has been incredible. Stolen over from the Loud Academy system. Makes currently leads the leagues in highest solo kills, even over Gigo. That is absolutely insane. And that's why we highlight this top lane matchup, because Makes number 1 at 11, Gigo number 2 at 10. And both these players are the only players who have picked up Darius in CBLOL. So expect that one to be highly contested. I believe even Gigo actually picked it blind. I know Makes certainly picked it blind when he played it.
Yeah, he was perfectly confident on that one. And again, I love that this team isn't getting things done by just being like slaves to the meta. Rather, they are being slaves to good League of Legends fundamentals. And that is what allows them to shine on their individual kind of goofy picks here. Cavallo and Drake Hero, really, they're the only ones that I'd like to see a little bit more from. But right now, look, it's been good enough to beat Loud. It's been good enough to beat Pain twice. The only team that Pain is 0-2 against, just by the by, Liberty Esports. They could still have, and that's literally, they're going to hold that for the rest. I'm looking at their their crossbox or whatever that thing's called. Pain 0-2 against Liberty. And right now, if Liberty win this, they will be one game away from Pain Gaming. Mass chaos in the standings. And it would be hilarious to me if a place in the CBLOL standings for playoffs was decided by the fact that Liberty 2-0'd and therefore got the tiebreaker over Pain Gaming. That is the funniest timeline, and that is what I want to see.
As a Pain fan, I cannot agree, but 4-4, we'll shelve that for now. We are into the draft here. Liberty on the blue side, and I love the fact we were just talking about the high priority from Darius. KTRs on the red side just say, hey, we have to ban this. Like, they literally can and might first pick it.
Yeah, and Darius, I mean, but it's not really just a cheese pick, right? I mean, obviously, it is a bit of a cheese pick, and you have to really know what you're doing, but makes, like, he's arguing, he's like, look, yes, I'm a former Darius one-trick, but, like, I know why this champion is good. I know that it's a great answer into tanks, right? And it is a great duelist. In the late game, it can be absolutely demonic, but, you know, he doesn't have great, you know, gap closers or things you might want in a top laner. Instead, he has to rely on things like flashing over a wall, hitting Stride Breaker, and a two-man apprehend. But look, if you can do that, really damn good. But he says, no, look, this champion is like legitimately good. He got buffs in 14-4, and he is someone to be feared. A little bit of a pause in the draft. There we go. All right. It is Rel versus Vi again, and Ashe locked in here. We'll see where that ends up going, RMC. But just looking at the bans as well, everything just kind of taken out here. ADTF, he got gutted in 14-5. I think that that version of that champion might be toast. Did you see those nerfs for ADTF coming in next match?
Yeah, it was very much needed. The attack speed
Brutal.
especially was too high on that champion, and the fact that he can kind of stand there and actually beat most AD carries at equal level in items was just absolutely messed up. Liberty, though, seeing the Ashe, that's fine. They're still going to run the Senna. They still think the sustain is fine enough, and Nautilus has been banned as well, and TK doesn't do quite as well into the Ashe because as you're trying to waddle up, you just get slowed the entire time. So I'm curious what they actually opt there with the Senna.
Would you throw something like a Karma in the bottom lane? I guess it could be Senna Rel. That could be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Karma into the bot lane with Senna would not be bad either. You can definitely poke out, especially if it ends up being a support Ashe. I definitely think you can absolutely abuse it. And the Kalista hover is an interesting one. This means Kate starts picking the Ashe was also to deny the potential Ashe counter pick to slow down Kalista. And therefore, like I said, if you do want to pick Karma, this does feel like the spot for it for Liberty.
Yeah, just try to like outpoke, outduel, right? Because the raw damage that's gonna be coming in from this Kate Star's bot lane, good lord. I mean, it is just so much. You might get double Halo Blades here in this bot lane.
Yeah, actually. Well, for Ashe and Kalista, we'll have to see. They are banning out the Tahm Kench for now. They're still respecting the ability to remove a single target, even if it doesn't do best into an Ashe Kalista bot lane. It does nullify a lot of what Vi wants to do. And for Liberty, they know that we're looking at solo laners for Cade Stars, so I was curious to see if they pinch out Gigo, or is Makes that confident that he can blind even the Gigo.
Ooh, excuse me, bad time to yawn. The Ahri is being banned away here as well, and you're kind of seeing that she, you know, people have been believing in her all over last night. Chovy played apparently a monstrous game against T1 on the Ahri, where they shut down T1 to the tune of T1 got 0 kills. Yep. Gen G is just their kryptonite, which is incredible to do to the team that has been running LCK in the last couple of years. Kasante going to be banned away as well. They're not going to let Makes on that champion either. So again, a lot of respect being thrown his way, but you can bet your top, bottom, and middle dollars they are saving that R5 counter pick for him. Leleco not going to be on the LeBlanc either. I like that ban.
Yeah, Leleco has done best on the LeBlanc and the Orianna, but that does mean Talia is available, and that's the other champion that Leleco has been playing pretty consistently. I wouldn't hate to see it here. We've seen really great Talia plays so far this morning in both our other games, and it's not hard CC necessarily to set up for Rumble, but the amount of crowd control and terrain control you provide, not just with the Weaver's Wall, but with that minefield as well, can certainly make it very difficult to escape Rumble.
Okay, so I was wrong. If you took my betting advice of betting your top, bottom, and middle dollars that they're going to save R5, guess not, because Gigo just blinded the Rumble R4 here. Now, to be fair, Rumble, incredibly strong. I'm looking for maybe a little more lockdown around that, but you do have good pick potential still. You're at a lot of early damage in this composition for Cade Stars. I mean, pre-11, this comp is just going to beat the dickens out of you. But into the late game, then Liberty, in those late game team fights, they are really, really deadly. And the Olaf and Ivern is going to be what's locked in here. RMC, thoughts?
That's Ivern jungle, and we were watching Academy earlier this week, and Ivern just invaded the Academy scene
Yeah.
in the jungle row. So that's a very interesting pickup. The shielding is going to be good, and Daisy provides a lot of disruption for this what feels like all-in composition from Cade Stars right now. As you mentioned, there's a lot of early damage. They are looking to team fight, and there we go. The karma comes out, but not for Liberty. Cade Stars opting to run this one with that vibe pairing. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm actually not a huge fan of the karma right here for Cade Stars. It's good early, but it really feels like Cade Stars have put all their baskets into that early game and say that we are going to snowball incredibly hard. We've got winning lanes. We've got pressure everywhere. But should they fall behind, there is very little scaling on this composition. Karma does not scale well. Rumble does not scale well. Kalista, not great for it either. And they have no tanks. So Makes could potentially just roll right over them.
Yeah, this is gonna be tough. As the game goes longer and longer here, Cade Stars, like you said, they put all their eggs into that basket. Look, if it works, it's gonna be a 20-minute game, and Cade Stars are gonna look really, really good on this. But Liberty, look, they've shown that Liberty don't get blown out anymore. That's something that they don't do. And like, look, they are gonna look for engages and they're gonna look for ways in here. This game could go 20 minutes, but don't expect Liberty to go down without a fight. Look at those predictions on the screen for you. This was this is like match of the week caliber. Certainly the most exciting match of the day. And we love a split desk. RMC, you and I are on the same side of this one. Yeah. Look, I would love for Liberty's winning streak to continue here. But this is Cade Stars, man. Now, to be fair, you could have said, this is loud. Look, this is pain. And they beat both of them. So, look, would it surprise me if Liberty won here? No. But I do think that Cade Stars right the ship here.
Yeah, agreed. And that's why you're seeing such a split vote come through, right? 4 versus 3 with the missing pings coming through. That's as close as we can get without Hawk, Root Dude, and Solari weighing in to completely even things out.
But Root Dude would have picked Cade Stars, like for sure. So that would have made it 4-4.
Yeah, I actually don't know which way Hawk and Solari would have voted. This is after I was in the Los Grandes game, so I don't know where Solari weighs in on this one.
I bet Hawk would have gone Cade Stars, Solari would have gone Liberty. I think we would have gotten a perfectly split 5-5 split here. But RMC, does the draft shake your confidence a little bit? Now, having seen the drafts, would you change your vote?
It does a little bit, but not enough for me to move my vote away from Cade Stars. So here's my thought on this matchup for. Stylistically, these two teams are actually very interesting that they match up. Cade Stars is one of our best early game teams right now. They are third in the league, plus 656 gold at 15 minutes. Liberty, on the other hand, 8th in the league, third from the bottom at negative 507. But as you mentioned, Liberty doesn't get blown out the water. Here's the thing, though. Cade Stars' losses have been to Pain, Red, Loud, and Kaboom. Right? These are teams that... wait, is that right? I might have named one extra team. No, 4 losses. That's right, yeah. So the teams they are losing to are teams where we say they get outhands. These are players who, on a pop-off, will just destroy the lanes of Cade Stars. Liberty, this is the big question for them, is are they on that level? On a good day, we know they've done that to teams, but not in the laning phase. It's always been the mid to late game. And now Cade Stars have themselves an early game composition against a team that traditionally does not play the early game that incredibly well. If there was a way for Cade Stars to win, that's how they do it. They snowball the early game. And that means this matchup, for me at least, favors Cade Stars stylistically.
Yeah, I think it does. I agree with you. And you mentioned it. Liberty, they don't just overwhelm you in the early game. They don't just steamroll you. You see Turtle there, one of the two coaches, Turtle, BLZ, and to an extent, Peter Dunn, a CBLOL godfather of sorts. He's still worshipped down here. For those of you who don't know the lore of Peter Dunn and Brazil, he was the one that kind of came down and like that 2015-16 INTZ Exodia roster. They worship him. They said, look, this guy, along with Abashal, by the way, Alexandre Heibel, who's an American who came down here to Brazil and worked with Peter Dunn and helped coach those INTZ teams. And they said those guys, right, Revolta, Yang, Macau, Jockster, and I'm missing one, but it doesn't really matter. They said, look, this guy just revolutionized how we thought of League of Legends. And that's kind of been the Peter Dunn effect through and through, right? Every team that has worked with him has been like, oh, the veil was lifted once I kind of saw how Peter Dunn was able to, revolutionize the way we thought about this game. Now, that effect has worn off a little bit more as just information is more widely available. The game gets a little more figured out. But coming to a minor region and changing things up like that, right? Allowing you to get a win over EDG at international competition. It changed the scenario for the better, and he is worshipped as a god down in Brazil.
But on the other hand, 4i4, think of 8 stars, coach. If Peter Dunn was the godfather of it, Coach CL has been lauded as the future of it, right? This guy is trying to revolutionize it the exact same way as well. So that's why this match is kind of really, really exciting. And props to Belzy. We talked about it on the podcast. That man's a miracle worker, right? Like somehow he is turning things around. So it's very, very spicy between not just the players, not just on the Rift, but off the Rift in the prep room as well.
No, it really, really is. I mean, you're seeing, it's a lot of narratives of like, at the end of the day, we can only say so much, right? Because we only have certain amounts of insights. All we can see is what's on the Rift. And at the end of the day, this is a results-based business. So you're probably going to be judged largely on what happens on the Rift. But I really hope that the arc we see from CL is one where he, is unironically, I hope he has the Jude arc, which I'll explain here in a little bit. Trigger Seed going out here from Drake here, getting a little bit of damage onto Gigo. Not going to be quite enough here. Brush goes down as well. Is that he comes down to Brazil, has a great time, wins a championship or two, along the way meets a nice Brazilian girl, gets married, and just stays down here.
True. Isn't that part of his pay package, technically? Oh, Pro Delta?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, depends on who you ask. That might be written in fine print. Pro Delta in some trouble here. The Ignite not going to be enough. 13 health. Pro Delta somehow going to live this. Here comes in with the Vault Breaker. Macau is just dead, but we'll have to pay for it with his life. Will Disabis, just kidding. He flashed away. 4x4. You goof. Don't talk too early.
Kate Stars, the early game, like we're talking about, they are one of the best in the business, right up there with the likes of Pain in the early game. So it doesn't surprise me that the Samus got up, but that was spicier than it needed to be. And now Gigo might pay the iron price.
Yeah, he might be toast here. He's going to make it tough for them, but Drake Hero doing a good job of helping juggle that aggro. Gigo blew the flash earlier, and he got punished for it. Took the Ignite down as well. It really didn't do much RMC.
No, not at all. Liliko here to catch this one. Liliko actually could potentially get dove as well. There's a lot of shielding sustain that can come through from an Olaf Ivern. Instead, Drake Hero has to burn flash.
Yeah, I like an Olaf with an Ivern. I think that could be like really, really nasty, right? Just sending like I think again, this is you talking about this. Whether you consider Ivern the champion and Daisy the ability or vice versa, but it could be really, really deadly, right? The amount of work you can do with those autos. Now, Ivern or Olaf might just sprint out of the brushes, right? But that bonus magic damage on each auto when Olaf is in ult form and just swinging the axes with impunity could be really, really deadly. Going for that Hex Drinker immediately, mwah, chef's kiss, gorgeous. This is going to be so tough for Gigo to play now.
Oh, getting slow, but Smalley, can he keep up? Odelta needs to land a bit more slow here.
Gets the Q, able to toggle that on to dump in the damage here. 4 arrows at a time. Here's going to trade on to Cavallo. The rend goes out as well. Nicely played by Cavallo. Again, another player who, at the start of the split, when Liberty was 2-6. Reminder, they were 2-6. Now they're 8-6. It was the bot lane that was getting just shelled, and rightfully so. They were absolutely the weak point of this roster, but they have stabilized. And for Macau, on kind of these, less, these more old man champions, just sit back and auto attack. Laleko here is in some trouble. He does have the flash. He blows it there, but gets caught by the business out of the shockwave. Pilot helps secure the kill there for Drake Hero.
Okay, and that's one of the things Pilot has been doing really consistently well, is that delayed shockwave. He's not using it for the upfront burst, but we've seen multiple times in this 6-game win streak where Pilot waits for the flash. He actually starts it right as the flash begins, and so you think you're out, and nope, you just get pulled right back in. He does it again, and we get the replay, yeah. A little bit of delay there. Laleko, unfortunately, I feel like, again, it's a situation where you need a flash immediately or not at all, and watch right here for the sombrero. As soon as you saw Laleko padding that way, trying to flash out, you pull it off, and unfortunately for Laleko, there's nowhere to go. And now the winning lanes that was supposed to be the Rumble and the Karma, they're down CS and pressure 4x4. Liberty are more than just absorbing the Kate Stars early game, they're winning it.
Yeah, and this is the exact opposite of how you'd expect it to go. Right off, when you talk about with winning matchups, is that like, look, if you go even in this matchup, that's not good. They are down. They are just straight up losing these matchups right now. And Drake Hero, he's a friend of the forest. I don't know how he feels about Dudu and Edu. Maybe they have some sort of adversarial relationship. I don't know. They're a bit early on in the relationship. Ivern hasn't seen the Rift much in 2024 as far as professional play is concerned anyway. But Drake Hero, certainly feeling good about his start. He got us off the Ionian boots. And oh yeah, he's got a 2-stack Dark Seal, by the way.
Yeah, he's just going to be running around, getting assists left and right, just supporting all their lanes. Here's my working theory for about Void creatures. They're not really friends of the Rift because they're from the Void. So Ivern doesn't care about them. Like, Ivern will actually beat the crap out of them.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not a friend of the Void creatures. I was wondering if he's like inherently antagonistic towards them. And I guess,
Sure.
no, it's sort of like an enemy of my enemy is, or no, a friend of my enemy. You get the idea. What I'm trying to say is the relationship is probably not copacetic between Drake Hero and the Ivern and the rest of these Void creatures. Ragnarok popped here, the Ignite going down, but he's going to take Gigo down with him. How about 2 solo kills here? One traded back and forth here. Samus able to secure the kill one way or the other.
And that's actually really interesting because Makes saw the Samus in the bush, and that's why he decided, I'm popping Ragnarok. You cannot stop me. So, sure, Kate Stars get a kill and assist, which is worth more gold than just a solo kill, but the assist goes on to Gigo, and Makes continues increasing his solo kill streak, continuing to assert dominance on the first round top lane MVP, Gigo.
And you said, who did you say came into this game with the most solo kills? Was it Makes or Gigo?
Makes +1 at 11.
So now it's Makes +3.
Yeah, actually, well, this
or no, it's just +1 because the first one was
Yeah.
not a solo kill.
Yeah, the total +2 right now, 12 solo kills to 10 solo kills, and I'm afraid for Gigo that's not going to change. This Rumble, if you are going to get solo kills, it is going to be in the lane, and you don't have to lead. So everything from here on out will be team fights.
Pro Delta, watch out! Daisy Stampede. Glacial Augment helping out a ton with that one. Big shockwave as well by Pilot to keep Aleko and Drake and Pro Delta off of Desamis. But with 2 kills, he's feeling pretty good about his chances here. Pro Delta dumping arrows into Cavallo. Nice patient fight played out, but Daisy will help grab the kill. A shutdown, no less, for the Ivern, and will survive. Get 4 stacks on that Dark Seal. 4 kills over to Liberty on that top side.
Daisy got robbed. She did all the work she should have gotten killed for.
True.
Mikau, though, bot side able to get an assist as well, and that's one of the things we talk about, these sort of old man champions, these scaling champions. But one thing about Senna is that if you're going to play her like an old man champion, experience is really important to know when and how you can help out, and that's how Mikau often can go down in gold. He actually has the lowest gold difference at 15. I think it was negative 600 plus. I can't remember the exact number off the top of my head, but it doesn't matter because he still finds ways to have utility and impact.
Yeah, and that's what you got to do kind of on this. Well, now I guess it's the farming Senna. I was going to say on the fasting Senna, right? You just kind of got to wait and bide your time and trust that you are still going to have an impact in these later game team fights. The root, I think, is something about Senna's kit that doesn't get talked about enough, or at least the way maybe it is, and I'm just in the wrong circles here. X-Drinker Shield playing big role here for Makes, pops the Ragnarok. And that
It's down.
that equalizer actually doing a little bit more than I thought it was gonna here. Gigo opted into the Swifties initially here. We'll talk about that later. He blows the flash. Desamis gets in here and gets the CC onto Makes. But that's a ton of shielding here from Drake Hero. He's gonna help him get the kill. No, he will not. Gigo goes down, but a killing spree for Drake Hero with the Moonstone Renewer in tow. Ivern making a big impact here, shielding himself up. This champion is just silly RMC.
Okay, I know I joked about giving the kill to Daisy earlier instead of Ivern, but legitimately, you don't want your Ivern to be picking up this many kills for sure.
Yeah.
Dark Seal stacks are always nice, but at the same time, unless this is going to be a straight up AP Ivern, and it's not, we already see the Moonstone Renewer come through, you need to be giving those kills over the way of Makes, over the way of Pilot, over the way of Mikau, the actual carries, the actual damage threats. If not, this 100 gold advantage we're seeing from Liberty, which is negligible, really is still a bit of a deficit for Liberty, especially if we can get enough burst damage down from Cade Stars. And we'll have to see if they can, right? Dragon is up, second Drake. That's usually where we start to see teams go towards those 4v4 fights.
Now on the other side here, RMC on the bottom lane. We talked about how the top lane really maybe hasn't gone the way that Cade Stars would have wanted it to. Bot lane, you're feeling all right. Combined 1,000 gold lead effectively in the bottom lane, but it's negated by everything on the other side of the map. So at least Cade Stars have that, right? We talked about it. By 20 minutes, if this game is not won by Cade Stars, it's going to get really, really ugly. The team fighting ability on this team, not very good, but the pick ability is phenomenal with the Vial, with the Assault. Smiley going forward, gets hit by the last embrace. Very nicely done by Mikau. If nothing else, they buy space for Desamis to pick up the team's second Dragon of the game.
And they could potentially look for a dive as well. Desamis has the cease and desist ready to go. Topside, Gigo just got forced out of lane. And once again, Gigo, no TP. This is Flash Ignite. Where did Mikau go?
He went backwards, actually. He's going to do the Dawning Shadow over the top here. Nice face call there by Smiley. Pilot coming in. Almost able to hit the shockwave there. Mikau in some trouble here. Not able to get the rend off. Smiley able to get the kill there on the other side. And they do end up executing the dive here. Laleko gets killed, but a triple kill for Smiley.
Okay, and Pilot with the double as well. I think I'd take Smalley over Pilot right now, especially with the early game strength of the Callista. Makes proxying Gigo out, but is kind of low on health. It's kind of doing this because you're trying to bait and buy time for Drake Hero. Pro Delta has arrived as well.
In he comes. Daisy going in and just getting melted. Fire is super effective against grass, for those that don't know. Rumble just shredded right through Daisy. And I think, actually, I'm going to check here. Translate.google.com. Margarida does in fact mean Daisy. Okay, and that is what Daisy is called. It's the name for the flower. It's the same thing. And in a goofy little voice, that's exactly what he says. Equalizer going down.
Oh.
Ragnarok going out as well. That is a big fat. That is not a Headstreaker shield. That is a Maud Malmortius shield. But Pro Delta says, I do physical damage. And he dumped a couple arrows into him, and Gigo getting a much needed kill here. 2 kills sneakily for him.
Yeah, not a solo kill though, we'll say. But It does help a lot for Gigo to be able to equalize that. There's still a couple of plates to be picked up as well. 40 seconds before the plates go down. Draker and Cavallo, the cavalry to the rescue, and Pro Delta's already gone home.
The literal cavalry coming in hot. Crashing down is Cavallo. Drake Hero just going to beef him up. He's got a ton of healing and shielding. Gigo, nothing he could do. And crucially, like we talked about beforehand, they held off just a little bit. Pilot says, I'm coming. Give me the last hit. Bam. 3rd kill for him.
Yeah, this Orianna is getting real scary. And for we didn't talk too much about how this Orianna is going to work necessarily. It was great in draft because you provide a shield, another shield, I might add, to Olaf. And it was really about makes, but now it's not. It's about Pilot and that Shockwave. We said before, Kate Stars don't have a true tank. So that Shockwave catching all those squishies could literally just end the team fight before it even starts.
And you've got decent ball delivery systems, right? Like you said, with the Olaf, with Cavallo. I think he's had a really good game so far. Roaming around on the rel as you should here. It has come at the expense of Macau, though, it feels like. And on a farming Senna, I feel like that is less than ideal. Smiley, he has a 2,500 gold lead just by himself on the bottom side.
Yeah, they funneled all those plates into this Callista. So, yeah, definitely a terrifying prospect. And I need to see Smiley be able to transition that to the other lanes. Because 600 gold difference in the top side, it's not that significant. But when you think about the split push power Olaf has, and the fact that Callista can't 1v1 and Olaf, it gets a lot scarier, and the gold feels a lot better. Pro Delta eats the Shockwave, and that's good if he doesn't die here.
If he doesn't die, Cavallo going forward. Double flash blown. Smiley trying to turn it around and kite this back. Leleko throws out the Q, not able to find the mark. Tether goes out as well. Another more damage coming out here. Pilot able to throw the ball out and dissuade anything further. Macau with the help of the Black Mist. There we go. Thank you. Able to help his team get out here. Meanwhile, on the other side here, with Makes nowhere to be found in the top lane, Gigo just going to say thank you very much. I'm going to take this on the top side. Oh, Makes is in the bottom lane. That's where he is, ripping through this bot tier 2.
Yeah, and the tier 2 is worth a lot more gold. Gigo, they are looking for Macau. No backup.
Gigo just goes forward on him, flashes onto the Senna, burns her alive.
Yo, who left your grandpa in the wheelchair outside in the parking lot? Because that's what happened to Macau. Unfortunately, we were talking about old man champions. Macau literally can't do anything, right? There's no mobility. There's no fancy tricks you can pull with the Senna. If you get caught like that, you're dead to rights. And now Kate Stars, they just blew the game open.
RMC.
Yeah.
This speaks. I cut you off because this graph at the bottom, this is average gold difference at 15 over the course of the split. This speaks to what we're talking about in the early game. I wanted to point this out, give you a chance to talk about this.
Yeah, actually, thank you for doing that because this is very sexy. So first of all, we talk about the fact that Liberty tends to be down gold, and they will go further into deficit, as we saw right there, before they come back. So what was that, 25, 30-minute mark is usually when...
Yeah, it was between the 25 and 30-minute mark, then it just whoop.
Perfect. So for Liberty, this is their comfort zone right now. Don't panic.
Yep.
But for Kate Star, this is also their comfort zone. So maybe panic a little bit. Thomas getting caught here.
A lot of CC going down. Samus has to flash away. Leleko looking for a little bit of a flank here. Cavallo going to get a little bit of shielding down, but Makes. He's just going to run down Leleko here. Doesn't pop the Ragnarok. Not wanting to blow that just yet, although that would have given him CC immunity through that tether.
And I really like that from Makes. Don't burn it. It's not about the karma here. It's about Smalley. You need to hold that Liberty. They've cleared out vision as well, so Kate Stars can see everything around them, but they can't actually see Liberty there.
Rodelta blew his flash as well. Not the biggest deal. You really want this Ash for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Visions. That's not that big a deal, but Pilot,
down
with that ball over the wall, able to get a little bit of work done there. This is about Smiley, like you said, RMC. 3 kills for him. Going in immediately. Smiley has to be careful here. Gets clocked up, taken out of the fight. Beautifully done. Pilot, Cavallo, and Makes work their wombo combo magic, easy as you like. 5 kills, or 4, excuse me, for Liberty. It felt like 5. That's how decisive the fight was.
We were lied to, 4x4. It's not 25 minutes yet, but Liberty is starting to pop off. And beautifully played. They denied the vision, and we talked about the fact that Pilot Shockwave will literally end fights. Makes was bait. Makes was just the ball delivery system. And what an effective one, holding that Ragnarok to pair with the Ghost. And for K-Stars, it's not over yet, but that is a rude awakening call that, hey, we've got a really strong team fight, but we actually need to have the tools. We need to make sure Equalizer is actually up before we try and do this 5v5 face-off.
You see that damage that has come down here. I mean, a lot to talk about on this one, but the biggest thing is Smiley, 700 damage. That's nothing, right? They jumped onto Smiley, and like you said, they understood the assignment. Did Liberty. They threw everything at him, this short-range AD carry, and they made him pay.
Yeah, in fact, Pro Delta actually out-damaged Smiley in that fight, and unfortunately for Pro Delta, you're not the carry this game. So good damage, good poke, but you can't carry the remaining fight. Now, Dragon down, Arrow coming up in 1 minute and 30 seconds between both of these teams. And I feel like for K-Stars, they kind of need the Herald. They're trying to accelerate the pace of the game as much as they possibly can. Mates being baited a little bit here.
Pops the Ragnarok immediately. Their cleanse is off the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. He's trying to take someone down with him.
He got it.
He's doing his best Gigo impression here, RMC, who in turn gets locked up. Magnastorm Shockwave comes down here. Excuse me. Drake here going to grab the kill. Mace looking for more. Somehow still alive. Desamas able to get back in, get the Ball Breaker down, and get the CC down as well. There's the Shockwave onto Leleko. Liberty are fighting a fight on 2 fronts and winning both of them. They catch VKS deep in their jungle. That's a 3-for-0, 4-for-0 as Desamas finally goes down. RMC, the kill lead is up to 7 for Liberty.
And we had the question, can Liberty outhands K-Stars? The answer so far for has been a resounding yes as we watch that play. It was bait from K-Stars. They had more people, but Liberty had the bigger bait in the form of Makes and a redemption from half a map away. Drake Hero's redemption extended that fight so long that the rest of the team could back up Olaf, and we've seen what happens when Olaf gets back up, when he gets shields not from 1 champion, but 2, plus the Shockwave in pocket.
This is the best version of Liberty. Liberty looked like a well-oiled machine when they team fight. That's been the secret sauce. And like you said, Makes bought himself a ton of time here, right? Like you said, they had more people, but not immediately, right? The Shockwave did a lot of work. That Moss Shield did a lot of work. Makes had to buy a lot of time.
Yeah, and even if there wasn't backup there, that was still a 1-for-1. Pro Delta would have gone down, and there was a lot of damage put onto Gigo as well. So effectively 1.5 for 1 trade. No matter what, Liberty was going to walk away the victor. And for K-Stars, that's a problem, because now on one hand, you can't deal with the split push, right? Nobody can answer that. So K-Stars have to look for team fights, but the team fighting from K-Stars so far hasn't been that strong either. They've got to pull the trigger ASAP, or the split push is going to make them regret everything.
I mean, yeah, and Gigo and Smiley being such short-range carries as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide, they're not being put in good positions to succeed, right? When it makes just bearing down on top of you as that Olaf, it makes things so difficult. And Kavala with the Magnet Storm, that's so tough to cleanse. Daisy, I didn't know that Daisy could take the Root Caller. That is something I learned today. I never thought about that. She's able to jump over that wall. She does get deleted here. Smiley, led by Desamas, looking for another way into this one. A lot of brush down on this Baron. Liberty playing for the turn. Going to buy themselves a little bit of time with that redemption, RMC.
Okay, the stacking, though, continues to stack, and look how squishy Drake Hero is right now. He's support style, Makes taking a lot of damage. Equalizer comes across.
But that is a ton of shielding coming in for the lock of the Iron Solari. Desamas goes in. He gets locked up here. Kavala looking to go forward. He doesn't get enough here. Dawning Shadow over the top of Leleko gets deleted, and that's enough for them. Now Makes running riot. He's sprinting towards the back line of VKS. Raining damage. Fate's Call going to save Pro Delta by Smiley. But they get what they came for. Get the 2 kills. Take the jungler out of the equation. Turn their attention back onto Baron. But RMC, these health bars are still pretty low.
But they've got enough shields, and Makes will regenerate. If anything, K-Stars are the ones who don't have a ton of options. Arrow comes across. Where's the follow-up?
Yeah, I mean, they don't have it, right? That's the other thing is, yes, Liberty's health bars are low, but like you said, they've got enough sustain, Moonstone, Locket. Actually, that's on cooldown, but K-Stars don't have anything else. That's the point here.
Yeah, Makes isn't taking damage from Baron with all the shields. Everybody else is, but they're not the main target tanks. Makes is tanking this up. TP coming in from the side.
Gigo goes in with the flame spitter. He will die. He'll be the sacrificial lamb. But Leleco dumping damage in. That's a lot of work being done by the Iron Shields, but they're caught in the wrong side of the pit here. They've got to find their way out. The old man steps up. Macau, he's got backup from Cavallo, autoing Leleco to death. Samus in over the wall. They've drawn it out long enough to where Kate Stars are actually going to ruin this, or at least try to, from Liberty. They get 4 members with the Baron, and somehow they do escape. That was a little too close for comfort there, RMC.
It was incredibly dicey for 4, but Liberty, at no point did they panic. They were still holding tight together, huddling, knowing that, hey, we aren't too actually worried about Kalista bursting all of us. And as long as we're grouped together, Smaui has problems actually walking in and getting the critical damage down. Kate Stars will take second prize here with that dragon. It will be Soul Point for Chemtech Drake on a team that really doesn't have that many bruisers or tanks to maximize that. So Kate Stars now firmly on the back foot, and 4-4. We've seen Liberty pop back from rough starts. But Kate Stars has traditionally been a team that presses the accelerator, that all gas, no brakes when they're ahead. Not so much when they're behind.
No, couldn't agree with you more. And you see them, I mean, and that is kind of their identity. But this draft almost feels like a caricature of that, right? It is characteristic of them in the sense that they are putting a lot of eggs into this early game basket. But I find it also a little uncharacteristic because we've praised this team, both of these teams, excuse me, for playing very fundamentally sound, kind of high floor, just good macro sense League of Legends. In Kate Stars, they don't give themselves a lot of outs here, right? And we said, look, this game is going to get ugly around this mark. Yes, because Liberty are a really good team fighting team, but because, like you said, there are no bruisers, there are no tanks, there's no front line. Kate Stars can't really fight front to back super well. They're looking for picks like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and Desamis over the top here. In a straight up 5v5, it's really tough. You've got no way to protect Smiley. In goes Desamis, Drake Hero getting lit up. That is huge, taking out this Ivern. And Gigo going in onto Pilot, gets a stopwatch down. That might give Macau enough time to fight back. Makes is not in this fight, RMC. He joins, and it's too little too late. 3 kills over to Kate Stars.
And that's why Kate Stars, you can never say die. They recognize that, hey, Makes is split pushing bot side. We've got to pull the trigger. And as much as we talked about Gigo not having TP, neither does Makes with the flash ghost. So Kate Stars able to punch back. It's not enough to convince me just yet, though, 4x4, because sure, you win this fight, but there was nothing else to take after that. And even though they played it perfectly, look how low these health bars get right now. Leleco almost goes down. Pro Delta almost goes down. Desamis also almost goes down there. And granted, Smiley's the big carry, so as long as he's healthy, it's not the end of the world, but it's not what you want to see for Kate Stars. When you get the team fight, when you get the 5v4, when all the cards are in your favor, it still doesn't feel like a winning hand.
Yeah, that's kind of my concern. Even watching that replay, right? It was a little bit, that was exactly the concern that was coming to me. It was like, look, if Makes was there, and even just the threat of Makes, if he was just like a well-positioned traffic cone, that fight would have gone really, really differently because K-Stars wouldn't have been able to push up with as much impunity. Excuse me. But that fight looks very, very different. I will say, Leleco, he's doing a good amount of damage. He's got that Horizon focus in tow now. He's going to hurt, but again, it's really that mantra Q, right? That is the big, like, oh my goodness, right? That's why Drake Hero got taken as low as he did. But that's still another 15, 20 seconds, right? And you can't count on that in these team fights to be able to sustain you over and get Leleco that another big burst of damage. Look, Karma can still be really effective. The Tether is mean. You still get really good value out of the Inspire, the E, right? The shields, even if you don't have the mantra up. But with the Malignance and with that Horizon focus, Leleco, understanding the assignment here, knows he's got to keep himself safe. But again, I just worry. In such a short-range composition, in a composition that wants to get into the mucky middle of it, Smiley is going to have to play these fights near perfectly. And I think about even just little micro interactions, right? Like Cleanse, that's obviously great on a Kalista. Magnet Storm's really doing the work here. Cleansing a Magnet Storm is basically a fool's errand.
Yeah, and on top of that, there's other CC as well. You can't cleanse the
Shockwave.
And the Shockwave...
Exactly, it's a knockup, bingo.
Yeah, and not only is it just knockup, the sheer damage. So I'm thinking right now, if that hits, I don't care you got cleanse. Heal would have been more useful in that particular situation. That said, Smalley's been positioning well, so the cleanse is more insurance than anything else. And for Liberty, the fact that Drake Hero did go down does mean, by the way, that he lost a whole bunch of pages out of the Lost Chapter. So, or not Lost Chapter, pardon me, the Magi Socior. So that is another sort of minor advantage Kate Stars have accrued. It will diminish, of course. We talked about skilling earlier in the game, and that much hasn't changed.
Dawn Core is in there, though. Getting a little bit more I like the passive on it that you get more AP per your mana regen, right? Because the mana regen is on every single support item, so you're just gonna get kind of some free AP off of
Yeah.
that. And you see, the shields are huge from this
Yes.
Ivern. They are so massive. We
Smiley.
haven't seen kind of the big Daisy team fight just yet. Smiley is just
Oh.
dead here. He gets picked off at the worst possible time. Baron and Dragon up in 30 seconds. And Smiley's not going to be around for either of them. Liberty are going to take a lot out of this RMC.
Yeah, and the push can just keep on going from the side of Liberty right now. Gigo, again, no TP. So Gigo's best served by just continuing the split push, trying to distract the members of Liberty away. TP actually being used by Pilot to answer this one.
Okay.
Gigo? Okay, I was wondering if Liberty just collapsed into top side. No, they want that Dragon. They want to make sure that Kate Stars don't get some.
Yeah, Kate Stars, they do have the soul stacking going, right? For all the things that we pointed out that maybe aren't in their favor. Fantastic ward there by, I don't know if that was Pilot. Who's got the blue ward? Oh, Pilot does have the blue ward going. Okay, fair enough. The Farsight alteration to be a good play-by-play caster and use all the names exactly how you should. It's locked up here. Does Cavallo? Nothing's going to matter here. Gets the flash out. Actually, that Dawning Shadow shielding does extend the fight a little bit, but is not enough. The Ignite came down onto him and kind of negated that. Liberty in a little bit of trouble here. They're in shambles right now. Makes looking for the flank, but it's still a numbers disadvantage. Pilot able to take down Gigo. That is huge. Smiley is not available in this fight. They got to extend this out. Try to get him involved here. Makes. You got to make sure he doesn't bite off more than he could chew. Shielding coming down here from Drake Hero. Makes is a big, bad man. But if he is just alone, he is not going to be as effective as he can be. Like you said, RMC, Dragon was that objective, but it is taken by Liberty somehow. Who swiped it?
Well, Liberty had the priority after that mid lane push, so they were going to deny it from Kate Stars. So it makes sense that they were able to secure it. I didn't quite see who got it because, frankly, I was more interested in what was happening.
There was a lot going on.
Yeah, and I think it's quite insane, actually, that at the end of the day, Liberty were able to answer back onto Gigo. I thought they were going to be able to pinch Pilot, but Pilot, this is why we're talking him up so much in the early game. Because, sure, Makes has been stealing our eyes with the 757 Olaf, which is unstoppable and charging at people. But Pilot quietly has accrued 7, 2, and 9. Second highest skill participation, tied with Cavallo, and has been surviving, drawing a lot of attention away from the carries of Mikau and Makes on this Liberty roster.
Well, onto the Baron they go. They got their first objective. Guys, if we hide in the bush, no one can see us. Just kidding. The Callista E actually can. Gotta be careful. The Callista W, I should say, actually can.
Baron down to 5
Baron health being taken low here. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes out. It does land onto the back line. Daisy playing front line, just trying to be a nuisance, trying to buy enough time to get this Baron down. Desam is taken out of the pit. Cavallo will sacrifice his life for it. The Baron is secured by Liberty, and now the aftermath coming in hot. Desam is flashing in. There's the cease and desist. Mikhail has to run away here. Has to flash away as well. Like Aleko coming in over the top with the Mantra Q. The inner flame hits hard, and it's enough to make the 80 carry flash away. Ivern goes down as well. Smiley, when he's set up like that, you see what this Callista can do.
4.
Mikau's just dead here.
The literal last second. I was just trying to count because it's 4 seconds on the empowered recall. Mikau almost gets out. Who do they give this one to? It will be Laleko.
Nice.
Picking that one up. Kate Stars again. It feels like this Baron pit is the Baron pit of death for Liberty. The last time they got corralled in, barely made it out as a group, but that was a rough position. This time, not able to do that. And for all that they're getting Barons, Kate Stars are actually taking better advantage of this and will be able to make this a negative play to start.
K-Stars are the more polished team, right? We want to point to the early game stats. You want to point to even some of their late game team fights. If you wanted to be a Liberty hater, you could point to the fact that they are winning some of these games by the skin of their teeth. I'm not a Liberty hater. I'm just saying if you were, that's how you do it. Let's get another look at this. Cavallo sacrificed his life for this Baron, but then they were just running around with like chickens with their heads cut off.
Yeah, and on the left side here, I want to highlight Gigo actually zoning out Pilot. This stasis was incredibly clutch. We saw the last time they tried to do that, Gigo lost out and died. And if you don't zone them out, Pilot potentially could have caused a lot of problems, not just with the damage he has, but with the command dissonance to actually slow down and allow people from Liberty to run away. So, huge call from Kate Stars, the right call from Kate Stars to be able to split up Liberty and make sure the Orianna and the Olaf can't actually link up.
Now we're getting another fight for that Dragon Soul in just a little bit here, RMC. Gigo retreating from the line of scrimmage there on that bottom lane. See how the vision is set up here. It's completely dark on both sides here. Drake Hero Gonna take some friends of the forest from the other side here. And now Liberty looking like they've got complete advantage here. But like you said, that Baron power play, minus 1,500
Oh,
since that was
Gigo.
taken. Oh, hang on a second here in some trouble. Mike Gigo might be going down here. Get some shielding down and gets the stopwatch off. Gonna buy his team some time. But that's not going to do anything here. Gigo not able to get even a second out of this. He gets picked off right before this crucial Dragon RMC.
And we keep seeing this happen where individual Smiley got picked off before the last dragon prior to this. Now Gigo gets picked off before this particular dragon. Thankfully for Kate Stars, they had the dragons unlocked earlier. So losing this one isn't game ending, but the pressure they are losing is a bit of an issue. And this time Kate Stars are not in a position to try and answer cross map. They don't have enough vision to know where Liberty is tracking at any given point. And also, Gigo was the one split pushing earlier. Who's doing it now? Disamis can't do it. Leleko was in position to do it. And the AD carries, both of them cannot escape a Mix running from them.
The Baron buff just expired, but if you wanted kind of a numerical thing to point to, maybe not in the perfect way illustrate your point, but I think it would, excuse me, it would do something to it. The gold lead, or the Baron power play, was at negative 1,500 gold.
Yeah.
By the time that counter expired on the top left, it was down to 0. So they basically wiped away the damage that K-Stars did with what they were able to get out of this on the other side. Now 3-3, 6 dragons have gone over on either side, RMC. You like a lot of these Chemtech dragons on someone like the Olaf. It really, it synergizes so well with his kit. Like you said, bruisers love this item, or this buff, I should say. And they could get the soul on top of 4 straight. We're going to have to wait a couple minutes for that to go down, RMC, but we'll probably get a fight around the Baron in just 2 minutes.
And that's going to be the interesting one, because Kate Stars has been managing to pull their wins at this Baron pit when Liberty started up, when they take a lot of that debuff damage, when they're stuck in those choke points. And one thing we didn't highlight about the Liberty composition is they're actually a fairly low mobility composition in terms of being able to get around terrain. Like, sure, Mix can sprint at you real fast, but when they're in the Baron pit, they have no escapes a lot of times. So you either blow the flash defensively, get over the wall, and then if K-Stars can still find the fight, you're in trouble. Or you hold the flashes for the actual team fight, but you're fighting with that debuff. And so far, it has not worked out for Liberty. Either way, they've tried to cut it. So I think K-Stars, that's what they're looking for right now. Go back to what's worked for them. Push out mid, push out push out mid and push out top, pardon me, so that you can actually rotate, get some vision down, and look to try and contest Liberty once again.
Smiley trying to find a way into some of these fights. Hasn't been the prettiest game for him, for the rest of K-Stars, but Disamis, they're going to start the fight immediately. Goes in with the ball breaker. Pro Delta with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They light up Pilot. He pops a stopwatch, but he's effectively dead in this fight. Gigo going forward here with the flank. The Equalizer coming down, rips Liberty apart. They are scattered to the 4 winds. Pro Delta started it off. Disamis followed it up. And Gigo in a sneaky deep position here. They blow everything, but they push Liberty off this Baron pit.
And Gigo might not have had the best laning phase for i4, but in the mid game so far, he's had far more impact than Makes. How many times have we seen him going deep in, finding Pilot, finding Mikau? Even right now, if he can pull Makes apart.
Make's gonna pop the Ragnarok. Drake here trying to help him out with the additional shielding, but Leleko is zoning him off it. Make's just trying to get somebody here. He's gonna run down the support,
he ran out.
but he gets lit up with the CC. The Equalizer coming down. Shockwave over the top. Dawning Shadow over the top. Mag follow in with the Magnet Storm. They survive long enough when Drake Hero's alive and so much healing and shielding. Make's bought him enough time. He somehow survives. Drake Hero with so much help. Mikau with the healing and shielding as well. Somehow, they're able to turn this around, but it's not done just yet. Leleko decides that he is not done. He wants horse meat. Cavallo goes down.
I don't know if they tracked. I mean, Disamis seems oddly hesitant to go in onto Makes. I think you have enough burst damage. Smalley, by the way, stuck in that pit. The blue pit there did so much damage, but not enough to actually kill anybody. And that was where things have backfired. They're looking for an ambush right now. If they can find Pilot, that would be massive, but Liberty are not taking that risk. Mikau?
Oh, Liberty actually, okay, Mikau able to flash into the chicken pit here. Disamis, he's big,
Can he get
he's a
up?
bruiser, he doesn't have flash though, he's able to get the Q off. Shockwave not really going to do anything to him. Disamis is a thick boy. This champion is not going to land here. This arrow, I should say, not going to land here. The Kanik Rooker doing a lot of work for Disamis there. The Shockwave really didn't do much. Now, back onto the Baron we go, RMC. After all that, the objective wasn't taken. It was just a scrap around it. K-Stars, they wanted to be proactive. They weren't playing for a turn. None of that garbage. They wanted to get Liberty on the way to the Baron.
Okay, they're looking to try and burn this. Keep in mind, with the Callista, the Rend Smite stack is incredibly hard to deal with. Drake Hero does have Daisy to do the reconnaissance to just walk her in. But, okay, there we go. It's only 4,000 health. Daisy is actually rather squishy right now.
Yeah, she's just going to get lit up. I don't know how much this wonderful little woodland creature is going to do here. Macau's not available, remember. It's a 5v4. Equalizer comes down, kind of takes Pyle out of the fight a little bit. He has to take the hard way through. Gigo pops a stopwatch, able to buy his team some time. He's even a really effective zoning tool. Makes us left alone here. He can't do anything. Smiley kites it back beautifully. Gets the rend off as well. Tons of damage out of this Olaf. And now Liberty down yet another member. The Baron has reset. We are ARAM Gaming in the top river, boys and girls.
B-Ram, as we're in the Baron pit, the Samus being down, though, is Smite down for K-Star, so they can't take this. Liberty looking for the engage, but the bushes are working against them right now.
Ooh! That Mantra Inner Flame does a lot. Able to buffer down the crash down, but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land onto Cavallo. They will walk away, though. Drake Hero, man, if Liberty pull this out, some of these fights, the way he's been able to extend them, Drake Hero, one of the best games I've seen him play, honestly. He's been phenomenal on this Ivern.
Yeah, and it's such a change of pace from what we're used to from Drake Hero.
Yeah.
Actually, throughout CBLOL this split, he's been playing mostly utility jungle, so I guess not that big a change of pace. But if you watch him in Academy, this guy was like AC, right? Lee Sin, Viego, let him pop off. And unfortunately, this game, he's doing all he can, but the team isn't quite able to pop off. So goes the way of Cade Stars, and now Liberty back to the Baron pit. But I don't know about this one. Kind of dangerous. Makes is not here.
I don't think they know about it either. Excuse me, my sinuses are working against me today. 2 ultimates go down from Cade Stars. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Equalizer not going to be available for this team. Smiley going to get the Fates call back up. DeSamus with the cease and desist, though. That is how you got to start these fights, the cease and desist. And Smiley's had some pretty good Fates calls here as well to kind of extend these fights out and lay down some good CC. 73,000 golds where both these teams are at. RMC, we said that if this game went past the 20-minute mark, K-Stars are going to have a tough time, getting into this game. How have they done it?
Well, they are having a tough time getting into this game 4-4. But Liberty's having a surprisingly tough time. And a lot of it is really good patience from K-Stars. I remember in Gringos Liberados this week, we were asked the question from the community Discord saying, which teams are really playing the game right now from League of Legends, which teams are playing good, clean macro, and both Liberty and Cade Stars names came up, and we're seeing that right now from Cade Stars. They are the best macro team in the league, and we are still seeing it. Considering how young some of these players are, and the fact that Lilico just came up from the academy scene, they don't play like it. They're playing like veterans now. Baron being started up again, already down to 50% health. Cade Stars need to get in there.
Smiley is full build. He's got 5 items plus his boots. Equalizer going down. There's the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Cavallo want to go in here. Ooh. He's going to be secured here by Liberty. Cavallo trying to go forward here. Gets the Magnet Storm down. This is the go button. Leleco dealing damage onto Pilot here, but Make's going forward here. He is massive. Takes Smiley and Pro Delta out of the fight. That's what you want if you're Liberty, is a big fight from Makes. He is huge. Pilot somehow still surviving. Flashes away. Gets the ball down. Makes has got to do a little bit more, though. Drake here going to buy his team some time here. But Cade Stars, they work around the fact that they've got no AD carry. And it looks like they're finally able to take Makes down. TP coming in. Pilot somehow got back into this fight. Doesn't have the shockwave, though. Doesn't have the flash. Just trying to be another body. Provide some more disruption. Cade Stars walk away with the fight win. But Liberty do get the Baron. If nothing else, they deny it. That's kind of what it feels like, RMC.
Every time, too, 4-4. That's the third Baron, and the third time we've seen Liberty get it, but kind of lose out on the resulting fight. And Cade Stars are doing such a good job maximizing the value of this arrow. Cross map doesn't quite find Drake Hero, but it's enough to stop the Friend of the Forest from stepping up and being a friend of the turret.
This game is still going on. 41 minutes in. And it still doesn't feel like we're any closer to finding a winner. I mean, the inhibs, the base, hasn't been touched. It's going to take, I mean, maybe the respawn timers are long enough to where a fight around these objectives could result in a straight-up win. But RMC, this is not the game I thought I was going to get here between these two teams. But this was highlighted as the match of the day, maybe the match of the week. And from that perspective, boy, has it delivered.
Yeah, and can I just say as well, if we take out the first game of the day, I've actually loved the games we've had today.
Oh, yeah.
Alt versus INTC was an absolute banger as well. Way closer than we expected. And this one, we expected to be close, is living up to the hype. How often At 42 minutes, we were looking at almost 80,000 gold. Our team's within spitting distance of each other. Gold is utterly irrelevant, and it's coming down to straight execution. And I want to give props to Smalley as well, because I feel like we kind of wrote Smalley's Kalista off, and Smalley often doesn't get enough praise on this team, which is very top lane focused. When Gigo struggled this game, when he got shut down, it was Smalley and Pro Delta in the bot lane that bore the weight of it, that carried them through. And even in these last couple of fights, Liberty is expending so much to find Smalley, more than I think they expected. And that's giving Gigo and Leleco time to kind of salvage the rest of the fight. Heck, even Pro Delta is getting a lot of damage off in these fights because everything in the kitchen sink is being thrown at Smalley.
Yeah, you know the game's gone a long time when the supports actually buy a Wardstone. Look, that item is just really, really good. You throw 3 control wards in there, you just get a bunch of free stats for 0 gold effectively. Leleco has to blow his flash. Almost caught out there. 2 members with the Baron buff. Yeah, no, RMC, I mean, this has been an absolute blast. Smiley, I agree. Maybe not getting the credit that he deserves. But in a couple of fights now, he has kited back really, really well and played this Kalista kind of on these margins that you have to, especially in the late game, into an Olaf. And, you know, like we said, a cleanse into a Rel, into the Magnetstorm. You've got a lot of things being thrown at you that it's really, really hard. Got to give him a ton of credit here.
Yeah, and he's not been going down that early. And because of that, Liberty has to most of extend. Makes his Ragnarok keeps running out. And without the Ragnarok, the rest of Kate Stars are able to kite him, CC him.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, hey, it's working right now because they are horrifically overextended time and time again. Now, Elder up on the board in a minute. Right for, and if the Baron has not been able to end the game, if the Baron has kind of been bait, Elder is none of that.
Pro Delta's missed like 4 of his last 5 arrows, but they've all been really close.
Yeah, and you know what? He can hold them for the team fight as well. The cooldown is fairly short, so
oh my goodness, yeah,
it will be up in time for that fight. Makes
wanted to go forward here. Pro Delta getting a ton of shields on him from Leleco. That wasn't even a mantra'd up shield. That was just that is just a death cap crypt loop. My goodness, Karma's such a silly little champion. Yeah, for all the value that Drake Hero has given his team with these shields. In goes the Sabitz with the cease and desist here. Equalizer over the top to follow up on him. They've got to get close here. Makes. He's creating a distraction on the other side. It's 2 4v1s, RMC, on different sides of the map. The fights were completely split apart, and both bruisers went hell for leather.
They're not the same, though. Makes is more important for the team fight. And DeSamis has the smite. Gigo running down. Makes should be able to find this one. Revenge. Oh, it's not a solo kill. I was going to say, for the solo kill. But this does mean that Liberty has the smite in this Elder fight. I don't think Kate Stars want to do this. They want to just look for the team fight equalizer halfway back already.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Enchanted Crystal Arrow almost back as well, and the Fate's Call is available. But man, you've seen how much K-Stars they had to rely on the cease and desist to start these fights. It's a lot harder now. Ego just trying to wait out damage from the other side. Pro Delta gets Fate's called right in. The health bars are low. Smiley has to go backwards. It wasn't what they wanted. The Ivern Brush is fighting a ton of value. So much shielding from this Ivern. Without the Vi, the team fight just went out the window. Pilot and company moving to their 7th win in a row. You see the joy on the players' faces. They know what this means. Unbelievable. Liberty, take another scalp.
7 straight wins. Hell Week, they were up against Pain, Loud, Kaboom, no, Red, and Kate Stars. It was supposed to be an impossible run, and they did it. The 7 wins are coming against the top of the table at the right time. Liberty, they are clutching it out when it matters. I don't care how stable Kate Stars is. I don't care how stable Pain is. I don't care how much Loud can scale up. Liberty are on the hot streak, and Belzy, Turtle, they're just making miracles happen.
You can never count them out, man. That is unbelievable. They're the story of the CBLOL, far and away. Look, Kate Stars and what CL has done here, it's a joy. It's to be celebrated. They are set up for long-term success, but every single one of these players deserves immense credit for Liberty as well. Cavallo, he was laughed out of the CBLOL his last time up. Mikau, he was like kind of on that Tay trajectory of how many teams are going to give this dude a chance? Just let Morpheus up, right? Let some Academy 80 carry up. But Mikau said, look, I'm 37,000 years old. I am older than God. I will still be on winning teams here. And he didn't have a great game on the Senna. He wasn't the reason that they won this, but he provided decent healing and shielding over the top. The threat of the last embrace is always something you got to look out for with a Senna. But this team, man, they are something special. if you took away nothing else from today, if this is your first time here, you've been here for 10,000 times, tell everyone about Liberty. Tell everyone what good coaching, good infrastructure, and believing in homegrown talent that had a shaky first couple splits in the CBLOL, and tell them, look, talent development isn't linear. Tell them that players deserve second and third chances, and to believe in the potential of what a bunch of kids playing with no strings attached, being able to be their best selves, and playing with nothing to lose. No one expected anything of this roster. RMC, they're 9-6.
Yeah, and they are now threatening the top end of the table forever. That is the nuttiest part. How bad exactly are the ties? Because we're looking at a potential, like, we've already got a tie for first 3 ways with Kate Stars losing that one. That's part of your dream come through. Now, imagine if Red lose 4x4. Even if they win, it's a 4-way tie for top, and then a 2-way tie for 5th and 6th. But if Red lose, we get 2 split 3-way ties. Somehow, CBLOL magic, it always happens every split. It always gets spicy in the last 2 weeks.
It's so much fun. I mean, that's why we love this league. I mean, we said that there really wasn't going to be a punching bag this split. We were wrong about that. But not in the way that we thought. Look, I actually, yeah, they've been the punching bag. But like, but even then, they've been playing okay. They took it loud. And the top of the standings have been so much fun. Like you said, if Red lose, we are going to get 6 teams separated by 1 game. It's going to be madness down the stretch. Guys, seriously, tell everyone. Tell them to get in here for this last 3 days of the CBLOL. It's going to be so much fun. RMC, talk a little bit about Kate Stars, though. They put on a heck of a fight, though. They had a just hard early game composition, but you saw when things didn't go their way, players at different points in the game found different ways to be effective.
And the one criticism we had of Kate Stars was, of course, the fact that they were getting out-handsed by the top teams. This game, that wasn't the case. Liberty played well and above in terms of mechanics. Kate Stars was right there with them. Kate Stars didn't have the early lead we expected them to get, that they probably expected to get. And despite that, despite a composition that did not scale well, they played some of the best tactical League of Legends. The way they were able to stall, extend the fights, the patience they had to allow Liberty many, many times to kind of put themselves in tough situations. In fact, the last fight was Disamis from Kate Stars overextending, over-diving to try and make action happen. If that doesn't happen for it, the game could have very well gone 50 plus minutes. I know there was a poll that we ran in chat. Shout out to Camcom for running that one. I don't know how many people predicted 50 plus minutes, but it could have gone that way if not for Disamis at the very end. And that's not even a mistake from them. Liberty, I think he went on Mikau. We say that Mikau didn't have a good game, but Mikau had the game winning moment.
Yeah, somehow in a weird backwards twisted way, he did have the game winning moment there. Yeah. It just wasn't enough there. I mean, Kate Star's still one of the elite teams in this league, and RMC, this is what's so much fun is like, I don't really know who you say, oh, Kate Star's one of the elite teams. Guess what? All the standings are so smushed close together. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, 2 teams fighting for their lives, different type of stakes at the bottom of the standings, Furia versus Los Grandes. But after that, Red Canids and Fluxu, and if Red win, they join the 10-5 group. If they lose, they join the 9-6 group. It's absolute must-win territory for them. Don't go anywhere. The games are coming thick and fast, all with something to play for. We'll be right back.
Stop until I beat you back. Stop until I beat you back.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're able to take a breather after that one. We've got a clash at the bottom of the standings here for you. Los Grandes versus Furia. I am here with Axeman87 for the last two games of the day. Axe, thank you for filling in on short notice. We appreciate you here, man. And you were in the chat for that last one. You were treated to quite the game. And if it wasn't for the fact that I took a little bit getting on, I was getting water, dealing with some stuff. We gotta jump in and talk about this game. But look, everyone knows how you feel about this Liberty roster. Everyone knows how you feel about the performance that they put in, man. It was awesome, dude. It was really awesome. Screw it up. I'm gonna give you 15 seconds.
Yeah, it was so cool, dude. I mean, we knew this had to be the gauntlet. It was like Kaboom, Loud, Pain, and then VKS were the next 4 games following up on their big win. And a lot of folks were like, they maybe get 1 game or something like that. Maybe it's in playoffs contention.
I am a lot of folks.
And I made the point on Gringos Liberados. I said, hey, would it be crazy if they won all of them? 4x4! They won all of them!
So far, so good. Yeah.
Can't believe it, man.
No, it's actually unbelievable. They're the story in Brazilian League of Legends right now. They beat Loud, Pain, Kaboom, Cade Stars. They won all of them. They're on a 7-game win streak. Tomorrow they've got Los Grandes, and right now we have Los Grandes as well. They are taking on a Furia roster let's get that Furia roster on the board for you, because that's kind of the lead in here. Zai, unfortunately, that guy's got dengue. Climate change is real, and dengue is more common everywhere. It's coming for the United States. It's just a matter of time, and that's unfortunately not a joke. We hope he's starting to feel better, but this is now the 3rd academy substitution that Furia have made. Shino and Steiner, that one was voluntary. They said ciao ciao to their Koreans, Destroy and Mir, let go of some of the coaching staff as well, and are just kind of building for next split with an all-Brazilian lineup. Uzent, though, coming up from academy. Axe, last chance saloon here for Furia. I'm just looking for kind of little wins, little victories, and I'm looking for especially that bottom side to get rolling again. But with a swap at support, it might be another pebble in the shoe here.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of life from another bottom of the table, kind of someone we've called Elo Held in the past. Ninja Kiwi earlier today. It wasn't a win for INTZ, but maybe we'll see something similar today from IU, kind of in a similar position where we had a lot of big expectations for IU. He just hasn't lived up to them. Maybe we see some signs of life from here, but as far as winning the game, I don't think any of us have predicted that 4x4.
No, certainly not me. On the other side, they are taking on a Los Grandes roster that, I mean, it just feels so rough for them, because normally a record like theirs would be enough to maybe give them a shout at playoffs. But right now, the top 6 is pulling away at light speed. They need to win here, or else I unironically think they are eliminated from playoffs, or at least it gets into tiebreaker territory. Yeah, I mean, if they get their 7th win, then with 3 games left, they'd kind of have to win out here.
I would say so. Yeah, I think any situation with them making playoffs includes them winning out. Some very key losses from other teams there, too. I think they're realistically out of the standings as far as I'm concerned. It's just more about taking games off of these other contention teams like, of course, Los Grandes. We'll see that here perhaps in just a little bit, but it's quite the mountain to climb. Super clever, incredible Envy, of course. Also another top mid laner in the league right now. Just a really solid team all around. We're in the draft.
That we are. In we go. Envy going to be on the way. That seems to be kind of what a lot of more veteran mid laners are favoring. Tinones, Dinketo, Envy, lots of championships across those guys. Are you going to be on the Callista? Says, all right, I'm just good.
Yeah, really. And maybe we'll see that. Warwick covered briefly here. Ari going to get locked in eventually for Tuts. Maybe some pick potential for Furia, looking to try and get back into a game that they already imagined they'll start out losing. Zaya Rakan now for Cello and Caddy. Nice little bot lane duo from them. Everything very safe so far from Lost. They got some killers in there too. Big damage coming through. Need more frontline.
Yeah, that's gonna be the last thing that they are going to be looking for. They have to come from top jungle. And what's interesting here, they banned away the Pike from Uzet.
I don't know if they didn't get the memo, maybe.
Yeah. And I wish I'm very happy I'm casting with you. I love casting with you, but this is where I wish I had RMC, because he probably knows if Uzent is a Pike OTP, if that's something that he's been playing in Academy. Either way, okay, I guess. Cool. Thank you very much. Tut's not going to be on the Orianna either. Now Ari coming in, and Axeman with Azir disabled, and with Ari, people are banging on the door. And look, Ari should be in the meta. She's an A-tier carry. She's still really, really strong. We've seen a couple of Ari bans, and now, first time all day, she finally gets let through.
She's finally in here, and brings a lot of pick to the team composition. That's really important in these long games that we've been seeing 4x4. You look at these big macro plays everybody's trying to make, and having a numbers advantage is really everything, and that's what Ari brings to the table, is that charm, able to get somebody picked away from their team. And it's very, very strong. Lots of damage built in there. Last of the bans will come out. Most of them are targeted at Uzent, which is probably pretty surprising. It is for me, at least, for any watchers who are familiar with the situation.
Yeah, so Jawani, Blitzcrank going to be locked. Banned away as well here. Uzent, apparently just, I don't know, maybe they did get the memo, and we just haven't.
Maybe Uzent is like crazy good. I don't know.
Yeah, but look, hey, Academy playoffs are starting tomorrow, or not tomorrow, rather Monday. I'll be there. RMC will be there on Tuesday as well. We will be co-streaming the crap out of that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. GSL style brackets for seeds 6 through 12. Here's the thing: a Xerath, I don't think would be crazy to kind of match the range of the Hui, but that's not really why like match range. It's not really like a thing. Plus, the mid laner's already been chosen, so I'm just talking out of my behind here. I finally caught up to the draft here. Renekton gonna be it for Shino. Gonna give him a lot of power to get into this lane here. And Axe, again, a lot of early game power here for Furia. They have indexed very, very heavily into the playmaking from levels 1 through 11.
Yeah, they really have some big early game upfront damage. And for Super Clever, it'll be the Olaf again, 4x4. We have said so much about these upstart. Oh, no, the Darius locked in an even bigger Axe. That's what I'm all about. Let's go. Now it's Darius for Super Clever. We've seen it on Makes, just like we saw the Olaf earlier today for Makes. But holy cow, is Super... So, okay, so both Super Clever and Makes have a pentakill this split.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Super Clever's was on Darius.
No, it was on Rumble.
It was on Rumble, so maybe trying to upstage his Academy rival here. That's how I'm going to narrate this anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, look, Make's got like back-to-back LoL esports top 5 plays in all of the world in back-to-back weeks, and Super Clever wants in on that action.
Yeah, now, problem is here, though, Makes is the only one that has won on Darius. The Darius is 2-1. Gigo did pick it. I think he blinded it as well. That was last week. He lost on it. Cade Stars in a little bit of a tough run of form here, but they've run into a couple of the hottest teams in Brazil right now. The ones on all the win streaks. Red and Liberty on a combined now 11-game win streak. They are absolutely monstering. So, but Gigo, or Super Clever rather, with this Darius, I honestly don't hate it. You don't get a ton of value out of it because it's usually a pick picked into tanks. And you're not gonna get a lot of value out of that here, but into a short range composition like this, because Furia's composition is incredibly short range, you are gonna get some decent value out of it. The Darius' life is gonna be made a lot easier, and the fact that you've got Sejuani and Rakan able to engage made fights happen all over the map here. Let's get those predictions on the board here. Furia versus Los Grandes. Again, this is a battle at the bottom of the standings here. If you win, you're still got a shot. If you lose, you're out. We all picked Los Grandes. That surprises me a little bit. I thought someone would have been a Furia believer. I guess we do have 3 missing pings here as far as our votes are concerned, but I could have seen at least one of those 3 going for Los Grandes or for Furia. Axe, why do you believe coming into this game and now informed with the opinions of the draft and what we see in front of you, has your opinion changed? Do you still favor Los Grandes?
My opinion has changed a little bit. I think I tentatively predicted Los Grandes, and I would like to change my prediction now. Rose, if you could change that, please change it to definitely Los Grandes. Just change it to definitely Los Grandes. Thank you. I would appreciate that. Super Clever gets the Darius. Holy cow, man. So much fun. Cello and Cabby get Zaya Rakan. That's awesome. I think this team comp gels really well, but also being able to have such a huge engage button on that Rakan with the Sejuani, I think this is awesome for them. And yeah, I mean, Furia, what else can you say? They got 3 Academy players up. I just don't think they could take the victory here today.
It's certainly going to be tough. Excuse me. Sinus is not working with me today. No, they've got it's just a little too easy, right? And Cello on this side, Rakan, Cello and Cabby, they played this last week against Pain Gaming. They ended up losing that, but I thought they looked fine in that loss. This is a little bit more of Cello's bread and butter. Is your little more traditional AD carries, being in a little bit more of these late game fights, being a monster there. And Super Clever, you talked about it in kind of the broader scope of the MVP or the rookie of the split race, I should say. Super Clever was leading that pretty much all year. But now with every win that Liberty rack up, with every heart that they capture, that Justin Timbermakes finds his way into with that Liberty squad, it gets tougher and tougher for Super Clever to win, man. I think he's firmly in second right now.
Yeah, I think he's in second as well. I think it is. It's not. It's a good race in my mind. I'm not sure how close it is. I think makes his way out in front for me, but it is definitely a fun race and one that we haven't gotten to see too much, especially not in the top lane, man. I mean, maybe like some big upstart AD carry talent. Oh my God, he's
This
just
is
in there.
something that, yeah, I know. He's just in there like swimwear, blows the ghost here. So not for nothing. I mean, that's, I get what you're trying to do here. Just kind of screw over your jungler, Steiner. He wants to get to level 6 really fast. If you screw up Xin Zhao's first clear, that's really going to set him back. But not able to do too much with it. He is kind of clapping Shino over these first couple waves, though. Up 10 CS, not for nothing. Shino having some trouble here. Yeah,
Holy cow.
He's just such a tough task to lane against.
Yeah, any kind of long trade you take against Darius is just an L. You see the quad stacked hemorrhage stacks there on Shino. Gonna take him down like 250 health or so with just that passive alone. He's gonna take some short trades that bring him back in, which is good. The Renekton matchup, pretty solid in that regard, able to take those short trades like most top laners would not be able to. But I mean, Super Clever, this isn't a blind pick, right? He's picking this into the Renekton, and this is why.
He's almost able to get in range there. Yeah, I think that one was more defensive, right? Just to allow Super Clever to crash this in. And
yeah,
Shino going to have to recall. Maybe he can get a plate out of it. Super Clever not going to risk that. He knows his opponent's got TP. He's going to get back into lane with an item advantage here. But Super Clever, yeah, it's just to give him a good opportunity to back because he himself does not have that teleport. So he needs a little bit of a wider window to get back to lane.
He really doesn't. And the gap top is already very apparent. I mean, here we go. A little fight down bot side.
Yeah, Uzent going in here with
nice trade.
With the crash down, getting a good little trade in here. The Guardian was popped there by Cabby as well, so not going to be available for any future trades. But Shino able to crash that wave in immediately here. Maybe make something happen, drop a deep ward down, do something here, but the Scuttle Crab popped. Shino not opting to take that any further.
Certainly here. We like that CS lead from Super Clever. He's not going to get punished too hard either. These waves aren't crashing really hard into him. Look at that freeze action. I think that might be the best position a wave could be in.
That's gorgeous. No,
it's
ideal.
It looks like it's in turret range, and it's not, but just a little bit here. So yeah, Shino really getting dogged right now. It's not good for him. If you're a Renekton fan or something like that, if you're a Shino fan, it's not looking good whatsoever. We see the level lead now. The reason I'm still talking about it is, of course, this. He's just waiting for the go button.
He doesn't have the Noxian Guillotine, but Shino does have to flash away. That wasn't even close, Axeman. First blood for Super Clever on this Darius.
Now, he might be on the LoL Esports top 5. We have to see. We'll have to see. It's got to be a pentakill. It's got to be all 5 members. So he's got some work cut out for him, but he's on his way already. He's up 20 CS. He's got the first blood. Holy moly. Look at C's already closing this one out with the objective control. They'll get all 3 grubs uncontested. Move that down into bot side control as well. For Y4, it's looking good for loss.
So far, so good. You draft that Renekton because you want him to have an impact early, and right now, it could not be going worse, I don't think. And Super Clever, he's got himself a plated steel caps as well. I like that that's what he rushed into, and more you're seeing, or more and more I'm noticing. That I know for sure. I don't know if it is a broader trend. I'm going to be honest here. But the fact that you have so many bruisers in the top lane, we haven't seen traditional tanks in the top lane really be like the favorite pick in a while here. Yeah. And so the ability to stick is really, really highly prioritized, right? And so the plated steel caps rush on a lot of top laners, it just gives you so much. The trading value is unbelievable, especially into a champion like Renekton, where a lot of his upfront damage is in the fact that he gets 3 autos down, right?
No way.
Every single one of those is reduced by the steel cap. Super Clever. He's a level up here, and Shino has to use every single one of his dashes to go away. Apprehend lands there from Super Clever, gets the decimate out with the sweet spot, dunks him!
Holy
Two
cow.
kills in 1 minute, Axeman. Somebody get this man on a leash.
Oh, it looks like a solo queue, Darius, man. Holy cow. That wasn't... He ghosted on him. Dude, he just ghosted on him, and that's all it took to get him in the ground. What do you even do now at this point if you're Shino? Can you go back to lane? I don't think you can.
It certainly gets harder.
Yeah, I mean, like, what? That definitely happens even if he's under turret, man. I mean, Super Clubber's full of health. Come on.
Now you see the gold lead there starting to get even higher. Shino's just getting buried. Cabby's got almost as much gold as him. It is really not going well for the boy here. Lane gank being attempted here. Oh, excuse me. It is very much... no, it is. Okay, there. I'm not losing my mind.
Yeah, Sinner's going up, yeah.
Did, in fact, get in there. Sees, tried to Tokyo drift his way into an ult there. Didn't work. Tuts not able to be caught. Instead, he can return some damage there onto Envy. Steiner still not caught out, but yep, he's going to walk over that ward. But that might not ward off the dive here. Cabby might be the sacrificial lamb here. Uzen going way up here. Gets the crash down. Cabby able to flash away, and that extended battle dance range is massive.
That's really huge for Cello, surviving this pre-6 dive. It might be the fight with Envy here. We'll see. No, it should disengage here. Yeah, surviving this dive pre-6 is huge, right? Because it's just not going to work on you post-6. You hit the Feather Storm, and you're just perfectly safe under this turret. It had to be pre-6 for Furia for this to go well, but lost just a little bit too... I mean, they just play it so well, man. Cello's able to get out. Cabby's playing the defense, and then on the tail end there, Cabby's able to jump to Cello to get out of range of the dive. It had to go perfectly for Furia. That was a very small window for them, and they just don't hit it. Lost makes it out.
Envy versus Tuts here in the mid lane, and nothing really too much to write home about. Excuse me. In that one. Yeah, but Cabby and Cello warding off that dive. I mean, that was big. That does get a lot of gold there into the pocket of IU, though. He's got a 500 gold lead kind of off the rip here. The only really bright spot for this team, Axeman, because the rest of it is falling apart and falling apart fast.
Could have told you that at the start, right? It would just be IU making an effort and everybody else falling apart. I mean, that's just how it's going to go for Furia. Honestly, surprised Shino hasn't died here again. I'm sure Super Clever is just waiting to pull this wave out a little bit further. You'll recall I said that the Renekton in this matchup is better at taking short trades. However, that requires the Renekton to jump in and drop Q on you. And if you're the Darius, you could just stand in the wave, and all those Qs are going to auto-push the wave towards you, so you can drag that Renekton out slowly over time before eventually you get a nice long runway where you could chase him down.
Yeah, and you see it's getting more and more conditional here. Super Clever is just monstering this matchup. He is almost doubling up Shino here on this Renekton. He feels so bad. I mean, there are some Renektons that I trust to still have a late-game impact, but that list starts and ends with Robo. If you get down. Oh, yeah. He is unbelievable on that champion because he's got great team fight sense, great macro sense. And it's not that Shino necessarily doesn't have those things, but it's really hard to make it happen on something like a Renekton.
Certainly, especially when you've been feeding the Darius all in the early game, and now he's pentakilling your team. It does make it very difficult to have an impact. I mean, even if you're stunning something like the Darius or for a quarter second or whatever Renekton's stun is, it's not enough, right? He's going to keep running at you. He's got the full ghost. And something like that stun just doesn't provide enough utility, even onto the carry, right? I mean, I think we're stunning Hwei, I think is the highest value you could get out of the Renekton in the late game, and that's just not enough. Use that
even that
Cabby.
Yeah, Cabby, able to get out here. Yeah, even if you are able to get that way, though, or to focus down that way, that's going to be really, really tough. He's got such long range, right? If Envy is in Renekton stun range, I think something went wrong or something went really, really right for Shino. Fantastic glacial prison there. Lands onto Steiner. Not going to find its mark. As far as the follow-up is concerned, Cabby got the Gleaming Quill down. He was ready for that secondary engage. They're just trying to clear some space out, make some room for this dragon. Furia did take the first one. Again, one of the few things going right in this game for them is the fact that they got that first dragon, and their bottom lane is popping off. So Steiner just going to basically devote all his attention to this bottom lane and trying to get that ahead. And yeah, that's jungling kind of 101 is don't try to bail out a losing lane. Who's it? Gonna eat the Spiraling Despair here. Gets the shield down. Cabby going in. Magastorm comes down as well. Sees into the backline. Tuts, dodge and duck and dip and dive and dodge it. But Cello able to get in there and get the assist. Envy and Super Clever get the kill. Super Clever going forward here. Charm lens there from Tuts. Not going to be enough, though. 2 kills for Los Grandes. And now they've got first purchase onto this Dragon. Shino not able to get in here. Once Super Clubber shows up, he knows, yep, that's my time, everybody. Thank you. You've been a great audience. I am leaving.
I'm getting right on out of here. Another kill for Super Clever. Really nicely done. And man, oh man, is it ever difficult for Furia at this point? Yeah, that's that's make sure you change it a little bit so they don't know we're cheating. Sure thing. It's just also the Darius. The Darius coming through every time, but really nicely done here. Now, I don't think Furia are going to touch this Dragon again this game, 4x4, but we will see moving forward here. Lost just got a crazy team fight at this point. They can capitalize on Super Clever not having teleport, but only by so much, right? Even if, they might just give him this Dragon. Holy cow. Yeah, they will. Furia will get a second Dragon here.
Wow. That I did not expect.
Yeah, I guess Envy just low resources, right?
Yeah, I guess, right? Very nicely done here. Able to get the get that second Dragon here from Furia, and Los Grandes gonna grab themselves do. Let's talk about this fight here. This is what I thought was gonna lead Los Grandes to that second Dragon. Guess not.
This Spiraling Despair hits everybody. It's so good. I can't believe that connects. Super Clever going to rarely miss a Q here, but he eats the charm as well, but there's nothing. I mean, he's too far ahead. There's no amount of damage you could do that's really going to put him down. But, yeah, just a really nice play, a little show of what Hui can do when he is coming through from Fog of War. Can lay that damage down so easily with the range. And Spiraling Despair, of course, if you're not getting out of the way, that's going to deal a bunch of damage to your team as well.
Spiraling Despair is so good, dude. Way is so strong. I mean, you can do all that from range. Super Clever, continuing to bully Shino, who has, to be fair, has actually kind of stabilized this. He's only 40 CS down, which that's how much he was down 10 minutes ago. So, you know, that's good. Not 10 minutes ago, but you get the idea here. Man. Yeah, Envy. He just feels really comfortable on this champion. It certainly looks like it anyway. This would be a much-needed win if Los Grandes can get this again. In the grand scheme of things, in the playoff picture, this is exactly where you need to get your wins for Los Grandes, because they haven't really proven that they can take down the rest of the top teams. They've cut their teeth on everybody else, but against Kaboom, 0-1. Against Pain, 0-2. Against Red, 0-2. Against Cade, 0-2. Right? They've beaten Loud. That's it. And that was early round of the season. Bit of a hiccup. Okay, you got your win against Loud. Congratulations. But you got to get your wins here. You were able to cleanse out of that envy. They had no idea he was there.
Yeah, not at all. Honestly, lucky that to be alive, Spiraling Despair down for the time being. Then we'll see. This is doom for loss.
Yeah, this could be ugly here. Cabby trying to lay down the CC and be the bit of the sacrificial lamb here.
Not.
Sends it
What?
up for Uzent. Dude, I'm telling you, look, blew the flash and that extended.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. He got 2. I'm telling you, dude, Envy doesn't have to be on the same screen for him to get value and make an impact. And also, that massive E range that Rakan has, able to get back to Cello, that has saved him twice now.
Yeah, no, it really has. Cabby looking like $1 million out there. All that in a bag of chips for the Rakan. Wow. I did not think he survived that fight. And the double kill for Envy. That is so solid. I mean, yeah, no. Things go from bad to worse for Furia for sure. I think that might be curtains for him. I mean, you're 3-0 on both of your primary carries, both of your solo laners. That shutdown goal would be nice. I think it's possible for Hui. I do not think it's possible for Super Clever. That guy's just a little bit too big at this point. He's building really effectively as far as the discipline goes here. He's got the Triforce instead of going for something higher damage. Look at this. Charm goes wide. Gonna jump out to Envy and burn down for a little bit, but it just survives it anyway. Look at this spike. They're not going to show the spike. It was a beautiful spike, though. Steiner did not see it coming.
Cabby, slippery as you like that Rakan to be. Los Grandes, little by little, taking control of this one. You pointed it out, Axeman. 6 kills, and all of them are onto your solo lane carries. Ay. And you still got a Xayah in waiting, who has an escape tool and a cleanse, and Rakan to power her up. It's really difficult, man. You've got two bruisers, right? A tank, a bruiser, the mother of all peel in Cabby. You get great flank angles as well. Envy is going to be completely untouched this whole fight. He's got the Dark Seal. Of course he does here. Actually, Tut's able to trade very nicely into the veteran mid laner. Spiraling Despair going down, and Tuts knows he has to flash away, as well as burn the last charge of his ultimate. He'll get that cannon. Yeah, Tuts had to blow everything on that. Envy is just a lot stronger than him. And I guess we haven't seen Ari too much
still looking for it.
Yeah.
Did you see that ward come up? That was really freaky. Oh, God, the range is so incredible. I cannot believe that.
And we haven't really seen much Ari in competitive, right? So we really don't know kind of what the build is for her in Season 14. But Tuts thinks it's Malignance.
Yeah. Yeah, Malignance is fun. Yeah, I think that should be a pretty good item there. Yeah, most of the big AP items are like the burn ones, right? Ones that try to capitalize on burn, stuff like that. So as far as burst AP items, I don't think we've seen too many burst mages. Just a LeBlanc, but mostly AD builds for that champion. So your guess is as good as mine. Maybe there's like a tank Ari angle here. Maybe we'll see.
Don't put that
up a little bit.
Dude.
No.
No. I'm gonna actually cut you off
put
right
the
there.
kibosh on that.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about this Hextech Dragon and the fact that this is the third one of the game and that it's going over to Los Grandes. And literally anything other than tank Ari. That is not going to be it. But I mean, look, in a competition like this where you don't have kind of a traditional front line and you need to find other ways to make plays, I like something like a Malignance, right? Get Ari in positions more often to get creative with her angles, get the flash, or get her charms down, right? Spirit Rush in and out like she likes to do. Oh, fantastic. Glacial President coming in from Seas. Cabby trying to go in there, but into the back line. Yeah. There goes Uzet on the Rel with the Magnet Storm. Gets Fates called in. Fates called out. Tuts in and flashes in. Not able to get the charm down. Cello actually able to flash away from that. Seas not able to go back in here. Spiraling Despair lands onto Uzet, but that's about it. They aren't able to get anything out of this, let alone the tower. Furia, their defense goes well here, Axe.
Really does. Nice little vision line set up there from Lost as well through the river. Looks like about 7 or 8 wards they're crossing that river up. Never really seen anything like that in my casting career, so it's interesting from Lost. I think a lot of those are probably like zombie wards or something like that.
Yeah.
But very interesting look so far. Coming through here, Lost, no ults available for this team. Not a whole heck of a lot of summoner spells either. They try to make the plays, but holy cow, still very, very strong. Maybe looking to pick Cello. Could be the move here. We'll see what Furia do. It's definitely not Cabby, fellas.
No. No, don't focus on him. Cello, isolated in that mid lane, trying to get as much gold on in that 80 carry as possible, and super clever making things happen in the side lane. Meanwhile, the rest of the team trying to get picks here. Uzent leading the charge here into the Los Grandes jungle. Not going to find too much out of it, though. Super clever. Will do things on the bottom side. Again, just keeping the team busy. Tuts on the other side. CBLOL champion in 2020. Won the COVID Cup. Didn't get to go to MSI. That was that roster with... There was Wiz, Parang, Tuts, Duds, and Seos? What was that? I don't know.
Sounds right.
I feel like every time I mentioned that 2020 split one Kaboom roster, I change it. But either way. Yeah, Tuts, people kind of think of him as a rookie, but the truth is, he's kind of been there and done. Yeah, Duds and Seos, Parang, Wiz, Tuts. Insane. Yeah, that would have been fun to see at an international event, but we didn't get that, and that's okay. C's now leading the charge into the opposite jungle here. Los Grandes, it really does feel like they're just trying to like kind of play this game out and just kind of see it through to the end. I'm having a really hard time seeing how Furia are going to get back into this one. Even IU, who's the only bright spot on this team, as has kind of been a microcosm for their split, 1,000 gold up, and Axe, he can't get involved.
The way they get back into this game, I think if there is a way back for Furia, you got to play for picks, right? You got to set up maybe in a death bush situation, maybe just catching somebody on a side lane push. You got to hit them with the charm. You got to lock them up and get them down and then create numbers advantages for yourselves before major objectives. But it's easier said than done. I think something working for Furia is that Tuts is probably their strongest member right now. He's got the most items, and he has the potential to rack those picks in too. The Rel could come in handy there as well, and you need to find somebody, preferably Hui. Again, we've talked about that a couple times here, but also Super Clever could be somebody that they could pick, but anybody helps them out. The hard part here for 4x4 really is that the easiest members to pick are not the members who are like face checking bushes, right? I mean, Envy's not face checking bushes, Super Clever's not face checking bushes. Those guys are Cabby and C's, and they're very difficult to pick.
Incredibly. Yeah, and if you do pick the C's, like you said, or do pick C's on the Sejuani, I should say, like you said, what good does that do you? That does you absolutely nothing. It leaves Super Clever completely free to run riot because, yeah, if you blow everything on C's, you got to blow that on Super Clever, right? Darius he likes to fight front to back. He likes to fight very, very kind of in a telegraphed way. So you need, but if you can't stop him, he's just going to run at you. He's got Flash. He's got Ghost. He's got true damage out the wazoo here. Trying to get this mid lane tier 2 down in what's been a pretty slow mid game for both these teams. 6-1, it feels like that's what the score's been forever here. Scrundy's trying to transition over to that dragon, start stacking those Hex Tech Drakes. Help Cello get rolling here. Super Clever. Able to find the apprehend there. Nice Fates call, though, is going to get Uzen out of trouble and away from the Glacial Prison.
Uzen not throwing everything away there, at least, in that play, but surely can't do that one again here. We'll see a little bit of an advantage, as Super Clever does not have teleport. That's some nice damage onto the Darius there, but Shino does have that teleport, can join this fight, so he's doing some work in the side lane. 1-3-1 for Furia, providing them some much-needed value. And this is the best the gold lead has looked in quite a while. We'll see Lost rotate over onto the Dragon. This, ideally, 4x4 is where Furia get a pick. But look who it is. I mean, it's Cabby and Cello. Just impossible, right? And even you drop that onto Cabby, he's just going to dash away. There's no room for them here. Tuts on the flank, he gets found out.
Yep, he gets found out. Good ward there. I think that was dropped by Cello. Envy trying to get in here. C's going forward. Spiraling Despair is going to land onto Steiner. That tower goes away, and now they got free reign to go in. CC down into the middle of it, but Envy is completely free. So is Cello. Fighting in this choke point. C's buying time for the carries to do their thing, and somehow he will live it, Axeman.
Does live it. Charm goes wide as well. Not going to catch anybody out. It's just nothing, man. I mean, the pick comp isn't working. IU isn't putting down the damage like he should be. Even if he even can, I'm not really sure he can the way these team comps are working out. The range, I think, just isn't working in IU's favor. But one thing's for sure, he's not doing enough, either skill-wise or just contributions from the champion itself. It's not enough for Furia.
Excuse me. I tried to say something good.
No, I wanted to say, you do have two of the worst set of sinuses in North America right now. Sorry, folks at home.
Yeah, it's not going great. I've been sick all week, and I thought I'd be better by now, and I feel better, but talking this much has really it just shafts it right back down here.
Everything.
And I literally have chronic sinusitis, which was the worst of it was abated by a surgery back in 2016. But since then, it has gone about as well as it's going for Tuts right now. Just you're keeping him at bay, right? That is how it feels like to be at war with my sinuses. You cannot eliminate their problems completely. You can just push them off until a better day. Los Grandes grab that Baron pretty much uncontested. Envy, phenomenal, zoning away Tuts there. But Shino making himself useful on the other side of the map there. He does have the TP, so he can take a little bit more liberties in the side lanes here, Axe.
Can take a little bit more there. Of course, if it wasn't 4x4 with the sinusitis, it would be me, so one or more of us. Pretty much always sick, I think, on the CBLOL. I know I sound like I'm talking through a hose right now, but we'll see if Furia can defend here. I'm thinking, man, I don't even know if picks are going to work anymore. I'm trying to think if they could play maybe just in a side lane, maybe with Shino split pushing. Just don't think the Renekton is purpose-built for that, unfortunately. I know Tuts is pretty good in the side lane on Ahri. Pretty self-sufficient, pretty safe there. Maybe they could split push this one to victory.
It's going to be tough, right? I mean, you try to play the TP advantages, maybe, right? Envy, able to get the damage down here. Shino is in trouble. The Spiraling Despair coming down. Has to pop the Dominus. They're just going to rip right through that. Get the heal down there from the Q. Sees? Wastes his time, 2024. Finally, the damage comes down. Meanwhile, fight on two fronts here. Sella with a nice Feather Storm. Able to get back out. Still has the cleanse, flashes backwards, but fighting here on two fronts, onto IU. IU going forward and finally gets a kill. And that's what this kid can do if he's given a shot. Huge kill needed there for Furia. That's kind of your answer there, Axe. How can they get back in this? But again, you see how thin the margins are. It's so difficult.
Yikes.
And Super Clever bearing down that bottom lane. They just sent IU into that mid lane, try to get that tier 2, brother. But Envy, he's not able to, or he's, just wasting Steiner's time, actually able to kill him here. Tuts almost got the pick there onto Cabby. He might survive this if C's can peel for him, and indeed he can. Guess what? Super Clever is alone with 2 cannon minions buffed up by the Baron. And they're just, again, wasting time. Tuts finally able to get free of this fight, but Uzen goes down. Horrible staggering of the recall timers here. Super Clever fears neither God nor man, but numbers advantage is something to maybe be worried about. Dragon up here in a minute, so they're going to play this safe. They got what they came for. They got the inhib off that Baron power play. 3,500 gold swing there, and now they're up by 6K, Axe.
I'm sticking with my point about the esports top plays. Super Clever could have ended the game there, but he decided not to for one reason and one reason alone. He needs this pentakill. He's got to stick it to Makes. It'll be one final fight between Lost and Furia and Super Clever. He's coming. He's got Ghost. He's got ult 4x4. This is it. This is his moment.
Axe, if you get this right, if somehow he gets a pentakill here, I will Venmo you $20.
All right, I'm ready. I'm ready. My wallet is ready.
All right.
He's got flash in just a second here.
Now you're really invested. Now you're like, okay, what are all the different ways?
My odds are going up. Line's going up.
They've got really good vision across both jungles here. Gonna set up around this dragon. Baron not going to be up in response here. Los Grandes should take this one pretty much uncontested. And for Furia, there is no need to contest this one. You're walking into darkness. This is just a third dragon of the game. These Hextech dragons are going to hurt, but look, you're already down a gajillion gold, 6,000 to be exact, and now just a little bit more with that third dragon coming in. Cello, no kills for him just yet, but he's going to benefit the most out of this. Again, Envy got himself the Zhonya's Hourglass right now. At a certain point, he's going to turn that into a, wow, total damage in the game. Envy, 27,000. We've been praising Super Clever here. He's only at 10K.
Yep, nearly triple the next carries. That's the Hui difference, man. You could deal so much damage on Hui. Please nerf this champion. It's so nuts. The range is incredible. The utility is out of this world. And, of course, this is how every Hui game looks, by the way. The damage numbers are always off the charts. This is especially egregious, I think. I mean, being triple Super Clever's damage is just wild. I think Envy's been part of more fights would be the difference maker there. But, oh, IU's kind of throwing this one for the clip. Yeah, we're split pushing the mid lane right now.
Find a way to be useful.
Yeah, really.
And now he's going to back here. Now, because there's going to be a fight to be had in the bottom lane. Shino against some super minions. Doing his best here. That's a whole lot of them. Even this Renekton. Yeah, it's taking him so long to get through this wave. Okay, actually maybe not that long. But point is, they don't have that. That's not kind of what they came to do. But, IU, he knows where everybody else is. Why not just send it up to tier 2? Try to get something done here. There's that Medjai's coming in from Envy. So, you like those damage numbers? Well, they're just going to get higher. I would expect Envy to end up with 40K by the end of this game.
Yeah.
6,000 gold ahead still here. And Furia, to their credit, have 4 towers. They got their first 2 dragons, so they have delayed the soul stacking. But it really does feel inevitable. And honestly, it's felt inevitable for about 20 minutes, Axeman. When you give the Darius 2 kills early, that just like Shido has been, again, a traffic cone this game. He has done absolutely nothing. And just because he got behind in lane. And that's kind of the life of Renekton. That is the gamble that you take with this champion.
No, it really is. I mean, I think to his credit, I would have died more to Super Clever. If I were on the Renekton.
As would I.
I'd probably be like 0-12 or something like that. And at some point, I'd just be like, he's killing me under Fountain. Please help me. But, yeah, he's done good in that regard. The CS numbers aren't too egregious between him and Super Clever either. So that's something that's good, but it's just like you said, 4x4. You're late game Renekton. You fed the enemy Darius. What can you really do at this point but tank up and try to peel for your backline a little bit as much as you can? But you're not going to be putting up 40,000 damage, that's for sure. That's just going to be Envy here. Nice little cleanse from IU, and this is Super Clever's moment. You can kiss your $20 goodbye. Here it comes.
We're looking for the pentakill, just for
Flash.
the vibes, for Super Clever. Gets the Decimate out. Spiraling Despair coming down here onto Steiner, going in, getting everybody his cabby, setting it up.
Oh,
No
Seas!
pentakill. Seas
No!
gets the kill. Cello laying down the hurt
Envy.
as well, and Envy gets even more damage down. Super Clever blew the Noxian Guillotine early there, just trying to get them off their lawn so they could take this Baron in peace, and that's exactly what they do.
All right, it was a good play anyway, though. They'll take the Baron, go for the reset. Maybe another fight? Probably not another fight here. It's basically over for them now. Maybe IU will save this inhib and buy them a little bit of time. But it's that Soul Dragon up for Los Grandes next. What do you think, Hank? Do they end it out here, or do they go for the Soul?
I think they're going to go for Soul.
Yeah, that'd be fun, right? You get the lightning effect. That's always fun.
Yeah,
Can't believe he
fantastic
doesn't
work
get
by
this, man.
Yeah, everybody. I mean, just it's and you see like the
Flash.
Spiraling Despair just keeps IU completely out of the fight there, right? It's
Yeah,
not
it
just
does.
like the upfront damage; it's the zone control that you have with this champion. It's just absurd.
Yeah, it's super wild. Like seeing it for sure. I think Seas did some kind of cleanse effect on himself there. I don't want to expose myself or anything. I'm not really sure what that was. But he's not going to get charmed up by Tuts for the time being here. Once again, just impossible to pick these guys. They've drafted an unpickable composition. Sejuani, Rakan. I mean, who are you going to kill, right?
Yeah, Hui with the range, Zai with the Feather Storm. It's so difficult.
All right, Super Clever. We don't have sums, but we still have ultimate, which means it's still possible to get the resets.
Who's it? Looking for a way into this fight for a potential flank. Shino taken out of it immediately here. Has the flash, has the Dominus. Tuts almost picked off there as he tried to enter the base. Bearing down here from 2 lanes. Or just the 1 lane, excuse me, Axe.
It's got to be an envy if you're Tuts.
Unless you get the pick here, I think you go back and take the soul here. Uzen going forward, trying to get everything they can out of this, but Cello is completely untouched. Envy gets hit there by Tuts, but Seas takes him off the 80 carry. Spiraling Despair lands onto Shino. Envy gets the kill onto 1. So again, no pentakill, but that might be the pick they need here. I respect that Los Grandes, or that Furia rather, they had to go for it. Uzen actually got a decent Magnet Storm down, but it wasn't enough. Cello gonna get his second one of the day, or first kill of the day, actually. I thought he had gotten one previously. Just kidding here. Shino gonna get locked up here. Cello and company just waiting for another wave here, and I think they could end, or if nothing else, they're gonna get themselves another inhibitor and try to end through that bottom lane now. Uzen and Steiner still unavailable here. Looking for the win here. The 5v3. The health bars are essentially about even here, but Los Grandes are just straight up stronger. Let the minions do the work here and just harass, be a pain in the butt. Los Grandes looking for their 7th win of the year. Super Clever dies for the first time all game. Spiraling Despair down onto Uzen. He's going to take it into the fountain, but Los Grandes are going to take the win. Cello popping off. He says, give me the ball. I want to be a part of this game now. And after all that, finally, Los Grandes take the win. They keep themselves alive for a rare shot at playoffs.
And what else can you say about this one 4x4? Not the perfect game, but it doesn't get much better than that, does it? Los Grandes taken down for a really well-played, fellas, and some standout performances this game. Of course, some Super Clever as always, but Envy really putting in the mileage. We've been talking about Envy, kind of maybe a middle of the pack, upper middle, between the mid laners. There's been some questions between him and Fu, who might be the better one. I think this is a nice punch back from Envy. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, just one thing we never doubted about Envy is like the fact that he's never going to lose you a game. He's extremely consistent. Yeah, Hui is a silly little champ. Rose cooking with the memes today, mid-broadcast. We really appreciate them for all that they do. Coming back here, Axe. Look, it felt like this game was over kind of from the rip. And I mean, the most disappointing part of it for me was that with the range gap, with the team fight gap, Los Grandes, they never allowed Furia way back into this one. IU had nowhere to play here. You saw what he was able to do in like the one little skirmish, the damage that he can do. He's mechanically extremely gifted. We know that. Number 1 EU West. We know what this kid can do, but he was never allowed to play the game. And it just felt like Furia, they just like they let the game happen to them. There was nothing they could do.
No, there really wasn't. Still put up a good stat line. I think that's something we've seen at least semi-consistently from both him and Ninja Kiwi, as that on paper, doesn't look too bad. And we kind of go back to the same point we always make about this type of player, is that maybe on a different roster, maybe on a different day. But we've been saying about this about IU for about a year now, really since that MSI, like you were talking about solo queue performance last year around this time. Was that time, and what has he really accomplished since then? I think other than looking good, is not too much. He hasn't won too many games.
Results wise, it really hasn't been there for him, which is unfortunate. And like you said, is it him? Is it the roster? Yeah, I guess we'll see. Again, I think they're going to run this through the end of this year. So if IU's going to be on another team, it will have to be until I think in 2025. I don't think they're going to make the change between splits on the AD carry front. I think they really are just building for the rest of the split. They got Shino and Steiner up from Academy. Again, another kind of pebble in their shoe. Not able to have Zai here again. We hope he's okay. Denge is a monster. We hope that he's okay. I imagine he won't be back tomorrow either. But that's going to do it for us on this one. Coming up, our last game of the day. It is schedule. Thank you. Fluxu versus Red. Red on a 4-game winning streak of their own, trying to make it 5 in a row. And I think with a win, they might lock up a playoff spot potentially, or at least they would be 1 game from doing so. It'd be really, really
This is a big one. Yeah. Big one for contention.
Really big one here. And if Fluxu lose, I think they would be eliminated as well. We're going to double check all those things. But either way, stakes on either side. Last one of the day. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for being here. 4x4 and Axeman with you to lead you through the last match of the day. It is Fluxu versus Red Canids. Fluxu fighting for their lives right now, trying to keep a minuscule hope of qualifying for the playoffs alive. On the other side, Red Kalunga. Axe, in the last 2 weeks, they've looked like a completely different team. This is the Red that was promised. FNB and Grefthar have leveled up immensely. Brunsey and Jojo are back. Aegis still very consistent in the jungle. Let's get that roster up on the screen for you and talk a little bit through this team. Axe, Red are back, finally. They look like I said, the team that was promised. They look like some disparate pieces at some points, but FNB, he won MVP last week, and Grefthar, he has stabilized a lot, and they really needed that.
They really did need that. Aegis, of course, eating those Maokai jungle buffs and hopefully leveling up a little bit more here. The Maokai has been incredible. I believe that's nerfed on next patch, but we should still be on last patch, so Maokai still super OP for him here. FNB found a nice little groove too. He's in line, and of course, it's all about the result of this game for White 4. If they win, if Red win, they advance to first. I believe 10-5 is the record at first place there. It'd be a four-way tie.
A four-way tie, but yes, yeah.
Yeah, so four-way tie for first at 10-5. If they lose, they drop all the way down to, I believe, fourth. At 9-6 there, and that might be a five-way tie. I'm not 100% on that, but they're tied with a bunch of other teams either way. It's more just are they in first or they in fourth here. So we'll see how they end up. But in either case, they'll be at the top of the table. Proving really will be done both tomorrow and next week to start breaking up those ties. I know Liberty on the final day of CBLOL has a matchup against Fluxu that could be important for them. Another couple of important matchups as well between these two top teams. Or these six top teams, I guess.
Yeah, well, tomorrow we've got Red versus Loud. That is going to be a banger of the highest order. That's going to be a game that's extremely fun. But like you see right here in front of you, the standings incredibly, incredibly tight. Los Grandes not dead yet. With 3 games left, they are 2 games out. So they are not done just yet. Again, Loud, Pain, and Cade, I think, have locked at least a playoff spot. Los Grandes with 7 wins and 3 games left. Well, now, technically, I mean, Los Grandes, okay, I'm going to do a little on-stream math here.
Do it.
Pain and Cade. Pain and Cade have locked for sure because they have 2-0s over Los Grandes. That is what we know for sure here. But Red Canids, right? I mean, if they move up here, they would lock a playoff spot because I think they would finish above. Whatever. Look, not important. Let's talk about this game right now. Let's get that other roster up on the screen for you. I apologize. I sidetracked us there just a little bit.
No, it's good.
Fluxu, they're kind of playing for their lives here. Kiari, Sting, Fu, Kojima, and Scamber. It's been a developmental roster, Axe, and it has kind of gone how you'd expect the developmental roster to go. 5-9, some ups, some downs, mid-game just okay, but some individual pieces to really like as we get into Champ Select here.
It's wild because we thought this team would be more where Liberty's at, right? When we got to the start of the season, we were thinking Liberty dev roster, not too big expectations. Hopefully everybody will just grow, and maybe they'll come in 7th or 8th or something like that if they do a good job. That's where Fluxu's at right now, right? Lots of really experienced players on this team. Scamber's been in the league for a year now. Kiari's got a number of years now as well. Old Rens get talent, which we love. I know I've seen Sting before. I think it's just Fu that's fresh up into the league this split.
Fu and Kojima. I think they're the only two that are like completely fresh. Yeah.
Yeah, and it hasn't really come to fruition for them. They only got 1 win up on Furia, and they're firmly in the bottom of the table. Just like you said, it's do or die for them now into one of the best teams in the league, Red, and they gotta win this one. It's Callista for Kojima. It's gonna be lethality. Well, maybe it won't be lethality for Brunsey, but it's going to be Varus in either case. And Aegis going to depart from the Maokai as it's banned away by Fluxu.
Yeah, going to take that away immediately. Not going to let Aegis on that champion. It's way too strong. I'd be surprised if it got through at all until the next set of the next set of changes. But even then, those nerf sacks, that's only really to support Maokai. Because it's still going to do even. He's actually getting his damage to minions is getting even higher. So his clear speed is going to be even deadlier. I try not to actually question the balance team because they have forgotten more about League of Legends in the last day than I have accrued my entire life. So, I just don't feel at liberty to criticize them. That one's a little confusing to me, however. Renata, Callista, and Karma will be the lineup here for Fluxu initially. But for Red Canids, right, they're just, again, content to draft themselves. Really nice, kind of just easy as you like, engage and follow up. Some nice team fighting. Brunson going to get himself on that Varus, which has come back up into favor just a little bit with all these 80 carries banned out. Zeri taken away from Brunson. Fantastic ban there by Fluxu. Brunson is phenomenal on that Zeri. Callista, Lucian, and Senna not going to be available either picked or banned. Talia going to be locked in here for Grevthar. Now, the last time we saw him on this champion, I think he went 4-0 to start a couple weeks ago and then did literally nothing the rest of the game. So, burden of execution here on Grevthar.
Yeah, a little bit here as the Talia comes through. He'll have to play that one in a big, big way. Seeing a lot of fairly immobile carries coming through. And I'm thinking maybe the Ahri comes back for Fu, but it's up to him. I mean, he's got the Akali in the bag. That's still available.
Mm-hmm.
Got another couple of picks that he likes there as well. I think we've seen a LeBlanc from him. And we saw Azir recently as well for Fu. His first Azir game was just a couple weeks ago. So that could come up for him here, too. They're content to ban away the junglers, though. Want to lock Sting out of some engage junglers. J4 is still notably up. We might see that for Sting.
Yeah, you are really kind of going down the tier list here. Maokai not available. The Vi and the Xin Zhao being taken away as well. See what he ends up going with here. ADTF going to be taken away as well. I'm not going to let FNB on that Olaf either. That's a champion of his that when FNB was at the top of the mountain, when he was solo killing owner in Korean ladder, that did happen, by the way. He was playing that Olaf when it was just Mondo busted. He was absolutely unstoppable on the champion. When it got that first round of bust that gave it like true damage into the late game, he was an absolute terror on it. Milio is the hover here, and that will indeed be what is going to be locked in. My goodness. Yeah, so JoJo's going to be on that. So you draft yourself some good engage here, some good disengage as well. I think
disengage, yeah.
Yeah, no, really, really good here. The seismic shove as well from Grevthar going to contribute to that as well. But still, you kind of put Fluxu in an interesting spot here. Wouldn't be surprised if they went to the Gragas here. Just one pick for the Gragas. It is 0-1. I forget who played it. The game is in my head, but I forget exactly who it was. Yari now going to have to blind himself a top laner, unless they already did here with the Gragas. It could go into the jungle.
Yeah.
Kindred is an interesting option here. You are a little bouquet. So it is going to be that Kindred or for Sting here. Yeah, look, you got to go for it here, right? If you lose, you are locked out of playoffs for Fluxu.
Yeah, you really are, and this is an incredible amount of disengage and tools that Kojima can use to stay alive. So they're really dishing a lot of that onto Kojima. Going to be difficult to play the range advantage here too, as you have a lot of tools to get on top of the back line for Fluxu, but it will be the Aatrox immediately locked in for FMB, coming back at him with a vengeance. Honestly, I like Red here, man. I just can't stop liking Red. I think the Emilio is going to be huge for JoJo. Really good playmaking potential, but also monster disengage for this immobile Varus. Something we're not used to seeing from Brunson as much. Normally he's like X Factor 80 carries jumping into the backside. We'll see things like Kai'Sa, I think, are famous from him, but also the Xayah from Brunson as well. This is something that is a little bit of a departure for him. Of course, Varus has just been strong all split long, so it's not a bad pick for him, but yeah, just a little bit different. I think he hits a clip in this game. I think this is looking good.
Well, he's certainly going to have all the tools to do so. A lot of damage coming through here for Redkin as the Varus is obviously, we know that what this champion can do. Talia does a sneaky amount of damage, but for the two Talia games that we have seen this day, today is the word I was looking for, Axe. Talia has looked really, really good. We've seen Weaver's Wall be used completely, basically on cooldown. So Grevthar looking for him to make plays all over the map here. Use the wall around objectives. Let's get the predictions up on your screen. I think this was completely one-sided. I'd be surprised if anyone picked Fluxu here. Yeah, exactly. Got 3 question mark pings, but Axe, Red Canids are on fire. Fluxu, for a few weeks, they haven't really given us a ton to write home about, which is sad to say, because I do think there are, again, a lot of pieces here that are really worth investing in the future, worth watching. Guys like Fu and guys like Chiari. I think the 2 solo laners for this team are absolutely incredible and have a long, long future in this league should they continue their trajectory. On to the Rift we go. Last one of the day. Thank you guys for being here with us. Thank you for putting up with my suspect casting as I battle through this throat thing. But we appreciate you being here. And if nothing else, you've enjoyed the games. That's really all that matters. And that's really all that we want to try to expose here.
I know this one's going to be good. This should be a much better game than that last game. As I think Flukes have a little bit more of a fight to put up than Furia perhaps did here. Get the runes up on the screen for you. Nothing too out of the ordinary, I'll go ahead and say.
No, nothing too crazy. You do see the grasp there for Chiari instead of the Comet, but he is going that Doran's Ring early to trade into the Aatrox. I'm excited for this top lane matchup. We've had a lot of titanic top lane clash over the last couple days. Gigo got to go against some of the best. He got to go against Makes, and now FNB. He's on fire. He took down Gigo last week. Red put a stop to the Cade Stars hype train. And it is seemingly derailed maybe just a little bit here. But Chiari, with the Gragas, going to try to test his mettle against it. But FNB is on fire right now. He's been playing some of the best League of Legends of his career, or at least in the last couple of years, and certainly the best of this split. And Red Canids, they need that. They've never had a losing record all split. I think it was you that said that on Gringos Liberados or someone else. That when I was looking over that episode, I was like, oh, that's surprising because Red have just kind of been a nothing burger until the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, Red have had a losing record. My point had been that they had never had a losing week. They had always gone 1-1 on the week.
Yeah,
so there were times mid-weekend where they would have a losing record, but they would never come out of a weekend with a losing record. It was always be even until just a few weeks ago when they started 2-0ing the weeks, and they haven't really looked back since then. It's just been nonstop good stuff for Red. And that looks like they really locked in and have started to come into their own. Major tracking here onto Aegis. He tried to avoid it. They swept the top ward, weren't able to get the bottom one. So Jojo and Brunsey will have tracking on this Sejuani, or Scammer and Kojima, excuse me, will have tracking on Aegis' Sejuani. Not a really good 3v2. Oh boy, they're roasting
That
now.
is exactly how I feel. Over the course of and in between each game, you guys have seen my water bottle. I've had it for years at this point. It's, face for reference here. It's about as long as my face. It's 20-something ounces. I've been ripping one of these every single game. And so, and then I just pee, and then I feel like that SpongeBob.
Yeah. No, like SpongeBob.
Yeah, and so I feel shriveled. And just, I have to take a sip every time. And then, by the end of the games, I'm just like, I need to pee so badly or else I'm going to explode. And then 2 games ago, when that game went 40-something minutes, I was dying, dog. I needed to go.
You and Zion need to get to a doctor, man. It's not good. Holy cow. Hoping Zion's doing well. Jojo gets pulled out here. Bunch of damage onto the Melio.
Good handshake there by Scamber. Brunsey stepping up and trading very nicely. The Ignite goes down onto Kojima. Brunsey cleanses out of it. They're looking good. They're on the ascendancy here. Flashing away is Scamber, though. Almost Red Canids bottom lane able to get first and maybe second blood.
That was very, very close to a double kill for Brunsey. Runs out of mana, and I think runs out of desire to continue this fight, and that's just about it. That's all that separates Scamber and Kojima from the Death Realm. We'll see the mark get picked up by Sting, I think. Is that what just happened? He's in the enemy jungle. He's setting up the vision control here. We saw, I think, a trade. Aegis also pushing into the enemy jungle. Not 100% what happened. I don't think we'll get a replay on jungle positioning, as that doesn't seem to be how the broadcast operates. So maybe we just won't know. But some camps traded back either way. We'll see what the mark count is for Sting at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's going to be something to track. I mean, they've literally got it right. One thing I do like about the CBLOL broadcast, I think other broadcasts do this too, is something like Senna, Souls, or Smolder stacks, or, Kindred marks. If there is something to track that is noticeable, that is notable, they'll put that in place of the Keystone Rune, right? So you see Sting right there below the smite on the left side of your screen. He's got the marks there. And there's no number by it because he's got 0. But look at that over the course of the game and kind of add up, okay, how's he doing? And yeah, I think that's a very just smart little broadcast thing that is, yeah, especially for us here and for the viewer, you can't see oh, how many souls does the Senna have? Observer, please. Because as much as Rose would love to do that, they do not have that much power this time around, unfortunately. Over the first dragon they go. Aegis able to get first purchase on it. And Brunsey and Jojo just shoving this lane in. Really, really nicely done. Into a Kalista Renata lane that usually you'd expect to be doing maybe a little bit better. But Jojo and Brunsey, I think this is, no matter how this lane is supposed to, quote unquote, go, look, Varus is still very lane dominant, even though it's not the Halo Blades, even though it's not the lethality. Early on, it really doesn't make that much of a difference. You've still got the piercing arrow. Sting, meanwhile, trading the objective onto do and Edu. And Dragon traded on the other side.
That's Ed and Eddie for English viewers. Those are the Grubs. Oh no, it is do and do.
Yeah,
Nice.
we changed it last week. We agreed.
I've
that,
had a question for you for a while now. Is Duds short for like this name for do? Is that
yeah,
what's going
I think
on there?
like Duds. Yeah, because in Brazil that like Pro Delta, right? It's prods, right?
Yeah,
like,
prods.
or and stuff like that. So
Mikas.
just throw
Yeah.
exactly big Mikas, right?
Big Mikas,
makes
yeah.
yeah, exactly. And so so Duds, yeah, it's and I think his I don't know what his birth name is. I'll check that in a little bit, but Grevthar almost going down here. Both mid laners holding their metal and their flashes. Related, those two things are.
I've been wondering that for a while. Ever since we learned that this is how in Brazil you say Ed, I was like, wait, isn't Duds? Okay, yeah, cool, very cool.
Okay,
Grevthar.
something hilarious though. This I didn't know. Grevthar's got to be careful here.
Yeah,
if
really.
Fu gets one more Q onto him, yeah, Grevthar knows. He's like, I am not long for this world. And Sting, I think he threw the mark. No, he's got the mark on Aegis, unfortunately, on the Sejuani, but he's taking he's not.
Ooh.
He's not leaving anything up to chance here. Something interesting though. One, does the boy his first name is Igor? So, no.
No.
But if your name was Dudu, or Edu, or Du, you could do that for sure. And I'd have to ask him. What is funny though, do you remember kind of in the early days of the unofficial days of the CBLOL broadcast when we would make the joke like, oh, this is Duds the boy, and then he gets into the late game, right? He was an 80 carry, so now he's Duds the man.
Yeah, I remember that.
His last name is Oming, Homem, which I think even you know from your Duolingo acts means man.
Means man, yeah.
Which is hilarious that his last name is literally man. That's awesome. Grevthar going in with the Weaver's Wall here. Nice seismic shove. Not going to land, but it forces Fu into a tough position. The tether goes out, though. Very nicely done, though, by the rookie mid laner to avoid what would have been certain death there. Red Canids still in the ascendancy here, but down gold early Axe.
I'm really stuck on the Duds thing. That actually really derailed my whole thought process. I'm so
Understandable.
Because that is actually really brilliant and really interesting. But very cool. All right, getting back into the swing of things a little bit here. Perfectly evenly matched, I would say, between these two teams so far. Some objectives have gone down, but they've been traded back and forth. It's Grubs for Sting and Dragon for Red so far. Betraying a little bit more of which side of the map both sides is playing for. No marks yet for Sting either. So both sides just kind of slow right now. I'd say Brunsey gets a sharper stick for having level 6, having the ultimate available in this fight. Maybe using that, but I think you just kind of scale in this lane if you're the Varus. Grevthar takes so much damage, man. Look at that.
Yeah, and he's sitting on, very nicely done. Sting got not one, but 2 marks there. Hang on, he for sure had 1 before then. Yeah, you don't get 2 marks out of that.
I think they're manually updating these. That's 2 marks now. Not sure what's going on.
But what's able to get in there and just get that smite away the big chicken. Very nicely done. Actually, I don't even know if he smited it, but point is he got it. Closing campfire, helping Brunsey out, giving him a little bit more range. Ooh, getting himself a tower plate here. Yeah, very nicely done here. No, look, the top side of the map for Furia is actually going really, really well. And that's what you drafted this into, right? You chose. Actually, I take that back. FNB opted into this top half matchup. He chose this R5, but now with the Hex Drinker, they're going to be a little more happy to take some of these trades. No boots, though, which is going to hurt if you're trying to keep up with this Gragas, who has disengages, got the belly slam, or the body slam, rather, and of course, the explosive cask.
Looking forward to those casts in the mid game too. By the way, that's going to close a lot of the range gap between Brunsey and Kojima potentially, if used correctly. But yeah, everybody just resetting, playing it out real slow. Of course, this is do or die for Fluxu, so they're content to play this one out slow. Red, honestly, just playing a nice, even and controlled game, which is not something we can have said. About Red. For most of this split, it's been pretty volatile for them. We made the comment that they haven't had a losing week. They've had some pretty fraudulent losses, though, I would point out.
Yes.
One of the only teams, I believe, to lose to INTZ.
Literally the only.
Yeah, the only team to drop that particular game. So it's been back and forth for them for sure.
Knights Vows come in here for Aegis. Perfectly happy to sit back and be the support. But look, this guy is not a tank right now. He skirmishes, right? He's there to hit big ultimates and be just a bit of a meatball, right? But he has not gone for that really strictly tank first item. But not if it's just coming through here just yet for his team. No one has hit that first big item spike. Sting on 2 marks. Yeah, if anything, Fluxu, they're the ones that they know. They've got the advantage here. They take that advantage, able to get that first dragon for them. Second one of the game. It will be an Ocean Soul down the line here. Fate's call out. Very nicely done, but that actually runs into the Glacial Prison and the Chains of Corruption, excuse me. Wall coming down. First blood for Grevstar. They catch Fluxu completely out.
Yeah, really, really well done. Chains of Corruption comes out there, but what doesn't come out there? It's basically everything from Red. Kojima going to go down here as well. To Grevstar for the triple kill. And look at that. Grevstar, he's got a hell of a lane, taking so much damage from Fu. But what advantage is there now for the Karma? Now that Grevstar has this, a triple kill for this Talia. Look at it, man. Scamber comes out, but it's a bridge too far for him. Weaver's Wall traps everyone. And then it's just like fish in a barrel, 4x4 for Grevstar.
It's just too easy. 3 kills for him. Now you want to see him, again, spread this advantage out, get the rest of his lanes cooking here, make things happen all around the map. Void Grubs, again, going to go all 6 of them, it looks like, to Sting, or at least 5 of them, and that's that crucial break point. So, Kiari, happy to sit here and help out just a little bit, help Sting secure those. I think Kiari's just going to go straight damage as well here. So, you are going to have a ton of damage coming out of this top side. Fluxu, it's not going too hot for him just, right now, but this game ain't over, Axeman. There's a lot of damage still coming out here from Fluxu. And you've got a lot of disruptive ultimates, right? The Lamb's Respite, obviously a huge game-changing ultimate here. But Kiari, you talked about those casts in the mid-game. I think you hit the nail right on the head. Games have been won and lost by one simple Gragasar.
100%. If it's Brunsey that's getting thrown there into the front line, that could spell doom for Red. Really, this last team fight for Red was just a lot of things coming together perfectly. They're fighting in a jungle channel, in that river channel. Weaver's Wall cuts right through the enemy team. That's all very skill-based and very well played from Red, but it doesn't count out Fluxu's ability either, I don't think. I think it was a missed ult from Scamber. He misses Callista ult, excuse me, not his own ult. But, yeah, I mean, it's a very near thing. I don't think the Renata had access to ult in that fight. I think that might have been something that also could have changed the course of how that went. Not 100% on that. I can't see the XP bars, but I would make that call if I had to there. If they did have it up, I don't think Renata ult came out. I don't remember it doing anyway.
I don't think it did.
Yeah, so didn't do too much for him there.
So I didn't know this until recently, and not all broadcasts have this, but the CBLOL one does. You see in between the champion portraits on the side of the screen and the health bar, that little purple bar?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
That's XP. I didn't know that until 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, you could barely see it when it's...
It is really hard to see.
There's not much going on there. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure. We'll see the Rift Herald go down for Fluxu here. They have total topside control over objectives. All 6 of the grubs. We get the... Yeah, okay, I can see it now, Rose. I see it now. He's level 7. But I'm going to have to go back and see if he ulted, man. I can't believe it. Yeah, every time.
Still in this little bit of a lull state here in the early game. Still think Fluxu, they've got the better resources to fight here. He's on that Rod of Ages. That is going to feel really good. And with every passing second, that item's going to get stronger and stronger. Once that is at full stacks, that is a big, big item here. Fu able to get the Living Flame down. Tether out as well. Jojo going to escape here. Throws down the Crozzy Campfire. Brunsey fight in the midst of a lot. Bailout goes on to Scamber, and it goes out. Tripped over everything. Lamb's Respite is what I was trying to say there, but very nicely done. Gets the big kill there onto Brunsey, extends that fight out. That is fantastic work by Scamper.
Beautiful stuff. You like to see it there. Still no ult comes out for him, though. Still hung up on that. FNB on the split push will push in a little bit here, but there will be the response. Here's Chiari. Here's Sting. Maybe the Cask boys. What do you think?
Ooh, well, they'll take the flash. Yeah, Chiari holding on to that one. Knows that FNB has that flash, has the Umbral Dash as well. So perfectly happy to hold on to that one until the last possible second.
A World Breaker there, too, used by FNB. And that's a pretty big cooldown for the Aatrox. You got to use that one in those fights. And the next fight over the Dragon, he won't have it for. It might be contentious. We'll have to see. Fu has to make his way down if they want to fight over that one. That's where a lot of the damage is coming for Fluxu. Grefthar, he's out with the Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, and again, a couple of big things used defensively here, Axe. So for that next Dragon, maybe they just don't fight for it, but they do have first purchase onto it. They've got full vision. 2 bodies on the top side, and Red say, okay, we don't need World Ender. We don't need the Weaver's Wall. FNB could just play bodyguard. Keep Chiari out of this pit for any sort of shenanigans. They get their second Dragon of the game. Do Red Canids. Herald did go over to Fluxu. This Kindred does have 3 marks, doing okay as far as pacing is concerned on these marks. And get that level 2 ultimate up in just a little bit here as well. Just one more level. And Fu making things happen on the other side of the map. So it's not like Fluxu are dead in the water, right? Red very much ahead, but they got a pick there. And I think Red, they just want to see out. They want to wait for their perfect fight. They know that their macro is superior, and so far it kind of has been. Tower's been 1-1, but they've been securing a lot of objectives. Sting, though, he's done his thing on the top side of the map, gotten himself the Herald, and gotten himself the Void Grubs as well. Fluxu doing a good job of keeping it a pretty even state here. It sounded like I was going to say something else there, but that was actually the end of my thought. So I apologize. I did not set you up there as well.
I figured. I was letting it hang in the air a little bit for some gravitas. Yeah, no, Sting is doing pretty well, and he's setting up these fights pretty well as well. A very low action game so far from both teams. Yep. And let's talk a little bit about what the fight is going to look like when it does happen. We mentioned the win condition from Chiari. You got to get Kojima in there. You got to get Fu in there. Chiari's got to blow everything up with the ultimate, and then that is going to negate some range differences between the two teams. But for Red, it's all about the team fight ultimates. We saw Weaver's Wall in that last fight come in clutch, but Aegis' ult is going to be huge from them too. After that, it's all Bronzy all the time. He's low mobility, but he's got both summoner spells up. Flashing forward, cleansing out of CC, and then he's just got to get the arrows on the right targets. Chains of Corruption helping him do that a little bit there too, and that's what fights are going to look like. It's going to be difficult to CC the targets from Red. Oh, Fu may be caught out here. Teleports come through.
Yeah, Fu's in some trouble. He gets a couple of ultimates dumped onto him. TP coming in here from Chiari, looking for the barrel, looking for the way in, but the threat of volley going to find its way to be the zoning tool here. Seismic shove as well lands here. Sting got to be taken completely out of this fight here. He's still got the Lamb's Respite, but holding on to it. There's the cast, but Scamper not going to be saved by the bailout. Grefthar able to get the kill for Red.
Grefthar picking up another kill. Same old story, right? And the fight will break apart. Rift Herald crashing into that mid lane turret. Dragon looks like it went down to Fluxu a few minutes ago as well. Nothing really to play for objective-wise for either side. Just Fluxu looking for that mid lane turret. Brunsy's out of mana here. He's not going to be able to stay in the mid lane very long.
No, but he's able to get isolated and get a lot of CS in. Still feeling pretty good about his position, right? All the kills have gone on to Grefthar. Little by little, Axe, Red's starting to open up this lead. They've got a couple different ways they can play through this game, right? You talk about how the fights are going to look like, but look, Red, they could team fight so well. Front to back here. They've got good CC, good ways to initiate with Aegis on this Sejuani. 100% kill participation. Again, low event game, so maybe not the biggest, banner to wave over your head and, hey, look at me, I'm doing such a great job. But point is, he's doing his job. And he's doing exactly what he set out to do. But FNB, he's on that Profane Hydra now. Rush that Hex Drinker and then still manage to econ his way into a full item. And everyone pretty much on 2 no, actually it's just Grefthar that's on 2 items, but using his gold very effectively here. He does a lot of damage. Talia known for so much else, but she still rips. Barrel roll out. There's the cast. Gonna knock FNB right into Fu. Gonna kite backwards with a tether. Very nicely done. There's nothing that FNB can do. Not going to use his flash, he doesn't have it, but the World Ender is going to buy him a little bit of time to try to get onto Fu and just be a nuisance. It's going to take a while, but they do take down the Aatrox, finally.
Yeah, both solo laners it takes to take down FNB. On the other side of the map, Red not going to be able to get anything. It looks like Greftar is looking for that top side turret, but they can't get anything back for their trouble. And, yeah, I mean, FNB just goes down essentially for free.
Ooh.
Fu going to walk back in now.
Kojima gets hit by the Glacial Prison, but cleanses away, and Sting pops the Lamb's Respite. That hurts. That feels really, really bad to use that on yourself when, yeah, hindsight's 2020, but you didn't have to use it. Chiari making himself useful in the side lanes, and on to Baron they go. Red Canids with the shove from Greftar in the top lane, with no ult from Sting, with Chiari on the other side of the map with no teleport. Red feeling confident enough to take this Baron, but it's not going down too quick here, Axe.
No, it's not. This is an early Baron. Perhaps 4 minutes too early, and Red are taking it down very slowly. Halfway now, teleported coming through. This will be the fight. Big ult from Chiari.
Separates Jojo and Greftar. Greftar still got the Weaver's Wall. He's going to pop it here. Going to save everybody away from Fu. He has to flash away. He's the only one there. Sting able to jump over the wall here. Red health bar is actually really, really low for Red. They've got to be careful here. Coach Campfire going to buy them some time. And Flukes would just say, all right, thank you for the leash. Chiari rolls the barrel over the wall here. He's playing bodyguard, eating all those spines in the back of the pit. Meanwhile, Fu is the sacrificial lamb. Chiari will go the way of the worms, and Fluxu get out with a Baron. They steal it away from Red. FNB actually has to flash away. Chiari, he's not left with the worms at all. He is making hay in the backside. And Fluxu, how have they done this? Axeman, they let the Baron do the heavy lifting, and Chiari walks away with a double kill. Fluxu walk away with the win.
Oh, I thought they were stuck in there with Chiari. Holy cow. And now they're all pushing daisies, all 4 of them with the grubs. The Mites pushing down the mid lane. Now it's Dragon time for Fluxu. Their second one. Red have 2. This will bring it up even for the Dragons. And, of course, that all-important Baron buff on the side of Fluxu. This is their power play. They're up 3,000 gold, and it's about to go up by just that much more after they take the reset. What a huge win for Fluxu. Fu gonna die for this one, but not before dealing literally so much damage. It's his only mistake. Face checking this bush in FMB, who takes him down in short order. But look, it's over the wall in the health bars. I want to see Chiari, man. How does this happen? We thought he was so dead. But look, he just blows Jojo up. Brunsey knocks him up over the wall. Holy moly, Jojo's the next one to go down. Meanwhile, everyone else is dying to the rest of Fluxu. And, yeah, it's just too low, the health bars there for Red after the onslaught, the barrage from Fu. So much damage out of the Karma there.
Fu doing work. He set it up, and the rest of the team knocked it down. Chiari, what a menace on this Gragas. 2-0-2 now. He's on 2.5 items. Well on his way to a Leandries. He is a dangerous, dangerous man. 4,500 gold. Baron power play. Greftar looking to go in here. Chains of Corruption don't land, but the Weaver's Wall pinches Fluxu just a little bit here, but the bailout goes out, and that's enough to stop the approach there from Red.
Just enough indeed.
Sting.
Yeah, Sting maybe got an angle here. He's going to dodge some of the damage. Chiari on the split push, though. Red will have to stop that one. Oh, look at them Mites,
Fluxu,
man.
I mean,
all 6 grubs, by the way. The structure damage is crazy.
Yeah, a lot of extra true damage. You get the extra little minions from the Herald like we saw. This 4-1 is very, very good here. Sting, not been the focal point of this composition. And maybe intentional, maybe initially it was, but that is not how it has played out. Chiari, what a performance from him. He's on 3 items now. He's got the Rift Maker rolling here. 3 items for this Gragas. He's going to do a lot of damage. And this is apparently just how you build them. I was taking a peek at Lolalytics earlier during the game. In Emerald Plus, Gragas is the highest win rate top laner. Could have fooled me.
Yeah, I believe it. He's got a small but dedicated community, and that's where win rates are born. Excuse me. Yeah, between the 2 teams, the big difference here, and I know it doesn't look like it because Fluxu have 2 dragons as well, but it's really just a story of the purple objectives versus the elemental dragon objectives in this game. The stats will tell you dragon stacking is the best, has the best win rate, but if it's me 4x4, give me the purple guys, man. Give me the Mites. Give me the Baron. Give me all that fun stuff. I want to take down these turrets, and I want to push for the only objective in this game that matters, and that's the Nexus.
Well, it's certainly been the way Flukes have been playing it, like you said, pretty much completely focusing their attention on the top side. Kojima and Scambra eating up pressure really well, neutralizing Brunson and JoJo, not allowing them to do anything really. Top side has gone fantastic.
Oh,
Sting is in trouble here. He's going to pop the ultimate to keep himself alive, call his team over, maybe get something else out of this, but it feels so bad to blow that ultimate on just yourself.
queuing in over the minefield did so much damage to Sting.
Yeah.
That was really hard to watch. Holy cow, Grefthar nearly blows him up there too. You're right, it's just the ultimate that saves him. It's a big cooldown for keeping Kojima and Fu alive. They don't have it up anymore. Next fight could be rough, but that fight's a long way out. We got another meme here for you from Rose. So Red, they get the Baron, but Fluxu get Red. Okay. Red want the Baron, but Fluxu are keeping them away from it. I get it. I like it. It's good. It's solid. Kojima now on the defense.
Yep. Here comes the TP. Flashing forward.
Ooh, big ult from Kojima.
That was purely a defensive ult. FNB has TP'd in, but they have no idea he's there. Looking to zone off Fu. This is the 1v1 on the other side that we've seen a couple times here, Axeman. And the rest of Fluke, so they've got to get in there and help their mid laner quick, or otherwise he is toast. He flashes away. Kiari looking for a way into this one. Has flash, has the barrel. Not able to find exactly what he wants. He could have flash ulted there, but the rest of his team wouldn't have been able to follow up. Patiently are Fluxu looking for the perfect fight. They're ahead by 2,000 gold here, looking to cause the upset, halt Red's 4-game win streak, and keep themselves alive in playoffs. They have a slim chance here. They would have to win out pretty much and have some teams go winless here that are also just looking very, very good. They've got the leapfrog Los Grandes as well. So 8 teams still alive here fighting for, it's 6 teams fighting for 4 spots, technically. But again, the hopes for Los Grandes and Fluxu are very, very low. JoJo eats a mantra Q to the face. Fu very happy to provide his services there.
Yeah, if you're Fluxu, you got to use this game to get the head-to-head against Red. You also need to catch up with Los Grandes in wins, and then you have to beat both Liberty on the final day of the CBLOL regular split, and you have to have head-to-heads against whoever is above you in the standings at that point. Then you might have to win some tiebreakers to make it into playoffs. It's a long, long road, but it starts here. This is a big, big step for them.
Yeah, if they could take down a team like Red, who were really finding their form. They were looking really, really strong, and still, I think, are looking pretty strong here. But again, man, correlation doesn't mean causation, but you got 4 kills onto Grifthar early and weren't able to translate that into anything meaningful here. But to be fair, I don't think it's really on Grefthar. I think it was that Baron call. It just ended up being super cursed. They weren't able to do what they wanted with that one. It just really didn't work out for him. Aegis looking for the flank here. Q's out of the way. Sting's got to be careful here. Goes on to Kiari, but he is a thick, thick boy. FNB pops the World Ender, and he answered Fu here. Fu is just split pushing away on the bottom side. I didn't think that Fu versus FNB was going to be the 1v1 that we were going to get this game, but that is what it has been. 2 ultimates invested to take down the Fluxu mid laner. Now, was it worth it? That's the big question. Kojima in with the Fates call. There goes the bailout. Or the hostile takeover, excuse me. That looked like a tidal wave. That looked like a Nami wave with that skin. That is very confusing. Cask going to take JoJo and Brunzy out of the fight. And Fluxu now have purchase onto the Baron. But they've got a man disadvantage here. And Grefthar has a death cap.
Got one now. I don't think they can start this Baron without Fu. Fu truly was dealing so much damage for Fluxu, and I admire the split push. I think with the mites and the amount of grubs you had taken for that true damage on structures, I think it's a good move, but it doesn't end up working out for them too well here. This will be the fight. Fu still not alive. He does have teleport to join the fight if Fluxu can draw this one out, but Red are rushing down the Baron.
It's going to be tough. Grefthar with the seismic shove. Almost led to Kiari's death, but the Lamb's Respite going to buy him a little more time. FNB finds Fu. That's the 1v1 again for some reason or another. Baron going low here. Grefthar trying to keep it alive here, and indeed, Aegis able to secure it for his squad. And now they're running with their tails between their legs. They know the health bars are low. They've got no way out of this one. Just get out of the Baron pit. Push this down, retake control of this game. Try to keep that inhibitor alive. Red got what they came for.
Inhibitor permanently down here in the bottom lane. The mites, the minions, they're able to take it down by themselves as Fu had died. But Fu with the teleport back in isn't enough to secure the Baron. Red hold on just a little bit longer and start to close the gold gap, which has been very wide for the last 10 minutes, 4x4. This has been something, kind of a thorn in their side. They're taking so much more damage from Fluxu than they're able to dish out. It's just with the numbers advantages, with the picks they've been able to get, that they're getting back into this game. But with the Baron power play, the gold is going back even, and now it's going to be a fight.
Going to be on a lot more even terms, if nothing else. This is going to be really interesting to see how this goes. We haven't really seen a straight up 5v5 with everybody on kind of very even terms here. Excuse me. But we have seen Kiari with some big barrels. We've seen Fu be a menace. We've seen FNB be a menace, looking for those flanks. Dragon not up for another minute 40 here. But it's sole point for Fluxu. They don't have to contest this one. Again, not going to be up for a while here, but Red doing their homework way out ahead of time, something that I never really did as a student. See if it pays off for him here.
It'll be the Dragon in a minute 20. And then the Baron sometime after that, after the power play has ended here. A minute left on this power play. Red looking for the bottom turret. I don't see them having a problem taking this. Well, they don't have the grubs like Fluxu do, so maybe it'll be a little bit harder for them. But it's 4v4 down here. Teleport available for FNB. No teleport for Kojima.
No, and Kojima, he's alone there with that Aatrox. He's got to be careful there. Kojima can kite backwards very nicely, right? And you can cleanse some of the CC from FNB should he try to just aggress onto you. But I find that lane assignment, I find that lane assignment interesting. But I guess it all works out. That's a slippery little Callista, tough to handle. But FNB's on
really
3 items, man.
I guess they're just thinking that they can't afford to have Fu picked again. Might be the answer
or just
there.
solo XP for Kojima. I don't know.
Could be either way. That'll be the lane assignment. Red not able to get this bottom lane turret. Maybe that's the reason. Fu's just better at wave clear, and they needed that wave clear down bot. But in any case, they'll rejoin each other again in the middle lane, and now it's the fight for Dragon. This could be Soul for Fluxu if they push into this one, but honestly, I don't see them doing that. I think I see them... Oh, well, hey, maybe I spoke too soon.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to contest it, or at least not in any sort of serious way here. FNB looking for a way into the fight. Kiari, I thought he was going to go in there with the body slam, dashing over the wall, but was not meant to be. That bot lane tier 2 does go down, and Red Canids grab themselves the 6th dragon of the game. It's 2 ocean dragons for either side, with 1 more each to go along with it. And the gold Axe, man, is basically dead even. I did not see this coming, Axe. But Fluxu, like we said, they're fighting for their lives here. The composition has not gone exactly how I thought it would, but this Gragas, I think, is a lot more powerful than I thought it was going to be. Kiari might be in some trouble here. He might be caught out.
Ooh.
No tier 2 means he is in some trouble.
Oh!
Predicted! Aegis with the beauty. Glacial Prison predicted the flash out of Kiari. Nailed him. Got nothing out of it, but man, was that cool.
Yeah, that was really cool. I don't know if they ever had a prayer at killing level 18 Gragas. He's just a little bit too big at this point. But he's got 3 full items fully stacked there in the Rod of Ages there too. And that's a big boy they were trying to get. Still, really nice skill movement there from Aegis. Really like to see these plays from, even if he's not got the Maokai, he's still got the hands, even on these champions like Sejuani. So really good stuff from, but a really big Sejuani too, right? I know we don't want to discount the front line he's providing for the team so far. The Sejuanis have been really tight today, I will say. Really nicely done there.
Yeah, this champion is, this champion's like never bad. She's just so strong. Really good stuff here from Aegis. But like we said, not able to get a ton out of it, just bouncing these waves back and forth here. Bear it up in a minute here, Axe. Fluxu got 5,000 gold out of their power play, and what was a game-changing fight, just completely halting Red's momentum. But since then, Red, the veterans, like we said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 CBLOL titles spread across this Red roster. And this Fluxu roster, well, 0. We've got a finals appearance in Kiari in his rookie year, and that's it. But it's proving to be the difference, I think, here so far anyway. Red able to stifle the bleeding, and again, I think their composition is just easier to execute as well. They've drafted themselves something that's pretty pretty just, it does what it says on the tin, right? It's really easy to execute. And Aegis, when he's leading the line like this, is he's really able to shine.
Does seem like that so far. One player we have talked up a little bit at the start of the game that we haven't heard too much from is Brunsey. Damage has been a little lackluster. He's not really closing things out too much. Mostly just providing additional setup and more poke for Grevthar has been closing out a lot of these kills in the game so far. But still, lots of damage built up in him. He's got the on-hit build with lethal tempo. Nice big on-hit items there, too. I think Tempest is an item we don't see too much, but he could pop off in these fights. He's just got to get the positioning very, very specific.
Yeah, he's got to be careful. He's going that on-hit build. It's going to scale a lot better into this late game that we find
look at the
ourselves
damage
in
on
here.
Kiari.
Kiari just gets ripped through. Glacial
That's
Prison
4
goes out, and the
autos.
Fate's Call has to be blown as well. Scamber was toast there. That's going to be up here in not too long. If they could draw this out, right? Once this Baron maybe is fought for, Aegis, there's a small chance he has that ultimate up again, but maybe not. Luxu, again, they just got to look for this fight pretty straight up here. Trains of Corruption not going to land from Brunsey. Looking to aggress here. Kojima trying to find a way into the fight. FNB, he's a nuisance here. Our Axeman trying to find a way into this
It's
back
gonna run
line.
out. Yeah, it ran out there. No world ender for them. And now I think Fluxo have just successfully pushed them off of the target, pushed them off the objective here. They'll be able to sweep out the vision. We got a little taste of some Brunsey damage. It was 4-5. Oh, big Weaver's Wall.
Here we go. Weaver's Wall in for Grevthar. The cast going to knock Aegis away here, but Fluxo, they're just going backwards, and Grevthar is going forwards right onto Fu, and Brunsey
Nice
finally
pick.
on the board with his first kill of the game. Fu just a little too far forward. The cast was almost good enough to stop the fight there. It would have been worse if not for that barrel axe, man. But Red take control of the river. You saw the margins were so thin, but they were able to take control. They got themselves the Baron. Finally, we have movement.
Nice little on-hit Varus tearing down that Baron. Nice objective damage there from Brunsey, but yeah, finally gets one on the board. Now Grevthar with 4 items. He's huge. Brunsey's halfway to 5 items. Absolutely massive. And I think Red are looking to finish this one out. Dragon in 15 seconds. Fluxu had the position, but they do not have the power. Kiari here. It's got to be the big pick. And
Aegis going forward. Nice handshake there. Nice handshake from Scamber, but Aegis going to keep on trucking, keep on moving forward here. It's a shame. Yeah, Fluxo, like you said, they had the positioning and absolutely no vision. They set up nothing to try to pick off Red or do something here, and they're just ripping through this dragon.
Easy
That's going to be
soul.
Ocean Soul. Absolutely uncontested. That is absolutely brutal.
Yeah, Brunsey's going to eat anything with a health bar you put in front of him. That includes
Yep.
Kiari, by the way. Even though that health bar is big, that's maybe 8 autos for him.
Yep.
So much damage coming through from the on-hit Varus. Man, lethality is dead, and I happily lower it into the grave. Man, oh man, this is so much more fun. I think Tempest is a great item.
It's really good. I like that
Yeah,
item.
it's really
I
fun.
love the thematic of it too. Just kind of stacking resistances with each auto. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I am sorry that the other one had to die for it, Gale Force, but I think Tempest is probably okay.
Yeah. Gale Force it. Yeah, it was probably about time for that to go. I don't think it was like that big of a deal, but
Oh, have I said it wrong the last 10 times I said it? Okay. That's okay. That's fine. It's not my job to know the names of things. Is it? Is that? I mean, I guess kind
no,
of.
I mean, I guess both of us, but
Okay.
me a little
Yeah.
more. To be fair, I never corrected you. I was like
That's
Terminus,
true.
then you were like Tempest, and I was like, wait, is it Tempest? I was
I'm
second
trying
guessing
to get
myself.
out of this. I don't know how I'm going to get out of this, this one. But I guess the item's called Terminus. Sorry, everybody. My bad. But,
I know what you were talking about. That's
to
that's
my
what really
credit,
matters.
it is not built very often. So that's...
Yeah, we are starting to see it a little bit more, but yeah, definitely in the beginning of the split, it really wasn't.
It's a good T starting item. Also, rest in peace, Gale Force Skarner. You will be missed.
What?
Just by me, but not by anybody else, but you will be missed by me. FNB walking it down the mid lane now. We'll see Red push into the side wave. Maybe the Weaver's Wall to cut things off. What do you say, Grevthar?
Yeah, he's certainly looking for it. You could see with his positioning, that's exactly what he's looking to do. Would be able to ride that
And
in.
there it
That's
is.
exactly what you got. Kiari separated from the rest of his team, but in a nice little nook there. Not going to be under threat too much. FNB is in the mid lane, in the other lane there. Kojima's got himself a GA, be a little more durable as these fights go on. He's got to survive these longer fights. Kiari with that barrel, again, still has the opportunity to win this game for Fluxu with a couple well-placed ults. It's going to take more than one fight because Red are just ripping through Fluxu's base right now. The only weakness that they've got is that naked inhibitor in the bottom lane. But other than that, feeling really good about this one. Red still not opting to close this one out. They're being really, really conservative in this one, Axe.
Yeah, it's going to come down to an elder fight at this rate. 3 minutes until that objective spawns, and I mean they're built for it, right? They got the power for it. They're up 4K. The items are where they need to be as well, but they also will just have the cooldowns back for them as well. So that fight definitely leans the way of Red, but it's not spoken for, and I think they could have done a little bit more to push for the objectives there. I think in the Weaver's Wall push, you get the inhib if you maybe invest a little bit more into it. But yeah, I mean they're just content to leave it to one final fight at the Elder. Looking for a death push here. This could be big, but it's a super hard pick. We're talking about Aegis right now. Yeah,
Yep.
didn't even break the shield there from Kanik Ruker, and you can see there's a little bit of purple still left on that health bar, so he'll be just fine.
Yeah, there was no chance he was going to get like super hard punished for that, and you knew that, right? As soon as he stepped up, he popped the sweeper, saw a little bit of a red silhouette, and just went, "Nope, I am going back."
Just a big unkillable guy. Anathema's the last item for it. We've seen it be the last item for so many. Ooh, nice little ultimate, slowing everybody down.
Yeah, Glacial Prison not going to land exactly where he wanted it to. Healing and shielding coming in from the cozy campfire.
You're going to see some ults get thrown out here because they'll be back up in
Ooh.
time for Elder.
Oh no, Fu getting caught out here, has to flash away! What a gorgeous
Beautiful.
seismic shove by Grevthar!
That's huge for him. That's actually massive. I think Red maybe just pushed to end here now with Fu gone. That's so much of the wave clear for Fluxu, and they won't be able to resist Red's push now.
That was gorgeous. I mean, again, that's what it felt like. The whole game was hinging on such fine margins. Unbelievable. That was, you saw Grevthar in the player cam just going, I nailed that. I smurfed that one.
Oh, yeah. And I think if you're Fu, this might just be like a veterancy issue. Like, that's not going to happen to you in solo queue, but it will happen to you here. If you're 2 minutes before a big objective, you have to be expecting the ults to come out just because of the cooldown timers.
Man, I was getting ready for such a big fight. FNB and Kiara were both getting just deep, deep flanks. They weren't able to do anything with it, but to be fair, they didn't have to. They got the pick that they wanted. It just wasn't the way they were expecting. Up they go to the Baron. FNB, is he going to try to solo Elder? No, he's not. He's just going to get himself a red buff and then join the fight.
Maybe the teleport? Yeah, I'm honestly not sure why they backed off. I think they could have just pushed ahead in there. Maybe, yeah, not sure.
Death Brush there. Seismic shove into Chains of Corruption. The cat's going to take Brunsey out of the fight, but Kiari going to be saved by the Lamb's Respite. Here comes FNB. Wee woo, wee woo. Here comes the Aatrox, the Lord of Death, Doom, and Destruction. Grevthar in with the Weaver's Wall. Kojima separated. He is a dead duck, even if he takes one down with him. Cozy Campfire out. There goes the last breath as well. Gonna dissuade anything further. Kojima somehow survives it. Red just playing for a turn, playing for a pick right now. TP coming in from Kiari. He's not going to be left out of this crucial fight, and he can't be. A Flukes will want a chance at this one.
Kojima is dodging everything right now. You can definitely see why they picked him this champion. He's got the 4 items. Just that last item slot missing, but now it's Brunsey. He's full on hit. He's going to solo this Elder up so effectively, and it's going to take him almost no time at all. Flukes who have to get in here 4x4.
Brunsey is just soloing down this Elder Dragon, and this team is buying him all the time in the world to do it. They're going to kite it out here. Kiari flashing forward. Big cast. Repositions everybody.
Sings
Brunsey's in a tough spot. Kojima is looking bad, but the Elder Dragon is secured here by Aegis. Brunsey rips through the rest of them. He does so much damage. Finally, Red Canids get the fight they want, and they're going to walk it into the base. GG's. Fluxu, thanks for playing this split. They are eliminated from playoffs. The Red Canids make it 5 wins on the bounce here, and they move to 10-5 to wrap up today's CBLOL action.
Really well played here from Red, especially the back half of this game. The macro has been excellent from them, and a lot of that falls directly onto Grevthar. The Weaver's walls have been incredible ever since the first few minutes of this game. I think it was minute 9, something like that, where he won that initial skirmish down in the bot side river. And it did not stop from that moment on. Grevthar just kept up the heat. This is the super team promise that Red has made to us for the last year or so. This is what it's supposed to look like, and it really came through for him here. Not just throwing everything at the wall and seeing if Brunsey can get a pentakill in the fights, but some actual really good macro play and really good team fight positioning from every member of Red.
It looked sharp. It wasn't always pretty, but they got the job done. They played really, really safe here. And yeah, they look like the strongest version of themselves. I wouldn't say maybe in this game, but in the last few games for sure. They've got, who do they have tomorrow? They've got Loud. That's right. Red versus Loud tomorrow. So if you like what you saw in this one, that one is going to be even better. Folks, we're going to take a look at the standings here because after that, yeah, it's going to get a lot more. It got a lot more interesting. 4 teams with 10 wins, 10-5, just 2 games separating all of them. And Los Grandes not dead yet, knocking on the door. They need 2 more wins from 3 games. A little bit of things to go their way here, but they are not out of it either. Fluxu, again, GG's. Thanks for playing with 3 games left. The highest they can get is 8 wins as they are eliminated. Axeman, anything else from this one? Anything you want to point out about maybe Fluxu or even, Red? We talked about them, so I'm going to give you the floor here before we close it out.
It's going to be fairly contentious, I think, but with the way today's games have gone, I think we have our 6 locked in. I think it's going to be the 6 on the left that you have there. I think even when we talk about loss potentially taking a spot from Kaboom or Liberty, I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Fluxu was the last one that really had the schedule and maybe the ability to take down Liberty and to take down Kaboom. But with their loss here today, I just don't think it's possible.
No, I think that's going to be too much ground to overcome. But look, all 6 of these teams is going to be it's going to be a blast to watch. That's going to do it for us. Y'all, thank you for being here. I'm going to take a much-needed rest because unfortunately, somehow I have a cast later tonight, so I'm going to try to just bury myself in a hole.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. But until then, I'll put the, that doesn't matter right now. Thank you for being here for the CBLOL. This is my favorite thing that I do. I didn't feel like I could do it justice today, but we appreciate you being here, and the game's definitely delivered, so thank you for being here for that. For Axeman, for RMC, who was here a little bit earlier, for Rose pushing the buttons behind the scenes here, I've been 4x4. Thank you for being here for a great day of CBLOL. Everybody have a great rest of your Saturday.